world description is pretty much the whole rub of how we're starting here. A group of ruffians, aka y'all, and ne'er-do-wells meet in a cramped and smoke-filled tavern located within the dreaded shipwreck city. Rumors of work for folks both salty and grimy drew them here with the promise of coin and wet deeds to be done. Let's pull you that tavern. For everyone to load, and I'll pull you to where you're supposed to be sitting. This is a test to see how long it takes everyone to load. Or to load. So, yep, I definitely need to preload next time. So it's just after sunset in Shipwreck City. Whether by boat, caravan, simply just hoofing it through the wilderness along roads and paths, you found your way to a city that most don't get the chance to go to. You either have to know somebody or that somebody needs to know somebody. You don't just show up at Shipwreck City because this is a neutral zone for pirates and privateers and other people who do dirty work. You've come from far and wide, and we can get into that when you all introduce yourself to each other, because there's work. And not only is there work that pays, but there's work offered by the infamous Captain Catherine Garrow. She is the captain of a ship called the Red Ringer airship. You know her as someone who made a name for herself by working as a privateer for the, I think it's Galifar Kingdom, kind of leading the way during the 100-Year War. And by the time the war ended, she had amassed such a fortune that the majority of her crew had retired and stopped being pirates. And since then, she and her first mate have just kind of been doing their own thing. But now they are looking for mercenaries, sailors, anyone and everyone who's interested in joining her crew. And you have come here hoping to fit the bill. As you all sit inside this tavern, which happens to be a small ship where the deck has been retrofitted into a tavern. So as you look around, it would be super smoky in here from everyone smoking pipes and drinking and whatever other things they might be participating in. But because it's open to the sky, there's just cool breeze coming off the water. And as you all sit down and look around the table, you realize that you're a bit above the cut of everyone else in it.
Now recording.
And who would like to go first? Who would like to introduce themselves and describe what they look like as you sit at the same table, miraculously?
I can go first.
Oh my god. Okay.
That freaks me out.
Well, despite what you might see on the token, what you actually see is...
Oh, right.
What you actually see is a platinum-haired elf standing about 5'5", probably considered attractive, or she not so muscular. She looks like she weighs anywhere between 115 and 135 pounds. Long, platinum colored hair, very sky blue eyes. She's wearing what looks like studded leather with a blonde coat pulled over with what looks like some pauldrons, the same color as the hair, sitting on her shoulders, and she's just spinning a dagger at the end of her finger, just continually spinning and eyeing the rest of the party. And she looks over towards Lydia and says, "Well, interesting. What brings you here?"
Sorry about the joke. Forgot to switch it out.
Oh, I'm
So-
sorry. I don't want to be rude. My name is Hallie. And gives Lydia a nod.
So what you see is a girl about 3.5 feet tall. Probably you would probably call that a size of a large gnome. She's wearing a very plain, white dress, sleeveless, and a black top hat. The odd thing about her is the fact that her skin isn't of a skin of a gnome. She's actually, her skin is made of a goldish colored metal. Her face, where her mouth would be, isn't quite a normal mouth. It's more like a gas mask looking apparatus. Her eyes isn't her eyes is more like where her eyes would be is kind of like a visor instead, and then you see points of light on that visor. You notice as she speaks, the points of light kind of turn into shapes and symbols, so you can tell if any emotion is coming out through that way. For instance, if she's smiling, you see carrots. If she has her eyes closed, you'll see slits. She curtsies and she says, "Greetings. My name is Livia. You may call me Liv for short."
Well met, Liv. What about you, big one over there?
I don't like it. You guys see as a bit of a as the camera panes way up from Livia, you see the well repaired but wasn't worried about being pretty, definitely battle scarred damaged body of a warforged, fairly standard house Cannith make, definitely a frontline model. You see him with the hulking shield and a battle axe, not eating, just hanging out, looking for work, and he just silently looks over and doesn't say anything. Yes, this character can talk. He's just not talking yet.
Holly looks over to Liv. Not one for words, I guess. What about you? As Holly looks to her left and sees the dragonborn, or this creature whose skin is probably the same color as her eyes. His skin is really fascinating, almost beautiful.
You see, when you said big guy, Eisendrach thought you were talking to him, since he's like 6'5". You see a large blue dragonborn with a bony ridge down the center of the top of his skull, and two large curly horns. He thinks he's been talking to you this whole time because he sometimes forgets to speak out loud. He thinks he's telepathic.
Nice.
In his head, he hears telepathically. No, really, your skin is really nice. Great color.
He jumps when he hears the voice in his head.
Silent One, are you gonna eat that food in front of you? As Hallie reaches for her knife and plucks something off his plate. Cues on it. I'm here
Pulls the
for.
plate towards himself.
Oh. It's okay. I won't take yours. I hear these people can't eat. Anyways, what brings you all the way out here? Fame, fortune? Combination of both?
A light coin purse.
Indeed.
Pardon me. Don't mean to interrupt, but you all look like the people I meant to.
And you
mind
might
if I join you?
be.
Oh,
please.
He up and down. He's definitely someone who comes from money. He's wearing armor, but it is very, very nice. He's got a pale complexion, very nicely done hair, and he sits down. He's got a cape that he makes sure doesn't sit on, and he puts down like a scroll in front of him as he sits down. Looks at the food, and then just kind of pushes it away from himself. Well, I'm a bit of a middleman, Edward Hartsmith. Pleasure to meet all of you. I already know Hallie, Olivia, Ward, you, big fellow. I don't really work for the captain. I'm more of a third party. We've done our research though, and job, and aside from one other, which he's actually already with the captain, his skill set allows him to help provide intel ahead of a job. But the rest of you are on board if you're interested. I have information on the job itself, and then I can take you to meet the captain if you're interested.
I think, well, at least for myself, that's something I'm interested in. More coin. In probably is feverishly trying to eyeball this coin purse.
All right. Well, before we get started, I can give you some more information on the captain and her ship if you're interested. I know she's infamous, but most of the information out there, hearsay. I can give you some more information about herself before we get into the job. Like to know about your employer?
I love stories from handsome men.
Quite. All right. So the Red Ringer, nicknamed by the king of Galifar, because of how quickly Captain Garo would wring out money from any ship she found, is a quick airship that has seen decades of service, in good repair, and while it doesn't boast cannons for defense, the quickness of the ship and the magic of the captain herself and the first mate more than make up for the lack of cannons. You may not know this, but Captain Garo is a middle-aged woman at this point. You should also know that she made her money as a privateer during the last quarter of the 100-Year War. She kept the skies safe, both from warships and pirates, and her contract allowed her to keep or sell whatever booty she acquired. After the war, most of her companions retired, I'm sure you know that, and she has kept her crew lean, relying on her first mate, whose name is Garrick Buckler, for social support and combat. I think they're together, it's hard to tell. But she's looking for muscle, hence why we're all sitting here today. On to the job. All right. I should warn you that this job comes through an intermediary. I'm usually the person who knows everyone involved, like Captain Garo. But when I brought this job to her, I made it clear to her that I don't know who the employer is. This job comes with many middlemen, not just myself. So it feels like a great house job. And if that doesn't give you all pause, I would like to make it clear to you that wherever the great houses are involved, you should beware. They are lucrative in the work that they provide, but I would just caution you all to be careful on whatever this job ends up. The great houses may not rule countries here in Eberron, but their wills and machinations have the hands of fate to affect thousands of lives, all with the brush of a quill. Your contact, myself, of course. I work on behalf of houses, both large and small, so it could come from any of them. The work is a rescue of a kidnapped house agent. Usually when this happens, because it's not the first time, it is done by a rival house. Fortunately, I don't even know what houses are, but scouts have located the tavern where the agent is supposedly being kept. So your job is to make your way there, find out where inside the tavern the agent is kept, find out the state that they're in, and use the provided funds. And he pulls out a pouch, just after you all have been talking about pouches, that clinks loudly as he drops it onto the table. All of you. Use these provided funds to retrieve the agent. Really, how you do it is up to you, but they must be acquired and returned by any means. Gold, or you can keep the gold and use other means, but you must travel to the newly created Skyport town of Pillar and stay at the Drafty Villa, tavern and inn at the center of a once wartime fort that is now a trade hub. Payment will be given upon the return of the agent, and you will be judged both by the houses and Captain Garo on the state of the agent and how much of a mess was made in the retrieval. Bonuses will be given out should you be judged fairly. Do you have any questions?
Do we get to meet the captain before? I've heard a lot about this person and I would love to see them and greet them. And
Of course.
well,
Yes, you will.
does anybody object? I'm kind of lighting the purse strings, and this could go a long way to helping me, helping us. You know, find some food and lodging, as it were.
I do not object. You notice when she speaks, it's kind of staticky. Sounds kind of like a CB radio.
Yeah,
And
a job is a job.
Roger that.
And you, Blue? What about? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Hallie. Mind if I call you Blue? Or something else? And she looks towards the dragonfly.
Fine. I get annoyed. You'll not.
Okay. Thanks, Blue.
Under his voice, he's like, "Yeah, that's original."
You're my boy, Blue. Okay. What did you say your name was again? Fine, handsome gentleman sitting next to me.
Eisendrach? Oh, which handsome gentleman?
Well, Ned Eisendrach. And you, human?
Edward Partsmith.
Did you say
No, no,
Part Smith?
Partsmith.
Okay.
If you're trying, if given the world that this is in, right? It's Eberron. Houses are involved in pretty much anything. If anyone wants to give me like a history check or a maybe what else would even apply here? Yeah, just really history. I'm up here. If you're like trying to place the name.
No,
Sure, I'll do it.
not me.
Nope,
Yeah.
Olivia won't.
You remember that within the houses, if a family, like a line of people, worked for a house long enough and became house agents, and that just kind of became the family business, was working within the company. Eventually, they would change their last name to be involved in whatever part of the house business they were in. So either Edward works for one of the houses because of his last name, and it could be any of them that are involved in mechanical engineering, which is a few of them, or his family did it something during whatever, and that's just what his name. So even though he says he's a middleman, he may have some. Please go ahead, Adam.
Inquiry. What are the next steps from here?
If you're all amenable, I am to take you to the captain. She has recently landed nearby, not here at the city, but nearby, and then you can disembark with her, and she will take you to Pillar.
Sally's already pushing out her seat. Ready to go. Well, shall we?
All right, let's go.
Olivia was actually standing the entire time.
Ah,
That's what I figured. If you move your token, there's like a bar stool there, but there's no like chair at that table, because I figured your character would just like chilling. All right, so all of you get up and make your way south out of the city. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just making my way.
Sounds like she barked at us. I'm not sure why.
I don't know.
To me, it sounded like a ooh woo.
Oh,
All right, so I'm gonna share this handout with you guys. It's basically all the information over. That way you can review it later if needed. So in the journals, you'll be able to see Red Ringer now. And then there's Red Ringer and the job/interview. That's the discussion you guys just had. There's also a map of the continent in your journal that you'll be able to pull out and look at.
And where were we at?
You were in a cove. Kind of on the border of the Mournland and Thrain. See how the water comes from the north there and then comes all the way down, and then right next to the Mournland there's like a little inlet lake there at the very southeast point there. So it's a pretty weird place for a pirate ship city, but I think that's the point. It's where no one would think to look for it.
To the northeast of the Mournland.
No. The in between the name Thrain and the name Mournland, there's that.
Oh, okay. So
big body of water.
The southwest. Got it.
Yep, my bad. Did I say southeast?
I don't know. I just presume I just presumed that you said southeast.
Oh,
I don't know if you did or not.
My bad. All right. So you are kind of walked out of the city. There's only one like bridge that exits the shipwreck city onto land, but you all travel for a while as in the dark. Edward kind of casts dancing lights. There's one that's circling above your heads, and then one out in front of you, kind of leading the way so that you can see where you're going. And eventually you come to a clearing, and there's an airship just sitting about 10 feet off of the ground. And as you get there, it's almost like a little bit like a helicopter, the way the air is kind of pushed away from it as the blades are going, but there's no blades on this ship. It is just hovering there, and there's an anchor that is sitting in the dirt of the clearing. And as you approach, one of the dancing lights waves like a little symbol in the air, a pattern, which seems to be a way of indicating who you are as a group and that he's leading you. And then a drawbridge is let down from the top, and it's a weird combination of climbing and walking because of the angle is so steep. But after you come up onto the ship, Edward waves goodbye and walks back to the shipwreck city. He's not a part of the crew, he's middleman. And you are now on the Red Ringer. You see at the helm is a older gentleman. Seems to be just manning it, waiting for everyone to get situated before you take off. And as soon as you all seem settled, start to lift up into the air and make your way west. You're able to move your tokens as needed. You can actually go to different parts of the ship. If you approach stairs and ladders, you'll be taken to other parts of the ship. Feel free to explore. If you want to go into the cabin to see the captain, that's right where you're going, Haley. You can see behind Garrick there's a double door into the captain's quarters, but he says, "Welcome aboard, lass. I imagine you'll want to speak to the captain. She's through the doors there behind me. I'll get us the pillar soon."
Thank you, my good man. Where's the extra ammo for the ballistas? And where are the weaponry? I'm sorry, I've got a little bit of a lisp, and she kind of leans into then. He smells like night blooming jasmine as some kind of perfume that she has on, and looks around and
each of the ballistas have a repeating enchantment on them, so you don't need to. They just fire.
Wow, fancy. Well, Mitch, I'm Hallie.
Good to meet you.
See you soon.
Yeah. So as you make your way into the captain's quarters, you see that there's a hill dwarf sitting on a chair, and they're kind of having a discussion with the captain who's sitting at her desk. And she turns, and you see that she's got, she's wearing scale mail that seems to be extremely expensive, but built into the metal scales, you can see they're like glowing lights, which is almost reminiscent of Liv's technology that you've seen kind of moving along the metal skin. And Ward, you would also notice this too. There seems to be a fair amount of magical technology integrated into the captain's clothing. And if anyone would take a guess, it's probably because the captain is an artificer, which explains why all of the ballistas have a repeating enchantment on them, because the captain has done expensive and extensive work retrofitting the ship, so that way, even though it's not a giant ship with the cannons or anything, it'll defend itself. And she turns and says, "Oh, wow, welcome aboard. I've just been going over some of the details of the job with Eltar here. He also will be joining us, but he's been spending most of the day in meditation, using his skills to hopefully give us an upper hand. Welcome aboard. Is there anything that I can help you with?"
Inquiry. What is the contraption that allows this vehicle to levitate?
Oh. It is a combination of magically infused wood, and there is emitters on the end of some of the wood that the mast, and which is why you don't see any sails except for helping us turn. That help keep us buoyant without the need of water.
Fantastic. As you see, Levi starts looking at the wood.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to give me an Arcana check, want more information, but you would all know that airships have been a thing for quite some time, and the way they work is a combination of magically infused wood that is magically infused before it's ever used to build the ship, and then once it's all put together, then it becomes part machine, part ship at that point, and through the use, even mundane people can pilot airships without needing a maid artificer. But if you want more information, please.
Just a 12.
12. So looking around, Liv, you know that this ship is like someone took a Honda Civic and spent a lot of money to turn it into a.
Brilliant. As she continues to inspect the wood.
And given with what you know about the captain and her history, it probably was not this nice when she was working during the war. But because of the wealth that she gained, she's put a lot of money into the ship.
Inquiry. And the power source?
Dragon stones.
Dragon stones.
Dragon stones or dragon shards?
I guess it depends on how big they are, but yeah, shards are. I like to call them stones if they're above a certain size, but shards usually. You can fly further and faster with bigger stones. Is there anything else I can help you with? Because Eltar and I are still kind of going over details. You're free to move about the ship. If you need, your quarters are below deck. If you want to rest before we get to where we're going. Each of you has that hammock. Oh yes.
Inquiry. Is there anybody else coming?
No, it's all of you. I like to run a tight ship.
I see what you did there. Do we have our own bunks, or we'll be splitting up and sharing with others, like two to a room? How does it work?
Right now, one of you is gonna have to bunk up with the other one because we only have 4 quarters, but there are multiple hammocks in 2 of the rooms.
Liv, would you mind bunking with me?
Sure. You see, as she says that, she's kind of looking around. Why not?
Does she seem preoccupied with the artificery in the room?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Is there someone she prefers to bunk with besides Hallie?
Mm-hmm.
It's more like she's looking for someone.
Lou?
So upstairs on the highest point of the ship, our dragonborn friend. Can you say your name for me one more time?
Eisendrach.
Eisendrach is enjoying, I imagine, the feel of wind along his horns and face as the ship is going very fast. It accelerated at a speed that it was not really noticeable, but you guys are just flying now at a pace that is going to make this a very short trip. In fact, in a normal airship, the the speed at which you're going in a normal airship, it would probably take a day or two to get to Pillar. But as you watch the clouds move underneath you and past you, uh, you start to realize that you're probably going to get there before dawn. But yeah, it is a hell of a ride, especially up here because of how quickly. Um, Garrick does walk over at one point, Eisendrach, and hands you a token. And I'm gonna go ahead and put this into your character sheet on Foundry. You can go ahead and add it yourself on D&D Beyond. But he hands you a Featherfall token.
Yeah, nice.
These are kind of standard. We all have one. If you need another one, that one just. Oh, and here's your sign-on. Hands you a pouch with gold. And when you open it, it has 200 gold.
Nice.
This is to make sure you're outfitted with everything you. We don't know that everyone is wealthy when they sign on, so we like our people properly. Potions or equipment of any kind. There will be places to purchase the dealer before where you're going. The captain said, Crafty Villa. There are some shops in between.
Miss Captain Garo.
Yes, Liv, I think. That's what you're. And she leans over her desk, and you see that there are multiple folders with parchment in them. She opens one of them. She's, yeah, you like to go by Liv. What can I help you with?
I appreciate your hospitality. And Liv
course.
bows. Mm.
Oh, that's not.
And then she'll try to find whatever quarters she were as if like she
Oh,
walks out.
talk to Garrick. Uh, just go down one square. Talk to Garrick.
Thank you, ma'am.
And as you go outside, you see Garrick. He hands a token to you, which is just like it's on a necklace. Same for you, Eisendrach. It was on a necklace. This is a Featherfall token, and here's your sign-on bonus, and it's the 200 gold and Featherfall. If you go down the steps just beneath me, and he leans over the wheel and points to the stairwell. The crew quarters are down there. Find a room, make yourself comfortable. Sorry, we don't have 5 quarters. Go up one square. Nope. And as you see, this is probably Garrick's cabin here. And then if you go north and around the corner, there's another set of.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yep.
Okay, since nobody else is with her, with Liv, I'm not going to explain what she's doing.
Yep. So, so yeah, the rest of you are in the cabin, and the captain just kind of looks at Ward and Haley, like, you should all talk to Garrick. He has something for you, and then go down to the crew quarters and get some rest. We're gonna get there just before dawn.
And I will join and message you to tell you what she actually is doing as she
Okay.
is looking for quarters.
Go one to the left. And make those doors locked. Yeah. Send me a note of what you're doing. Does anyone have any questions, or do you guys want to just explore the ship?
Jordan asking or is Garrick asking?
Garrick hands you Featherfall tokens, 200 gold each, and this is Jordan asking.
Well, thanks, Garrick. I
more.
appreciate it. When is there a dinner or a nightcap or food or anything like that?
Oh, you didn't eat at the tavern.
Oh, I ate, but
Yeah, there's food.
well, I am a bit hungry. Blind makes me ravenously hungry.
Yes. If you get down to the crew section, you'll find some tables down there next to crew quarters, and there's food on the table. Please help yourself.
Will do, thank you. Goodbye.
He just goes back to steering.
How am I doing that?
You're stepping on there's a ladder there. Stepping on.
There's a ladder that I'm stepping on. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
just trying to see what's happening in that area.
Yeah. So these are the crew quarters. Those are the tables there.
Okay, I see.
Yep.
That thing in the middle is a ladder. Got it.
Yep. And you see there's like a sheen on each of these ballistae.
Don't run into the ladder, Liv. You'll leave.
Liv would be very interested in those ballista and would start inspecting them.
Yep. You're seeing that they're all just enchanted.
Careful.
Yep. Watch out for the ladder. It grabs you and pulls you up to the top of the ship.
Where is the toilet?
They
That
are
would be the side of the ship.
yeah, the
Not
side
here.
of the ship. or there are buckets in each.
Glad I chose the race I chose. You guys enjoy your buckets.
And then if you make your way all the way to the bottom of the ship, you'll find the cargo hold. And there's actually a big ballista down there that over here. There's a big ballista down there that the kind of like the gun on the Millennium Falcon that can be aimed in a bunch of different directions. Oh, how'd you go outside?
Ward has already used his Featherfall token.
Leave it to the Warforged.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, I think that's just that wall doesn't exist right there. I think. Or maybe. Nope, it does exist. I have no idea how I did it.
Yeah, I don't know how you got out there either. It's fun.
I think Hallie grabs onto that and swings it around, trying to determine if this is either strength or dex base aiming or to metagame, but does she find it easy to move? Or
Yes,
easy to aim?
It's got a seat attached to it. So as you sit down, you find that just as you lean in different directions, it changes the way it aims. You can even point straight down. And I should have mentioned before, that's not a window underneath it. That's just like a metal grate. So you feel like wind come up out of the floor.
Wow. Fancy.
So yeah, this is the Red Ringer. Do you guys have any other questions, or do we want to you guys get your long rest and we can fast forward to arriving Miller?
Where's the mess hall?
The mess hall is the same level as the crew quarters. So if you just keep going east, there's a bunch of tables there, and that's where it's not on the map for the food.
All right.
Yep.
So let me know when we're doing the long rest, because I want to say that when that happens, none of you guys see Liv. Like, there's only 4 quarters, right? And she's not anywhere near. She's not in any of your quarters.
Interesting. Not bad.
I think Ellie eats her fill and then just puts her foot up on the table and kind of, I wouldn't say dozes off, but stares off into nothing. And she starts to trance.
Jordan, are all these little things windows with the ballista? They're portholes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So those are all portholes that you can see through. Those are glass ones. But if you look in front of the ballistas, those are like wooden sliders that slide out of the way so you can shoot out the side of the ship.
Nope. A porthole is enough for Ward. Ward is just going to stare out the window for the night.
So Hallie's gonna sleep in the upper crew dining area next to Garrick's room. Livia's standing in the hallway. Eisendrach, you're welcome to take any of the rooms. They haven't been claimed by.
Guess Ward and Livy could share a room, considering that neither of us are actually going to go to sleep from what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it. All right, so all of you get a long rest. Please make sure and add the 200 gold and uh,
And Jordan, you're good that I'm still that I'm using D&D Beyond, right? I
totally.
can don't use the okay.
Yep. In fact, yeah, when it comes to adding items and stuff, please just do that in D&D Beyond because it's easier for me to just pull it with just by updating your actor. All right, so you sleep throughout the night, and I don't imagine anyone sets a watch or anything, and it ends up being unnecessary as the ship just keeps on traveling. The captain herself ends up resting and then waking up throughout the night and switches places with the first mate. So when you wake up just before dawn, you find that the captain is actually at the helm.
So Liv the entire night literally was sitting next to the helmsman, just standing there.
And there was like multiple times where Garrick was like, "So you don't sleep, huh? I mean, I know." And then if you didn't respond, he was just like, "Okay, all right, that makes sense."
I would say, yeah, she would respond, depending because they don't do a full 8 hours. So if he asks outside of that time, and she also is all conscious anyways, so yeah, she would respond. Very short answers. That is
Yeah.
correct.
So when you're standing there, is it like a Warforged? Are you sentient? Are you aware of what's happening around you, or are you dormant?
Yes, yes, she is conscious.
So you notice then at some point, early in the morning, that the captain comes out and has a kind of a hushed discussion with the first mate, and then he goes in after kind of like trying to shoo her away, but she goes, "No, you need to sleep," and he eventually.
Oh,
And the rest of you wake up, whether you're in a dining area or in one of the crew quarters, um, or standing next to a porthole. You wake up in the morning and you make your way to the top deck and find the captain at the helm. I'm gonna uh, put a party token here at the top deck.
okay.
I put a party token here at the top deck so that way you're always able to see what's happening up here.
Cool. Well,
All right, well,
how
we are
much
about to
longer?
arrive.
Oh,
Oh, just a matter of minutes. Do any of you need anything before we arrive?
What are you offering?
No, there's more food down in the we usually do dinner in the crew seating area, but breakfast is in the dining area next to Garrick's room. So if any of you are hungry, you want to get something to eat, there's some rations, but also we like to get some food whenever we're in port. So there might be Pop-Tarts still.
Allie brushes some crumbs off the side of her mouth. Yeah, perhaps.
Oh, unless
Miss Miss Captain Garo,
yes.
what do you know about the target? Inquiry. What do you know about the target?
Not much. Not much. Kidnapping is something that the houses tend to do to each other when they're trying to extort something. Um, but I don't know. It's can be very messy business. I don't like to get in the middle of it. But they're offering enough money that it just makes sense. I would caution all of you. I don't know if Edward brought this up. Should have. Please be careful. Um, we're not being watched
Do
right now, but the houses will have agents nearby. So whatever you do is going to reflect on me and may have repercussions, whichever one are employing. And probably whichever one we're acting against, why they're using the party. They don't, they probably used a crew like ours to kidnap this.
Fella's leaning over the bowsprit looking as the city approaches.
Second inquiry. Do we not know which house is involved?
No, no. They
Third
use,
inquiry. Then how do we know where the target is?
we know where the target is because um, we used a bounty hunter to track the whereabouts of different agents and money flows, and this tavern seems to be a popular place to someone with a lot of money going to the tavern, and it doesn't make sense. It's a very popular place. It is very nice, but they're bringing in too much, probably.
Interesting.
Um, Eltar is Eltar was working throughout the night, using their magic, try and figure things out. He said that it's very interesting abilities, but his main one is that he is able to get some information about today. But he said that there's one of the employees at the tavern, someone with red hair, uh, would be willing, if given the right amount of money, to provide information. So if you see an employee at the tavern with, that might be the person. Remember if Eltar said elf or man or a woman. I don't know. But red hair. Look out for red hair.
That's good information, thank you.
Sorry, I had to get up for a second. Someone is recreationally using materials downstairs somewhere, and it's coming into my bit of close. You guys have any more information before you arrive at the skyport?
I don't think so.
All right, so the ship begins to lower in altitude, and as you come out from the clouds, and at this point too, with the different skills that you have, who's got pretty good Arcana? I imagine that would probably be Eltar, but he's not with you right now. Oh, Liv, you would know with your knowledge of the combination of technology and magic that one of the things that this airship does is there's a like a bubble field around, so you guys weren't suffering from like the lowering of oxygen in the atmosphere is because you were so high up, so you were able to fly above the clouds but not be affected. And as you lower through the clouds, you actually watch as some of the clouds come onto the ship and like fog kind of displaces onto the boards and past you, but thicker clouds, maybe ones that are harboring thick moisture that may turn into rain or snow or whatever, hit the bubble around the ship and kind of bounce off. So you get a visual indication of the field being the ship itself. And as you come out of the clouds, you see that pillar is aptly named because it is a very thin, tall mountain almost. It's strange the way it almost looks like someone took a mountain and then carved a cylinder and then got rid of everything outside of the cylinder. It just kind of comes up, and there's a path up it to get up it, but really what this pillar is it has an encampment on the top that has high walls. You can tell this used to be a fortress, but now is like a hub for airships, for merchants and other travelers to come and stop at. And the ship comes down to one of the many air docks and then comes up and abuts up against one of the docks.
Wow. Okay. Well, let's see if anybody has any idea where we find the Drafty Villa Inn. Does anybody have any issues with that? No. Okay. I didn't think so. Excuse me, good man. Where is the Drafty Villa Inn?
Hold on. Do you have any merchandise to remove from the ship? He's like handling the crane right there.
I
Are you
mean,
a merchant vessel?
you'll have to ask the captain. He points up.
Oh, well, what do you need? What do you need? I need to go speak to your captain.
I just need directions.
What?
The Drafty Villa Inn.
Oh, that's in the center of the city. Just head west out of here, and he just points directly west on the map, and you see there's a gap down here. Like just follow that down the main road. You'll see a bunch of shops. There's some touristy places you can get food at if you're hungry. But just keep going. You won't miss it. It's one of the biggest buildings in the city.
Touristy. This guy.
Let me preload the next scene. I should have already done that. My bad. But as you walk down this road, you see that even though like once you get towards the center of the city, the roads are quite big, almost as if it's designed for carriages and horses and stuff. But there's no real way carriages would even get up here. Like this is a city that is kind of defined by airship travel. And you see many of the shops that the dock worker told you about. Does anyone need to stop at any of them to purchase any items or anything like that with your sign-on bonus?
Do we see carriages?
No.
So everybody's just walking around.
Is anybody taking particular notice of our group, or is there anybody keeping an eyeball on us?
You're welcome to give me a perception check if you like. You're looking
I would
around.
like to.
Please go ahead.
Oops. Says 13. D&D says 13.
Liv will
Oh,
do
yeah.
the same. Liv would do the same thing, but for a different reason, which you know about.
Yeah, you don't really notice anything. Maybe it's because of how strange this is. Like, it is totally divorced from normal foot traffic or horses or anything like that. If you do see a horse, it's someone's like expensive war horse that they probably docked onto a ship and brought with them as like a status symbol. There are not normal people with like carts here. You know what I mean? You
Nice.
don't really notice much. And what did you say yours was, Haley?
It was a 13.
With a 13, you see, I mean, this just seems like a place that is so busy, with foot traffic and merchants and all that sort of thing, that you're just another group. You know, people may look at you, maybe heckle you to try and get you to come in and purchase something at their shop, but otherwise, no one seems to be really paying that close attention to you.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask a question because one of my abilities is Sonic Bolstered Max. And it says if you fail an ability check using a skill or tool, you have proficiency and you can roll a psionic energy die. So I'm gonna ask, is that applicable here or not?
Yeah, if you want to add that to your roll to make your roll better, you can.
Yeah, I'll add a d6.
All right, roll it.
It's a 3.
16. With a 16, you notice something interesting. Not that anyone's like paying close attention to you or even following you or something like that, right? It's more of ever since you got off the ship and made your way through the streets of the city, you've noticed here and there that there are like spotters, and that every once in a while someone will make note of you and either make a sound or a hand gesture or some indication that you've been noticed, and that gets passed somewhere. So you're not
So
really sure what that means, but
I
you
have,
know that people are taking note of you arriving.
I have another question. I
Please.
am proficient in Thieves' Cant. Would I determine some of
Oh,
these hand gestures and the such as Thieves'
so
Cant?
some of them, yes, but moreover, you are noticing um, physical signs on the side of buildings, in the way merchandise is being displayed. Even there are symbols and patterns and information, um, as simple as, you know, paint graffiti or where a shop is, how someone's standing, but definitely in the motions. You notice a couple people like speaking to each other, but the way their hands are moving, you're seeing patterns of like uh, how many people are in your party, uh, the
Mhm.
weapons you have on, stuff like that, being relayed. But you don't know where that's going to, or who's gaining that information. But the fact that you're all adventurers and seem to be moving together, that information is being passed along.
Okay. Thank you.
But it's everywhere. Like, you immediately realize, oh, this is a merchant like city thing now, right? This fort became a merchant hub. So of course there's going to be an underground network.
Very cool. All right, thank you. And he will
You're very welcome.
continue following the directions of
Yeah.
the gentleman who was bending the cranes.
Yeah. So he just told you to keep going. You know what I mean? It's kind of a straight shot. And from the air, you saw this place is pretty much a big square. It's like it's kind of just nestled on top of this rock formation. I am going to repeat the question from earlier, though. Does anyone want to stop at a shop?
Not I.
Not in particular.
Okay, you see shops with weapons being sold, adventuring equipment being sold. You see magic and potion sellers. There's all kinds of stuff that's available, and from the prices being yelled out, it's pretty standard rates. And you have to imagine that because so much inventory passes through this place, like the prices are pretty cheap. No one's marking up anything. All right. Well, I have preloaded, so we're gonna move you guys along. You come up a street and you see.
Sure. I mean, you probably did that in your last adventure. I would imagine. I don't know.
So everybody got one potion at least for free.
Are supposed to be quiet. If we need healing, we did something wrong.
Yeah, I don't know why you have 4. You should have at least 1 for free.
Just a regular healing potion.
It was so long
Yeah.
ago that we created these. I have no recollection.
But we had
Right.
a set of money, so I mean, like, I don't know.
Okay,
If
so that
it
means
is- yeah.
that means I need to add one then.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you during character creation you spent some gold to get some potions, then yeah, your inventory is probably correct because it was a while back when we did this. But if you guys feel good to go, yep, the door is right there.
Well, I'm hungry.
Shall we
So,
inquire?
yes,
Shall we
Liv.
inquire for the redhead?
Well, let's just kind of go in and see if somebody has red hair. Maybe.
That sounds like a plan.
Okay.
I'll open the
We
door for
can,
you.
if we can figure out the doors.
God
Oh.
dang it, we're already stuck.
You got a. It's a pull door, not a push door.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. He like looks at Liv. Ladies.
Mhm.
And Warforged. Oh, hi. Welcome to the Drafty Villa. Are you here to eat or to stay?
Mhm. Mhm. Yes.
Both. Okay.
Yes.
Then
And yes.
head up the hallway here to the north, and go through the door, the far door. The closed door is here if you're just to eat. It's just the dining area. Bar door is if you'd like to eat and stay and enjoy your time here
And
as you walk away.
yes, this is the second time today you've seen how I walk away from the group as the man on the dock started to mansplain something. She, okay, I hear you, and walked off. And then after she said, you want to stay or eat, you can go to that door. And she moved off like, okay, got it. Guys like to talk so much, my God.
She in a hurry?
That's some beautiful music. Wouldn't you agree, Liv?
Oh,
I thought so.
I don't hear anything. Wait. It is pleasant.
so as you walk in, you see that there's people already eating. There's people playing games of chance. You see a stairwell going down, a door to the north there, and then a large bar here to the south with someone who looks like they're a little important here, and they have brown hair.
Liv will
Hello.
scan the room for any redheads.
At the moment, you don't see any anyone who looks like they work here with red hair. This guy's got brown hair. You see, there's another guy at this door here to the south, and he's got blonde. So, a good evening. Well, no, morning. Good morning. Man, I've been working all night. My name's Daniel Fresher. Can I help you with? You need a drink? You need a place to stay? Gonna be in town long?
Inquiry. Does anybody here have red hair?
Anyone here? We have a lot of guests, a lot of people eating. I mean, anyone just here or? one of my employees?
Yes, employees, not patron.
Yeah, Celise. Celise has pretty, actually shockingly red hair. We asked her if it's fake. She is adamant that it is, but we don't really. It's why do you? What? Are you a Warforged?
Liv cocks her head and simply says, "No, mish."
Omesh? You know, I don't normally say this to people because I think it's rude, but are you sure you're Gnomish?
Affirmative.
Breakfast, drinks, a room.
Breakfast in a room would be amazing.
Okay.
Do we get like a bulk discount? Do we have to stay in the same room? Or how much does a room cost?
Hold on, let me check my book here. Well, there are four of you. We have two rooms right across the hall from each other. One has 3 beds, the other one 2 beds. 5 gold each. Usually it's 5 gold a bed. You know what, let's make it 4 gold each because, as you said, bulk discount.
How many? Until you say 5 gold each for each room, or 4 gold each for each room, or 3 gold each for each room, I mean?
Well, we don't have any single occupant rooms unless you want one of the master suites at the
Nope.
at the top of the building. So it's just 4 gold from each of you, and 4 gold gets you a bed. But it does, before you balk at the cost, it does provide you all your meals. So breakfast and dinner. Well, supper here. Breakfast and supper are part of your stay here.
And what about lunch?
We don't serve. Supper's like it.
London?
Say two best.
Brunch?
No. There's breakfast and there's supper.
Well,
I'm relieved that we're not halflings.
I would love some breakfast. And yeah, how long have you worked here?
My father helped build this place back when it was a fort. This used to be the main barracks for the fort. It was kind of the command building and barracks, and kind of rolled everything into one. And then when the war was over, my father and 2 of his partners came together and turned it into what you see today. He's retired now.
How many
So,
how
yeah.
many how many rooms? And is anybody staying in the master suite? Or is it suites many?
Okay, so there are 2 master suites on the 3rd floor. One of them is currently occupied. And then for 2nd floor, let's see here. 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. There are 14 rooms, 15 rooms. 15 rooms on this. All of them have multiple bunks.
So is it 14 or 15?
It is 15 on the 2nd floor with a 16th and 17th master suite that take up
On the
2
third
suites.
floor.
Yeah, the 2 suites take up the entire 3rd floor.
And what is the open, or is there a view? What view does the suite that is not occupied? What kind of view is that? Is it facing south towards the docks, or?
It's facing the opposite way of the docks. It's to the west and north. Good view from the windows, and it's a beautiful view. I mean, up here on the pillar, you can see so far, and we are the second tallest building in the city, so see a fair amount.
He
But
said the rooms together, if we all bought together, it's like 3 gold per person.
for regular rooms, if you want the master suite, there is only one bed in.
I do not require a bed. How
Right,
much
but
is the room?
master suite? It's 50 gold a night. And there's I wanna reiterate, it's one bed and there's room for 2 people in it. Not he's looking at like all 5 of you. Not it's not for a group.
Oh, so you mean like it's a honeymoon suite, right?
Right. And he's just kind of confused.
Okay, well, I don't need to
So-
sleep either, Liv, so maybe we just all get one room and face the corners. Is that 3 gold per night for all of us?
Okay. All right. So you only need 3 beds, but you want one room because I assume even if you don't sleep, you're gonna. I don't know. Actually, why is this so confusing? He looks at like Ward. Is this normally this difficult?
2 beds, and yes.
Okay. All right. Hold on. So, not 3 beds, 2 beds. Okay. Let me check the roster. All right. This is a nice room, and I mean, I still. All right. So who's actually sleeping? He's like looking at all of you.
I sleep.
Where you sleep.
Liv will raise her hand.
What? The no. Okay. All right. This is what. All right. It's 3 gold, 5 silver from, and that's food and the room with. I'm gonna give you the one with 3 beds is nicer, and it's frankly a deal at 3 gold, 5 silver. This is.
Is there a discount if you don't eat?
Don't mind.
Okay, you're
Don't
more-
mind. This tall gentleman here will certainly have breakfast in there. He will take the portions.
He points at Ward. He's gonna eat.
No, but he's gonna take his meal. Or its meal.
Miss.
Sorry.
You said your name's Haley?
Yes.
He's a Warforged. He doesn't eat. I know Warforged.
Yeah, but he's gonna have. The room comes with a meal. 2 meals,
That is correct.
but not lunch.
Okay, 3 gold, 5 silver from each. Can we just do that, please? So I can take a smoke break, because now I need it.
3 gold, 5 silver.
All right, just go ahead and minus that from your inventory, please. I am gonna trust everybody to handle that. And he
wow.
gives you
What?
a single room key.
I assume he gives change. Why would it
Yeah.
remove? Let's see if
It
it's
failed to remove. Yeah.
Oh man.
Failed to
Yeah,
remove
just do it on-
coins.
Do it on D&D Beyond. Is it freaking out on D&D Beyond?
Yeah, it's like failed to remove coins. I'm like, what? Maybe he wants
Manually.
Electrum.
I think it's because it doesn't give change. That's the problem, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think you
Yeah.
have to mess with it.
Oh, yeah, I
Just
gotcha.
take away 3 gold, add 5
Yeah.
silver.
Yeah. Well, take away 4 gold, add 5
4 gold.
silver.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
take away
we
4
will gladly take away 3 gold and add 5 silver.
You know what I mean.
gold.
And as he takes your gold and he gives you a key, he lets you know that you can either go into the dining room or you can order something from the bar if you want a particular food. Otherwise, they have like a continental breakfast on the east side of the tavern that is just a kind of a buffet that is set up at morning and then set up in the afternoon for supper as well. And they've got different food every day. So just to check in if you want to know what's going to be on the menu for the next day. And then he points towards the stairwell to the south and says, that's the way up to the 2nd floor where your room is. Your room is actually the first door on your right immediately as you go up the stairs. If you want to just relax, there's a common room downstairs, and he points to the northwest of the map, and you'll see the stairs going down. And he says, downstairs, there's a couple fireplaces. There's usually someone performing music, or it's usually quiet though. So if you want a quiet place to reflect or put your feet up, that's what the big. And then unless you need something, the privies. There are toilets on every floor, and he points towards the north, and it's that small door here. There's bathrooms on this floor and on this, and really no need to go up to the third floor. But if you were to go up there, that's where the master suites are. Do you have any other questions?
I
And
think
where would we speak to Celeste?
She's working. You know, I mean, you didn't ask for her by name. You just said the color of her hair. So like,
No, you said her name.
right. So that tells me you don't actually know her. So,
We require a redhead.
oh, I might need.
Consensual.
I think Hallie once they said there's food down to the east, she just left. Like, if you need some breakfast, it's over there, and she missed all the explanation of where everything was, and she's in there having her breakfast and Ward's breakfast.
Does someone who's still here want to roll some type of persuasion to convince this guy you're not a fucking creep?
No.
I mean, not really, but I can. It'll be kind of funny. See, persuasion.
Yeah, persuasion. Because right now he's getting like bad
Hey,
feelings from him. Okay, so he, there's just something about your manner where
what
he's
would I
just
do?
like, yeah, what do you do to roll 16? What do you say to convince him you're not a bunch of fucking creeps?
There's nothing to say. I think it's just from my demeanor, he figures out that there's really probably functionally nothing I could do that would be as disturbing as what he thinks.
I mean, he's not thinking disturbing. He just thinks you guys are being weird.
We are being weird.
And then he's gonna look at you, and then he's gonna look at the tiny gnomish warforged, is what he thinks. He's like, why did someone make a warforged that looked like this? I've never seen one, but here we go. And he looks to the people, and he just watches as Haley like walks away to go get food, and he's like, she's one of my employees that handles the master suite. So we have people who work here, and he motions behind him. There's the kitchens here. There are the kitchens downstairs, because we have a lot of guests, so we need a lot of food. And then we also have personal concierge who work on the third floor. And they basically, if someone in the master suite food or alcohol or wants a minstrel brought up to play music or something like that, because it's usually, I don't know, heads of state or house agents or somebody who comes through and stays in one of the master suites. They don't want to come down here where other people are, so we have someone who's just up there to take care of whatever they want. So she's working up there.
Thank you. And Livia will bow and Mr. Fisher, I appreciate your hospitality. And then she will put a gold down as she goes where it checks on Haley. Hallie.
He picks up the coin and they just kind of sell. It's fresher. And he just turns around, ignoring everyone else, and goes into the kitchen. Says, Sam, watch the bar. I need a fucking smoke break. You guys are able to move around. You guys can check out the the basement. If you want to check out the basement, you can go up to the second floor and check out your room if you want, or you can head to the east and go to the buffet. And you see there's just a bunch of people already, and everyone's just eating. And there's like it's not on the map, but basically the whole left wall here next to this door is just full of buffet tables. There's eggs, there's ham, there's just, you know, bread. There's just a bunch of stuff, and you guys are welcome to get your fill. Every once in a while you see the door open, and you'll just get a view into the kitchen, and there's just people working, and it's a really nice kitchen in there. And you realize it's a nice place. Yes, please.
So during this entire time, I'm assuming the captain did not disembark with us.
Nope. The captain and the first mate are staying on the ship, and so is Eltar at the moment. And Eltar seems to be... You got the idea because Eltar was not there when you guys went to bed, and he was sleeping when you guys woke up. So whatever he was doing with the captain, he was up all night, probably, you know, working his magic. And that's not a Yunfa.
Sure, it's not.
We'll go straight to the third floor.
All right.
She'll. Oh, wait. She wants to be inconspicuous. So what she will do before she goes to the third floor is that she will go grab a plate at the buffet and put some eggs on it and stuff, as if she were going to eat it.
It's like, I'm a people. Right?
and yeah, she wants to blend in, and then casually just go up the third floor.
I would like a deception roll. Want to see how well you pull this off. Okay, you notice. You don't realize it, but everyone else in the party, you're like, oh, he didn't, or Liv didn't get like any silverware and nothing to drink. So you're just walking around with a plate of eggs on it, not eating it, like you're just holding it almost like a waiter, and everyone's just watching you like, the hell? So as a group, then you would make your way back around to the other side where the bar is, and then up the stairs. And I put you guys on the map here so you know where your room is.
Okay.
That's your room. And now...
My token's wrong.
Ah!
I'm not worried about it. Don't worry about
It was just an handsome devil.
I've got all the old tokens. That's the problem with like, oh, I'm going to work ahead of time, so I have to do less work later, and I'm going to preload all these maps and put all the tokens on there. See, it bites me in the butt. All right, so, yep, that's your room, and you guys are able to walk around the second floor. You see there are just tons of doors up here, and you see another door to the north. That's probably the privy. And, yeah, feel free to walk around.
How do we get back down to the bar?
Oh, you'd like to be back down at the bar?
Yeah.
That's on another map. But if you want to go up to the third floor, you would head south where you are, Haley. Go east and then south, and that would take you up to the third.
Okay.
So canonically then, Haley's still downstairs eating.
Yeah, Haley's eating, and then she's gonna go to the bar and say, excuse me, where's the restroom? Or the, you know, privy. Because she didn't hear us by where it was.
Okay, then I'm going to pull Rick downstairs. And you are directed to this door. Go inside, and there's a bunch of stalls. And
Well,
there's someone in
sorry,
there goes,
buddy.
hey! Oh, hey!
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Excuse me. Oh my goodness. It was small sword.
Yep. And that's when you realize it's the unisex bathroom. but everyone else is going to the 3rd floor. Or what would everyone like to do? Is it just Liv going upstairs?
Yes, we would
Yeah,
like to
Liv
go on
would have
all
done it.
different floors.
Yeah, Liv would have done it like on her own.
I mean, that's fine. I can pull you guys individually to different floors.
Yep, Ward is going into the basement, where he shall
Oh, okay.
pretend to smoke and drink and make
All right.
merry.
All right, let me pull you down to the basement. Hold on. This is a first. I don't think we've all been on so many different maps before in a game.
Well, for initiative, it'll be great.
I mean, it's totally not a problem that you're all hundreds of feet away from me. There you go. You get downstairs, and there's just a bunch of people. They're drinking, they're eating. There's like a guy who's just reading by the fire. It's just kind of a chill atmosphere down here. And there's nobody playing any music right now, but it's just comfortable down. See a couple empty tables.
Or just being awkward, standing in the corner.
Oh, you're gonna go. Okay, I'm just gonna put you down here in the bottom right corner then.
That works.
Kind of like near this table, so people don't know if you're like waiting for somebody or something.
That's a perfect cover.
Yep. And then back on the 1st floor. What's Haley doing?
Asking this bartender, the one we saw, once he gets back, like all the questions that he explained to the
He
group.
doesn't come back.
Doesn't come back? Okay.
No. Riswin comes out. She's like, Sam's busy. What do you want?
Just maybe some wine, just to relax. Is it normally this busy? Or is that just the dining room?
It's always this busy. A lot of people come through this city.
Does it get
She
more
goes
busy?
Kitchen, back.
Okay.
Put some wine on the table.
Bitch.
Alcohol is separate.
Oh.
Glass of wine is 2.
Oh, then that's fine. Is this male or female?
Oh, this is a. She
Oh.
does not seem very personable. No, she is not used to being customer relations.
Even better. So, Sam said, my friend, what's her name? Elise. Working upstairs. Did she get off?
Works until second shift comes in, just after sunset. Why?
Oh, and I'm here to walk
know
her home. Yeah, we're friends. Like, Ellie from Sean. I'm sure she's talked about me before.
Ellie, no, hasn't. Why don't you wait right there? I'm gonna go ask Daniel. Goes into the. You want to roll a deception check? You are lying to her.
Sure. Let's go with a deception check. I rolled Diddy Beyond, but it didn't roll last time, so here we go.
Okay, that's good enough. She's like, meh, I don't really talk to. I guess I don't talk to her that much. All right. Yeah, no, she gets off after the sunset. Can I get you anything else? I've got to get back in the kitchen.
Bunny is gonna help this good man over here to the left. And she'll look towards this important looking person. Was that the important looking person?
That's Simon. And Simon is late. And you look at Simon, and Simon's head is resting of the bar. There's a big pitcher of beer, half drink. He's been drinking straight out of the pitcher. Simon, that's what Simon does. Simon sleeps. I'm gonna go back in the kitchen. You know where your room is?
No, one with a group of people. Probably the beautiful blue dragonborn we call Blue, the young, or the short. And then the Warforged.
She looks you up and down and goes, well, you're not in the master suite. You're on the second.
Correct.
Okay. Have a good night.
Wait, hang on. How do I get there?
She points directly to the south.
Thank you. Do I? Bitch.
Bye. Do you wanna roll something so she doesn't hear that?
She says it into her, under her telepathic breath.
Yep. Looks around. Can't really tell who said that. Goes back into. That would be
Okay.
weird.
We're
All right.
we're being how we usually are. You're just looking at it from a different perspective.
Would you like me to pull you up to the second floor, Rick?
No. I think Hallie's just gonna sit here and look at all the different people and kind of spot each person and see what's different about them. Because
Okay.
she's not really tired and ready to go to sleep or hang out. In fact, she probably won't go back to the room. She'll probably just chill here in the corner and put her feet up and do her trancing.
Liv, as you get to the third floor, we're going to cut to you. And the first thing you notice is this is very much unlike second floor. The wood is much nicer quality on the floors. There's artwork and tapestry on the walls. There's even some suits of armor to the west there. There's a huge banquet table that seems to be like maybe where some of the employees eat when they're not on the clock. And you see there's a divider and a desk with what seems to be like an employee who's a guard sitting behind a desk. And there's one on the west side and the east side when you go upstairs. Then there seems to be maybe another random employee sitting here on a bench smoking a cigarette. What would you like to do?
Liv will scan each employee, make sure if any of them has any red hair.
You do not see anybody. Hello? Warforged? Can I help you?
Oh, I think I have made a wrong turn. I was told to go to the second floor.
Yeah, no, this is well, it's kind of hard to miss. You were on the second floor for quite a while, and then you had to come up another set of stairs. Are you looking for someone?
Does anybody here have red hair? Or she was an inquiry.
Who's asking?
I am.
Yeah, who's you?
My name is Livia. She bows, she curtsies. You may call me Liv, for short.
All right, Liv. Well, I guess I should. I'm Elric. Why are you looking for someone up here? Your room's downstairs.
Very well then. I apologize for the intrusion. He'll turn around and walk back downstairs while taking a note of the surroundings and
Yep.
and
So
stuff like that.
I'll give you some more information. There's a big double door here, and then you notice that the only other doors are behind the guys with the desks, right? So they seem to be some type of security to even get in these rooms.
There's doors, but okay, I see. Right here, you're talking about
No. So that's a big window. So it's right here.
Oops. Oh, gotcha. And then one over there. So I could probably ascertain that because there's only 2 rooms up here. The double doors probably lead to where the 2 rooms are. That's what I would assume.
Yeah. It's a good guess. But yeah, you watch as a woman comes out and she just starts talking to the guy sitting at the bench there, and she has red hair.
and then before Liv turns around after she talks to the apologizes to the guy. As she sees this, she just takes a note of how she looks like, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. And you can tell there's kind of a uniform happening here where, all the male employees are kind of dressed similar. They're all wearing like nice black clothes, and the women are wearing like nice black dresses to really mark themselves out as employees. And the only thing that really marks her out from any of the other women is her bright red hair. And you can tell you're not, you know,
Is
uh,
it dyed or
it
does it
it
look
looks it
natural?
looks it looks dyed. Like there's no way that's real. But she claims it's natural.
What color are her eyes?
Are her eyes? Oh, you're give me a perception check. Let's see if you saw it as she like came out of the door and turned. She turned away
Perception.
from you. So let's see if you saw it as she turned. Oh yeah, with the 21. Yeah, her eyes are green.
And a human, I presume.
Yes.
All right. That's all I will do. And then I'm going back downstairs and look for the rest of the party. Still with a plate of eggs in my hand.
Yeah. Yep. That was one of the reasons why Elric was so like weirded out. You're just walking around with food. All right, pulling you second floor. And I've never played a game where everyone's on different floors before, but here we are. Are you even on this? There you are, back in the room. All right, so it's coming up to midday. All of you have gotten kind of settled in your rooms. You've now located the employee who might be willing to give you information. Is there anything you guys would like to do? Because remember, it is the morning, so you guys don't really need to rest or long rest or anything. What would you like to do today? It is almost 9. Do we need to take a break?
Sure, that would be great.
Right. Let's take a good 12 minutes, and then we'll get right into the meat of it. So let's get back here.
Probably when we get back, how about we all start in the room so we could all start discussing.
I think that's a great idea. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Haley's gonna be asleep downstairs. Well, not sleeping, tranced downstairs. So as Haley sits at the bar, Daniel Fresher comes back in and starts playing the piano.
Mhm.
He completely ignores you. He doesn't want to talk to anybody in your party anymore, and he's playing the piano. And everyone else except for Ward is back in the room. So is there a place where you guys would like choose to meet up?
We can meet up
Or
back
do
in the
you-
room.
Yeah, if somebody asked me to come up, I would have gone up.
Oh, Haley, do you want to see the basement where the
Nope.
people are hanging out?
Nope.
All right. Well, no one's gonna go get Ward then.
All right.
Liv probably would have gotten word.
Okay. Someone goes and gets Ward.
All right. So, what's the plan? I understand Celeste gets off in sundown. I'm a friend from Sean, and that's what I told. What's not Dan's replacement for his break? So, I could just tell her in her head, like, hey, remember me? Don't say anything. It's Holly from Sean. Great to see you. I'm gonna come hug you. Got some money for you for information. And then her and I can, like, maybe go out and back and have a cigarette or whatever.
I did see her working upstairs,
Oh, so she's here.
and Liv will describe, the upstairs layout. We can all, as she works at the room up above, we can always change our rooms, or at least one of us can.
I mean, why not all of us? If we're gonna splurge, it's $50, right? Not $50 cold dollars, but $50. Oh my gosh. Like, is that per person or is it for the room?
Well, the room will fit only 2 people.
But they said the
So
bed.
$50 for the 50.
I think
50
it will.
gold for
I think
the-
it will sleep.
Okay.
And maybe that would be an easier way to speak to her.
I just need to see her, and that's it. And I can just talk in her head. Like earlier, Liv, right? Or yesterday. No, that was, when he points to, that was you, Blue. Talked in your head. I can do that with her. Nobody else can hear it. Right? Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe we just stay in the room.
If I'm in the room with you, I could listen in on her thoughts while you're doing that.
Well, that's a great idea.
Then you just say something like, "Whatever you do, don't think about where that guy is being stashed."
We have the cash. They gave it to us, too. Like, paid for in-house, so... Like, maybe we go back down and complain, and we can say, hey, the room's not very good, the privy's overflowing on the 2nd floor. Like, can we get an upgrade?
Quick question for the group: has anyone looked in the pouch that you're supposed to use to get the kidnapped agent back?
Oh, I thought the pouch had the gold
No.
in it.
I thought the patch was the 200 gold.
Yeah.
No, that was your guys'. So you got a pouch from Edward Partsmith, and then when you got on the ship, Garrick handed you each 200 gold as like a, like a little sign-on bonus. Did anyone look in the pouch from Edward?
No, I guess we do now.
So how much gold do we
Somebody
have,
said, "By the way,
guys?
what's in that pouch Edward gave us?"
You guys find 100 platinum.
Whoa.
Well, that might loosen some lips.
Oh, we should definitely stay in the suite. Like, if she's working up there,
So
we can
we
just go down, we
each-
need to upgrade.
So we each have 100 platinum.
Oh, he gave each of us
No.
a pouch?
No. Edward
just one
Partsmith gave
pouch.
you one pouch with which to get the agent back. Whether it's if you want to pay the ransom, right, or if you want to bribe somebody or whatever. It's basically money with which to use to however you see fit to get back the target. And if you get to the end of it and you have money left over, that is going to play a role in how you're judged. Or if you use the money to get the agent, that's fine too, right? So that is just discretionary money with which to use on the job.
And then all we
Or-
know about the lady in red, the redhead, is the fact that she has information
And
Mhm.
she's willing to
and
give
she's
it
willing.
For
Okay,
a
that
cost.
was the thing. Yeah.
for a
Okay.
price. And also Edward kind of made note as well, like, hey, if you just want to like fight your way in and achieve the target and get them unharmed, and you don't use the money, that's up to you. You know, so it's all kind of up to you guys how you want to handle it. But at the moment, you're right. You don't really know what's going on up there. So talking to Solis would be.
I mean, I've never really been to a place that's really hotty-toddy expensive. I mean, we've got the extra money here. Like, maybe we splurge a little bit and we get information faster. Perhaps they're like making a transfer of the prisoner tonight and we can cut off at the pass, or hourly rate goes up, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean, right? Well, I'll just do whatever you guys want to do.
So, do you want to upgrade the room, or
Yes, I do. Anybody else feel any different? What about you, big man?
Word and Blue make strange eye contact.
See, every time you say big man,
I
we
mean, I'm
both
much
look at you and
heavier, but we're both the same
"Me?"
height.
Ward, what color are you as a Warforged? Like, are you just like chrome metallic, or
Yeah,
do you look?
I'm real, like, just basic, big, messed
He's
up
he-
looking,
Iron?
Dirty
patched
wood
up
rust.
iron. Yeah,
He's just a basic bitch. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah?
just
So you look
like
like a cast iron skillet, basically.
yeah.
I look exactly like a cast iron skillet.
I
And
think
then so you got a blue big guy and an iron big guy.
how will let dwarves live and be like, when it Lord, big guy, blue, and kind of shrug. Be like, sigh, really loud, but annoyingly. Okay, so you guys, what do you think about an upgrade?
Can have an extra room.
I believe. I
And
believe that could be
we're
possible.
we're complaining to get the upgrade.
Sure.
And I agree. Maybe Eisendrach could maybe accompany you, Ali.
Okay, works for me. Let's go, Blue. Let's go raise some hell. I mean, after all, it might just cost us 50 gold. So let's go bug the shit out of Dan. And Hallie grabs Blue's hand if he lets her, and we will
Cheers.
march downstairs. Hello. Can I speak with the manager? Dan, is that you?
Real quick, Adam. Just random mechanical question. What are your hit dice as an artificer?
It's Artificer.
Right. What are your hit dice? Are they D8s?
I want to say. Let's see here. I have Artificer up right here. It is.
Okay, So yeah, they're D8s. So minimum you would have 24, but you have a +1 con, so it should be 27.
Just hit points. Manage. Oh, you're right. I put the wrong one. Okay.
Yeah. So it should be 24 in the roll column, and then it will just automatically bump it up to 28 with your. Yeah, I want to make sure everyone's stuff is legit in case there's combat.
I see that you mentioned that now. No, thanks for the heads up, man.
I appreciate it, because I was looking at your token on the 3rd floor, because I'm like, well, they're gonna come up here, so I got to make sure, you know, everything's set if something happens up here, and I'm like, 24 doesn't seem right. Happy to help. All right, so you guys are going down to the 1st floor.
Yep. We're going down to speak with Dan.
I'm just gonna.
Dang it, why does it say 30 now? What's the
Yeah, just let me know when you got it.
24.
Yep.
24. So it's 27.
It will become 27 after it adds your code.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, I'll re-upload during this scene.
Down here too.
Huh?
I guess I wasn't paying attention when we walked in, but everybody down here is armed too.
But yeah, there are people just with weapons either out or on their hips, but it seems like, you know, their clientele is a mix of just like normal merchants, but also maybe mercenaries, guards, and then, you know, maybe pirates. You know, it seems to be a neutral. This whole city seems to be there's an understanding of this is neutral ground, and as long as no one messes with no one else, everyone's cool, and we can all just enjoy ourselves. That seems to be the atmosphere ever. All right, so you go to the bar.
Yes.
You still see Daniel Fresher. He's playing on the piano there.
Ward, would you like to accompany them, but stay further back?
Sure.
So we'll go with Hallie and Eisendrach, but we're not going to be with them. We'll like sit down at a table or something like.
There you go. I got you on the map.
Excuse me, Dan. Dan the man.
Oh.
Piano man Dan.
Oh, right. Hi.
Hi.
How can I
That
help
room's
you?
completely unacceptable. It smells. It's too small. The people next door are offensive. I demand an upgrade.
Well, what would you like to roll?
Oh,
Is it-
why?
Yeah, so I feel like deception makes sense. Hallie, are you helping at all, or are either
Yes.
of you proficient?
I'm not. Yes, I am proficient in deception. Yes,
All right,
it's
so
awful. Like literal awful on the floor of the privy upstairs.
what?
My
what is
delicate
it?
sensibilities are offended.
You're about as far away
as
from
this
the
is
bathroom.
as this is happening, Liv. Sorry, I can't. These are new names. Liv will walk up to Hallie or Eisendrach and say, "Excuse me, you forgot this in the room," and then she'll hand you like a coin, and as she touches you, you feel a little bit more confident.
Nice.
As Liv casts guidance.
Okay, so are you hiding this? Because the guidance has somatic, right?
Oh, it does. Let me see here.
I think that's all three, yeah.
Yeah, it's verbal.
Yeah, it's
somatic,
verbal and
real.
somatic.
So
Let
if
me
you
think.
want to do this without, because I mean, so we didn't talk about Eberron as like a setting, but it's an important thing to remember that Eberron, like magic is everywhere. Like you could go in anybody's kitchen and they probably have a magically infused oven, and they never use firewood. You know what I mean? Like magic just exists everywhere in the world. It is wide. Everyone knows about magic. Everyone uses magic in some way in their day-to-day life, but it's not deep. You know what I mean? The idea of someone being like level 20 and being able to cast high-level spells is almost unheard of. Like
Okay,
they
so
are.
how about if I do it like this? So prior to her walking over, she'll take out her alchemy flask, start mixing up a concoction, and she'll walk up to Isengard and go, "Oh, Isengard, I mean, Isendrak, you forgot your medicine. Don't forget to take it."
Ooh.
Yeah, see, I'm so upset. I forgot to drink my medicine.
All right. So let's have. Yeah, it is verbal and somatic. So I will let you roll sleight of hand, Liv, but with advantage, right? Because you're kind of hiding it in this action and pouring things in it, but magic is still happening. So let's see.
Yep,
if you
I
can,
agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here. What sleight of hand you said?
Yes. Yep. Because you're trying to hide what you're doing with the action. Ooh, nice. Good rolls. Yeah. Oh yeah. Daniel's like focusing on Haley at that point, doesn't even realize that you're doing anything, and then looks over, and at that point you've already kind of infused the magic into your hand. So as you hand it to Isendrak, you've passed the magic in, which would give Isendrak the D4, and then Haley, with your addition, that will give Isendrak advantage plus the guidance on top of that. Deception. Oh wow, it's hard to argue with that. Just roll the d4. Let's see how high you can get. 23. So Daniel, listening to this, at first just has a face of like, "There's no way. Our rooms are clean. This is a nice establishment." And then it's just like, well, I mean, it's definitely possible. We're extremely sorry for that. We can have someone clean the room. There are a couple rooms that are empty on the second floor. We could just have you moved. It would only take, just a matter of minutes. And we're extremely sorry that this happened.
How tall is Daniel?
Daniel is a human. He sits at about, I'd say, 5'11". He's not super tall.
And the 6'5" Dragonborn will loom over him menacingly. Like, are you suggesting we're just going to another room on that floor?
Well, we can comp your alcohol if you're trying to intimidate him. Go ahead and roll.
We don't want alcohol, Daniel. We want the sweet. By sweet.
Oh, you're talking about the Master Sweets?
Yes, the Master Sweet.
One of them is taken, and the other one reserve those exclusively for high-end clientele.
Like us.
Well, it's usually heads of state and their partners. I don't know how much. There's 5 of you. I don't.
Daniel, you and I are gonna be down here, just chilling at the bar all night long. If you're lucky.
I mean, that's fine. I can go home.
Maybe.
So you've convinced him at this point that he can comp you alcohol, he can change you to a different set of rooms that after they've been checked to make sure they're clean. But they don't normally offer, like, the idea of coming in and renting the master suite, which is, normal people just don't do that. So you're going to need to provide him something to prove that you're of high enough standing to take a room like that. Because if someone comes into town who's, rich or important, they're going to need that. That's the reason why that room's empty. They're keeping it open because the other one's taken. I just.
Well, okay, I'll take a shot at this. I'll reach into my bag and I pull a small vial of oil and I dab a little bit on each finger and put it between, back by my ears like perfume. It's like I'm trying to calm myself. But while I'm doing that, I will spend a sorcery point to use subtle spell and cast suggestion on him.
Oh shoot!
And I'll say, I really think you should compost the room.
Wow. Okay, go ahead and link that into the go. All right, so you are concentrating. Definitely don't need. Yep, you got subtle spell on there, so you don't have to do any of the somatic or verbal components. Beautiful.
Yeah, and the material component is the oil.
Drop the sweet oil. Yep, perfect, perfect. Basically, you handle this exactly the way you needed to. So that way, he wouldn't notice you doing it right in front of him. He's human, so he's not going to have advantage on the charm. All right, wisdom saving throw. Okay, what is your DC?
A lofty 13.
Hey, man. Gotta start somewhere.
Oh, son of a bitch. Wah, wah.
First roll of the night, it's a 14. Well, for me, anyway. Okay. Failed save.
Oh, do I get the sense that he is this is not working?
So interesting. Does he? I'm reading the text here. I don't think he knows that you did it, right? Because of the subtle spell.
No, he doesn't. But my question is, can I see that the spell doesn't seem to be taking effect?
Yeah. He
Then I'll use
just-
my reaction and I cast silvery barbs.
Oh. Oh. Which would make him have to re-roll, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then take the lowest, yeah.
Another sorcery point on.
Look at that.
Even better. Oh.
Are those visible? Can you guys see them?
Yeah, I can see him. Sure, you fail, right?
Yeah. So he went from passing by one to failing by one. All right. Well, all right. Here's what I can do. I'm not going to comp your alcohol, and you're going to have to pay the difference. But as long as it's only for one, night.
We're only in town for a day.
I
So
have
that should
to
be fun.
reiterate. I have to reiterate. There is one large bed in there, and there are 5 of them.
Yes.
So-
Yes. You speak common. Yes, we understand.
Okay, it's just usually we don't like that sort of thing. Don't.
And what sort of thing are
Whatever-
you implying?
I don't know. There are 5 of you.
Mm.
You want one bed. Am I not supposed to? Look, whatever. Please. So you guys paid 3.
The middle people don't sleep, right?
That doesn't mean they don't do other things. And he's like trying to do the math now of how much you paid before.
You
So
mean
it's-
like the people next to us making a loud noise in our other room? Like, all
So,
morning long?
30. Our walls are very thick. It used to be a military cell. That is categorically untrue. Yes.
Well, that's even more disgusting when you say it. You know what goes on in military barracks?
Do you want the room or not? Because I've already said yes, and now you're just kind of digging at me. 39 gold and 5 silver would be the cost difference between paid for your room and the master suite.
Fine. Here you go. And Allie will lay out 40 gold. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Just drops them out one at a time.
Yep.
And
1,
he's just
2,
watching
3.
them pile up. And he slides over 5 silver. He hands you a new key, and this one's bigger and nicer. Much nicer. May I have the key to the room? The one you're vacating?
Yes.
Who's got the key? Yes.
Ward. Please. And Dan, the man here, the key.
Ward, roll me an insight check.
Right from Ward. Hey,
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
why did that happen? Okay.
Wow.
So you realize that someone gave you the key at some point, and you just had it. And with a 22 insight, you realize that when you all left the room, someone gave you the key, walked out, and closed your door behind you, because you all did.
Wait, I'm sorry, I don't get it. Say that again?
So all of you went to leave the room, and with this plan, and Ward was the last one out, and someone came up to Ward and gave him the key to your room. Another employee.
Right, Ward is smarter than Jason, but Ward realizes he has key and will.
And when you hand this key over, you know it's not the key to your room. It's a different key. That's what the insight was for, to know the difference between the key that you were given for your room and the key you have now. They're two different.
Do we as a party have both keys?
That's all you, Ward. We don't know. Only you know that.
Do I have both keys?
You check your pockets, and you
Uh-huh.
have a second key. That is the key.
Yeah, I will hand the original key back.
And Daniel goes, all right, yeah, no, wait. Is that another key?
No, and Ward walks away.
No, I think the
Right.
intention. I think the intention was you to give the key that he gave to us earlier.
So now you have a key, but you don't know what it's to.
Correct.
So you walk away, and because he's still under the effects of the suggestion spell from our Dragonborn here, I'm gonna say that he just kind of waves away the other. So that you. So now, Ward, you don't really remember who gave it to you, but it was quick. And earlier when we started this, I rolled a sleight of hand silently, as because an employee came up while you guys were leaving, rolled really good stealth, rolled really good sleight of hand, and gave basically, like, if you had a pocket, they put it in your pocket without you.
Put the key inside of Ward. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
You had an extra key. Realize it. And I was like, all right, whoever has the key when you go to give the key back is going to have an extra key, and see if they figured out where it came from. Okay, so you have an extra key now. You've been given the key to the master suite. Daniel's kind of annoyed, but you've given him a bunch of gold. So what would you like to do?
Well, let's go upstairs to our room.
That second the extra key now we have. Does it match a regular room key? Does it look like the regular room key, or does it look like a?
So you've seen 3 keys basically now,
Yeah.
and the regular room key is kind of a nondescript key, and it has a number on it. It had the room number that you were staying in, which was 2. The master key is a bigger key and has an M on it, and it's for one of the 2 master rooms, right?
Mhm.
On the other side, it says an M on one side and 1 on the other, because there's 2 rooms up there, so it'd either be a 1 or a 2. Got the one with a 1 on it. And then the key that he was given, that you are now looking at as you like walk away from the bar, this one has an S on it. And it does not look like a normal room. So, are you guys making your way up to the 3rd floor? We'll just skip this second. I do have a really important question to ask. Adam, are you still holding a plate of eggs?
Well,
I guarantee
s-
Hallie was
I will
picking at the
say-
eggs.
You know what? Because I forgot about it, I will say Liv forgot about it. Yes,
Okay, so-
he's still holding a plate of eggs.
So as you make your way up to the 2nd floor, you look down and it's empty. And that's because what is it, Hallie or Haley?
Haley.
Haley has just been eating them the whole time as you guys have been walking. Like you were talking to Daniel, the innkeeper, and Haley's just like picking at the eggs, just eating them little by little. And by the time you get to the 3rd floor, they're gone. And now you're just holding an empty plate.
An empty plate with like a dirty
Little
empty
pieces of
plate.
egg.
Yeah.
There's some pepper on there. Like there used to be food. So you get up there, and Elric goes, "Can I help you?"
I would assume Haley would be in the front.
Yeah, we're looking for your sword of Meldabel. Oh, I'm
What?
sorry. I'm something I heard when I was young. It's kind of a bit of a high fantasy story. And she points toward, we are in the other suite. Not
Oh,
the
can
one
I-
there, the other one there.
Hold on, may I see the key? Show him the key.
Went to Ward.
Ward is the key master. Okay, Ward will walk up and flash the key.
All right, this is a key. Let me see the back. Oh, okay. Yeah, 1. Yeah, you're across the way. Go talk to David across the way, and he'll let you in.
Thank you, Prince Rick. Namba.
Oh, good afternoon. Why are there so many of you?
Morning, good morning.
No, I mean, oh, he looks out the window. Oh, I guess it's not yet noon. May I help you?
And I realize you said there's 5 of us. There's actually 4.
Oh, that's true. There's 4 of you. My bad. I keep on thinking that
Would you
Richard,
tell him?
Greg is with us.
he's with us in spirit.
That's that guy.
May
So
I
let's-
help all of you? I mean, Daniel doesn't usually let this sort of thing happen in the inn. It's a little.
Can I retcon something real quick because of
Please.
the number of because I was thinking of 5 the entire time. What I probably would have suggested earlier is that obviously we're automatons compared to
Ooh,
you two, so we are your
That's fun.
guards.
that's fun. So you guys are like flanking. I am not gonna let you put away the plate though. So you are an automaton gnomish guard holding an empty plate.
Yes.
Is everyone else cool with that idea, that story of how you guys are set up up here?
That works for me.
Ward feels like guard.
All right. So then David watches the 2 of you walk up, flanked by 2 Warforged, maybe, and one of them is holding an empty plate up to a ravenous Haley. Seems to can't stop eating, and goes, "Oh, are you? You know what? We're not supposed to ask questions here. Love is love. May I see your key?"
Ward shows him the key.
Oh, nice. And he pulls back the little room divider there to the south and brings you around and opens the door. So you're able to just go ahead and move your token across the desk. Can't change the map. That's just what the map looks like. And you go up and you see a very nice room that is clearly designed to either host large gatherings,
Wow.
or is just very, very fancy. And he says, there's like a sitting reading room to the north there, but otherwise, this is the whole room. You have several wardrobes to the south here. There are gowns and suits if you need to attend an event while you're in the city. We can have a tailor come in and change your clothing to suit you as needed. There is, of course, a bath here. If you need anything, let Solis know, and she can have one of the other employees bring up hot water for you. There's seating areas. There is an upstairs kitchen here, located through there.
Wait. Solis?
Yes.
About this tall
Yes, she is.
human
She's
lady?
the attendant. Yes, she's the
Long red
attendant
hair?
for the master's suite.
kind of looks natural.
Yes, that's Solis.
Oh my god. I
Okay.
went to uni with Solis
Went
in
to what?
Charm University.
Oh,
That
yeah,
what they call
the
it here?
university. Solis went to the University of Charm?
Well,
She
I'm not sure
I
if she
don't think
finished, but we were in freshman year together. In fact, we were roommates. Where is Solis? I need to see if this is the same person.
I mean, there's a bell on the table. You just ring the bell, and Solis, she handles the kitchen and everything else up here on this floor. I'm pretty sure she's not from Shard. I'm pretty sure.
Solis, this tall, red hair.
So you can keep talking to him, in which case you need to roll a deception check. Or you can go over and ring the bell that's on the table, which will summon Solis into the
Hallie will keep talking, but turn around from the guy mansplaining her and ring the bell. Since that is the end.
What's the attendant's name again?
This guy or
Yeah, this guy.
This is David.
David. Will walk up and go. We appreciate your hospitality, David. You may leave.
Hello? Ding,
Hello?
ding, 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 ding.
He walks up. He squints at you, and is like trying to do the mental math in his head of like, is this a Warforged? What is happening here, right? And then he looks at Haley and he looks at you, and there's a moment where you can see him like, do I care enough to keep asking questions? Does this actually matter to me? And then he puts his hand out to you, expecting.
Oh, then she'll drop a gold piece.
And he'll snap his feet together, like almost giving you an idea of like, oh, maybe this guy was in the military, because this is like a pretty official bow he's giving. He bows and he says, please let me know if you need anything else, or if you have any parties that are coming, or if you need to turn people, gain access. I will be just outside should you need anything. And he goes back to his desk and closes the door behind him. And you now know that by staying in this suite, you have like a little bit of extra security.
All right. So when my roommate, or former roommate, Solis comes, I'm going to just talk into her head and say, hey, understand, like, we're friends from university at Sharn. You might have been a exchange student from another place. And we'll
So
have a conversation.
hold on. You're doing this when she comes into the room?
I'm telling that to the group in probably a hush tone. Okay, we're having just we let her know everything's okay, and we have a hush conversation in the corner over there by the table, and everything's gonna be great. Okay.
Interjection. Technically, Ward and I don't need to know anything, as we are your guards.
Well, it says something, Blue. My boy, Blue.
Hey, what?
Nothing. Okay. I'm sure she should be here any minute. Hello.
I don't think you told the DM that you rang it.
Yeah, did you ring the bell?
Yeah, as David was like mansplaining me stuff, she just walks over and rings the bell when she says you can ring the bell. So she
So
rings the bell.
After a few minutes, you see the door to the east side of the room up here open, and then you hear someone go, "Fuck! What?" And you look, and someone has pushed like a chest or something in front of the door, and you watch as a woman that you saw earlier, about like 5'7", just unceremoniously like climb over this like waist-high chest, and just like brush herself off and go, "Ah, I hate so sorry. When no one's used this room for a while, they like to move the furniture around. I will get someone to move the chest. What can I get you find, lady and lord? Are these your warforged?
Hallie's gonna use.
We can.
Haley is gonna use her psychotic, psionic whispers that allows her to look at somebody up to her proficiency bonus and communicate with him telepathically up to 1 mile for the duration of her proficiency bonus. So I can pick up 2 people for 2 hours. And so Hallie's gonna say, "Don't be alarmed. We paid for the room. I told him you were my friend from uni at Shard. We understand that you have some information about a prisoner. And we're here to pay you some nice gold and she'll flash some platinum. And you can either just talk to me in my head and I can whisper it to my companions here, or we can just sit over there in the corner and have a conversation about what you might know."
So as you continue this, she starts nodding, because remember, like, magic's not a weird thing, right? So someone speaking to her head is not the wildest thing to happen. So she goes back and she locks the servant's door, and then motions as she walks back to the table here that someone should lock the south door.
I think at the same time when Hall is starting to speak, she'll reach over to Blue and kind of tap him on the arm like, "Hey, I'm talking to this person right now." Oh, she'll pick both Hallie and Blue because she can do up to 2 people, and he'll hear the same conversation.
Liv will raise one finger, as in like 1 moment, and then we'll open the door behind there, and we'll say to David, we would like not to be disturbed for the next hour.
Oh no, that's fine. Daniel didn't tell you. All right, so the rooms are enchanted. So if you lock both this door and the servant's door, then the room is magically sealed and no sound can come in and out of the room.
Are you sure they're not used to parties like us?
They're used to heads of state here, talking about like political and military matters, right? So like these were the rooms that the commanders of the base stayed in. So all of the old defenses and stuff, like if after you talk to David and he lets you know, when you close this door and lock it, you feel like an arcane lock go off in the room, and when you look at the windows, you see that there's like a sheen that you can see because of the sunlight. That sound can't get through the windows. If you were to open it, like you wouldn't be able to get out. Nothing is able to get in. Like the room becomes like a fortress, basically.
So that happens, and then as one precaution, and you see, please wait. as you see her take out her crossbow, but she like kind of flips a few switches on it, and it stops looking like a crossbow. It kind of now starts looking like a Geiger counter, and this takes time. It takes probably about 10 minutes as you guys watch her do this, and then she kind of sweeps the room as she is casting detect magic. So she, if that would incline that it would be a what kind of magic? If it's protection, what kind of magic is that?
Abjuration?
No,
Yeah.
not conjuration. Abjuration. Abjuration.
Yep.
So the purpose of this to see if there's anything besides abjuration, particularly divination.
Right. And so the wild thing is you do that and it immediately starts going off, right? Like, because all of the walls and the windows are now, and the doors are now all infused, and as you go around, they're all going off. When you get near the chamber pot, it is also set up, but that's like, what is teleportation magic? What is that? It's like,
Is it transmutation?
Yeah, something like that. But basically, you find out that the chamber pot is magical, and so that way any refuse you put in it is put somewhere else, and you
Conjuration.
go around. Yep, and then you go to one of the cabinets, and it is also magically infused, but this is this is probably abjuration 2, but it's a cold box. It's basically a fridge. And you just go around the whole room, and there are several things that are magically infused. This room is decked out, but none of it divination.
There you go. I think we are safe.
So, what do you want to know? And how much do you want to give me?
I mean, where is this person being held? Where's the prisoner being held? What kind of defenses are there? How much is that gonna cost me in gold or whatever? Because your hair looks beautiful.
Very nice. Say, I have to say, I have a lot of information, and how much you give me will determine how much of that information you get. And I don't really know. So I don't know. I mean, you've somehow finagled your way into the master suite, so you must have pretty deep pockets.
Nope. Somebody was shitting outside our door, or next to our door, or whatever. Blue ear has a very sensitive snout, as you can see how large it might be. It was just, we were able to have a conversation with Daniel, and he provided us this room. We paid the difference, so on and so forth. Anyways, he said no free booze, which is completely fine because I don't drink. But here we are, and here we are.
Please roll me a deception check.
That is a natural 20.
Natural 20.
Or 21.
She goes, that is quite a story, and some of the enchantments on the second floor must have not been working, because if there's a mess like that, we would be alerted. So, I guess all odds came together. That way, someone crapped in the hallway. I'll have to talk to James about that. I'm sure he loved cleaning it up.
You're so funny.
Well, why don't basically anyone, if you want to give like an insight check to see, like, to get a read on Celeste, like maybe you can figure out with a good insight check like how much she's expecting here, maybe, you know what I mean, because this is clearly an illicit transaction, so maybe you can get a read on Celeste, figure out how much she's looking for. So anybody can do that. You're all standing in the room.
I won't do an
I
insight
mean,
check.
two of us
But-
aren't hearing this conversation.
I'm going to pull out a copper piece and start fiddling with it.
Okay.
And I will use my last sorcery point to use Subtle Spell to cast Detect Thoughts on her.
Oh, nice. Nice. So I do want to clarify. I'm fairly certain you're all in the room. I don't think Liv and Ward are outside of the room.
Oh, did you guys start speaking out loud? Haley?
Yeah, once she sat down, it was like, okay. It was
okay.
kind of the conversation between, hey, we understand you got XYZ and
So
etc.
you switched out of like telepathic conversation.
Until we sat down and started speaking in hushed tones together.
Okay. Because that's when you knew safe to speak out loud. Okay. So yeah, you can all hear this. And yes. Is there a save? And that's a whole lot of text. Yes.
Not for the surface thoughts. If I
If
want to
you
probe deep.
If you probe deeper. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you initially hear is she is sizing you up. She's looking at your gear. She's like, okay, clothes, they look like they're from this place. Oh, that's silk, or you know what I mean, or that's velvet. Those are nice weapons. You know what I mean? She's basically looking at each of you and trying to come up with a number. And using that in tandem with you guys getting access to, which either means someone really did shit in the hallway, or you're someone important. Because Daniel's not going to let anybody. Like, even though you got a natural 20, she knows that there's more to the story, but she's taking you at your word. But you're in this room. Nobody gets in it except important people. So she's trying to figure out how much. And this stays open for how long?
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. So that's what you get initially.
Yeah, if I'm not getting shit out of her, I'm gonna probe.
All right, so now you're gonna probe. So I was gonna say, as you leave this open for a minute, like as Haley and her talk, I would just let you get more information as the conversation changed, right? But right now she was talking about money, and that's why she's trying to do more. But you're gonna dig deeper now.
I mean, I'll let it run a little bit, but I'm cognizant of the fact that I can only do this for a minute.
For a minute, exactly. So let's maybe do 2 interactions and then probe deeper, so that way see what else comes up to the top there. All right, Haley. Did no one roll?
I didn't roll insight.
I think everyone should just do a free insight, because this is your
All
contact,
right.
right? This is the person you're meeting with. Let's see if you guys can gain any information.
That is
See?
another natural 20.
Holy crap. Haley's on fire tonight. So you look at Solis.
Oh
And
my god, I was muted the entire time.
oh, sorry. That's a bummer. So the whole time.
We are roommates from university.
And she smiles at you. Like, sure we were. Sure we were.
Mhm.
Where'd we go to university?
Someplace in Sharn.
Someplace in Sharn. Interesting. Why don't you give me a number? And at that moment, that's when your insight kicks in. And you look at her, and you see that she's wearing a uniform, just like anybody else who works here. But you also notice she's got very nice earrings. She's got what looks like a gold necklace that goes underneath her uniform, but you can see the edge of it on her neck. And then you look at her shoes, and you see that her shoes, while good for working in, are also very nice. Like, it is, you're realizing that this is a woman who, while she works here, maybe the pay is good enough, but maybe the stuff she's wearing is so nice that maybe this isn't a new thing for her, and she's probably expecting a decent amount of money, and lowballing her would probably.
I think Haley would lean close to her, just like, this sounds creepy, but like breathe in the perfume, like to smell it, that it's really nice. And look to her and say, I prefer night blooming jasmine, and I don't want to offend you with a small figure. So perhaps we start at what you at least accept for preliminary information. And I would like to quickly lay out a few stacks of gold. Give me 5 stacks of 5 each, and do that little poker where you stack 2 things and you put them together, and you stack them and you put them together, and you switch them to 4 and you put them together.
So because we have 2 things happening at the same time. You're insight checking her. You're reading her, right? We're gonna roll over that natural 20. You're watching her eyes and her face as you're stacking up more and more gold. And then while this is happening, Isendrak is looking and detecting her thoughts at the same time, right? So we've actually got 2 ways to get information from her right now. So how much? So you do 5 gold, and then you do another 5
Another
gold.
5, and then put it into a stack of 10, and then I put 5 and then 5 again next to each other, and then did the whole poker
So
shit
20.
stack.
So as you get to 25 gold, Isendrak, you hear at 25 gold, she's like, they're halfway there.
And Isendrak, you can communicate with me telepathically without having her here.
Because you
That's okay.
still have that. You still have that.
I can do it anyway because I do have telepathy.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Yep. Nice.
Hold on. Get another call.
She's like, yeah, in her mind, she's like, well, they're going in the right direction, only halfway there.
Okay. And he can, and she, excuse me, he continues to pile gold and kind of looks deep in her eye as he piles the gold. Kind of glances to Blue.
Yeah, and as you approach 50, get to 50, and she just gets a big grin on her face, and she watches you to see if you add any more. But at this point, you know that you hit the sweet spot for her. Ah, okay. All right, now we can do. What would you like to know? And at that point, Isendrak, you get like a series of thoughts. You get the phrase 3 months, and then you get the phrase the 3 of them never leave, and then you get the phrase they've been here too long. Like, you just get multiple quick thoughts that come up, and because they're so disconnected from everything, right? Because this is her internal monologue, right? So she's referring to specific things, but not saying the whole thing in her mind because you're just surface level. You don't really know what they're connected to. And she's looking at Haley now, like, ask me questions.
Where are they?
And she looks from Haley to you and just points at the wall. To the east.
To the east, like
Next.
room next door.
And she just nods. They're in the other master suite. And you get three of them. You get that, Isaac. She doesn't say it.
How many?
I know how many. I'll just telepathically tell her that. I know how many.
Is there?
Anything else?
I think that.
There are 3.
I think there's a conversation, like a 3-way conversation going back and forth between Blue and Haley and her, and then Haley and her, and back and forth. It's like, how many? Do we lock the door? Can you lock the door? Knowing how it works, etc., etc.
Okay. So then I can just like give you the information that comes up, and then I'll tell you what she says, and then I'll tell you what she thinks. All right. So I'll tell you the
Cool.
information she says, and then the extra information. before the minute runs out. So she lets you know over the minute that 3 people have been in that room, and contrary to what you've been told by Edward Spartsmith, where this kidnapping took place 3 weeks ago, those 3 people have been in that room for 3 months.
Wow.
So that is counter to the information you were given. And Eisendrak, she's not lying. You can just tell because what she says is matching her internal. You find out that those 3 people have been like paying up front for months, and before them, every month it was a different group of people. That there'd always be three people, and they would stay in that room, and they stay there for a month, and then they'd leave, and then another 3 people would show up, and they always look like people with money, or maybe adventurers who are very well off, or something like that. It's people that look imposing or scary or well off, and she lets you know that they never want to be disturbed. They never really ask for much. That her job for the past, year, because she's worked on this floor for that long, she lets you know that she's working here for that long. It's an easy job because they hardly ever want anything. And the only time she really has to work is when someone else stays in this suite. Then she actually has to do her job. And I'll just let you know, Eisendrak, like, she's telling the truth the whole time. And says that but in her mind she says it's weird that they're still here because it's not the same pattern anymore, right? For 9 months it's been 3 people in for a month and then they leave, 3 other people in, then they leave. And as you get deeper into this conversation, your concentration ends unless you want to delve deeper before it ends so you can get some extra information. But it's becoming clear to the entire party that the information you were given was either wrong or a fabrication or something. But
And the information that we were told, only one person was kidnapped, right?
yes. So, and there are 3 people staying in this suite, and they've been here way longer. So, yeah, at this point, that's what you get. Randy, do you want to delve deeper before the
Sure.
concentration ends?
That's super broke. Why not?
Yep. See if you can get something extra. Wisdom save.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, wisdom save.
Right.
You're very roused.
And you, well, I didn't mention it at the top of the session, but everyone has an inspiration. So if you want to use that, because we're getting towards the end of the session anyway, right? So
Do it.
you want to make a re-roll it?
Sure, go for it. Why not?
Everyone gets a free inspiration. I mean, except for Jason. Jason doesn't get one.
That's a natural 20.
All
Oh
right.
man, can I invoke my inspiration for a roll?
That's funny. Why not? That's funny.
Hmm.
And for the record here, for the audience as well, Jason doesn't get one because he'd never use it.
It would make him sad to have one.
It's true.
Yeah.
You get 2.
I collect them. I just don't. I like to give them back to the DM.
So, well, this isn't Conan. You can't do that.
He uses them, but only for completely trivial things.
Oh, of course. No, I said I wanted to pee onto the upper bunk of the bunk bed. I'd like to re-roll. So with a 10, she fails. And you get an idea of something that she's keeping back. And that is the fact that every single time there is a group of 3 people in this room, they're friendly to it. This is not
what?
this is not an adversarial relationship. This isn't like See, I imagine, right? If you had, say, you had snuck up here and like looked through a peephole or something, right, into this room and seen 3 people, you might have thought to yourself, "Oh, that is the kidnappee," and then those are the 2 people guarding them, right? You see 3 people, that's what you might guess is happening here. She, in her head, is like, they're always friendly. It's very clear they are a group, and she wasn't gonna tell you guys. So it's clear to the whole group that the information you've been given for this job, this kidnapping, is you were either given the wrong tavern or something. But this is what is happening here is not what it's. And I don't know how late do you guys want to keep going? Because it's 10:17 right now.
This might be the last time I play since the storm's coming.
There's
Oh,
a
you're gonna be-
storm coming.
Winter is coming. Oh, that's up to you guys. I'm good either way.
I mean, I can play for a bit.
Okay. Well, unless there's an objection, let's go to 10:30 then, so
Okay.
that way we can end it on a note. So she's just sitting there after that. Says, well, you don't get comped alcohol, but I can bring you food or whatever. You want me to have some beds brought in? Because there's only the one bed.
Good.
I think
But there
Blue's
is
the
a
only one that
bathtub.
needs to sleep.
Oh.
Does, like, when you have dignitaries here on the regular, do the rooms connect back there? She points to the chest in front of the door.
Right. No, that is the servants' corridor, and there's a kitchen and a nice chest and other things in there. Yes, the 2 rooms do connect. But if you're gonna want to go through there, I'm gonna need a little bit extra because no one's supposed to be. In fact, if you give me, what do we think? 50, maybe another 50%, another 25, and not only can I make sure that you can get through those doors, I'll make sure no one's in that corridor tonight or this afternoon. I'll make sure no one.
Well, I just need somebody to open the doors and I can get through there, no problem. But, like,
Right.
maybe if I'm in town, you and I can, like, a day off, go out and, like, you can show me
Oh.
around.
Sweetheart, you're lovely, but I'm not interested. I'm interested.
So Val, Liv will walk over from behind her, and then drop 25 gold onto the next to the stack.
All right. Well,
That
you let
sounds
me know.
agreeable.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are you a Warforged?
She cocks her head and says, "Gnomish."
What? Okay. Well, unless you need something else, it's a pleasure. Really. And you watch as she opens her apron, and there's like a little like bag tucked under her apron, and she just takes all the coin and sweeps it off of the table into a bag, and it makes no noise as it falls into the bag. And you'll remember, and I forgot to bring this up, I do apologize, Adam. Her hip was glowing when you did detect magic, and Liv immediately puts it together that that's a bag of holding. So this woman has very expensive taste if she's got a bag of holding on her. Exactly. That's exactly. It looks exactly like that. And she says, just ring the bell, with the door unlocked, of course, because otherwise I won't hear it. And I will make sure to vacate the corridor, and I'll take Jeremy. No, not Jeremy. Who's on? on guard today.
Are you sure
Reese.
to leave the
Reese is
doors
sitting-
slightly ajar?
Okay, I will leave this one open because it does lock from
Yeah.
the servant side too. It's a double lock. But I have to tell you, if they have both of their doors locked, you're not going to be able to get in there unless you have some impressive magic.
Did you?
They have the same security.
That's why you just leave the door open.
Well, you gave me. Okay, so what I can do is I can go deliver them a bottle for free. It's
Mhm.
Say it's a gift from
From
Daniel.
us.
You want them to know that there are people here?
I mean, they're gonna hear it later.
Suppose. I just figured you wouldn't want them to know that you're. But that's fine. I'll let them know that the other people in the master suite, whatever, are sending over some booze, and then when I come back in, I'll just leave the door slightly open so they can't lock it, I guess.
And the Blue Baron would like as a gesture to kindly keep it down because we have audience with the king tomorrow, or magister or mayor, whoever, like, who's the most important person here in Pillar.
I'm not gonna yell. I'll just tell them that it's compliments of other people. Sweet. People like their privacy up. They don't normally even send alcohol, but that's fine. I'll take care of that. I'll give them a nice bottle of wine, paid for it technically, and then I'll take Reese and we'll go downstairs and I'll just have him take a smoke break with me, and that should give you, what do you need, like 15 minutes, 30 minutes? How much time do you need?
If that, I mean, that would be great.
Okay. You want that now or maybe tonight?
Tonight.
Tonight. Okay.
Tonight. I want a bath first.
Okay. Well, then I'll see you later when I bring up food for supper. Oh, does anybody have any allergies or dietary restrictions? Our kitchen is amazing.
I prefer, like, I have a bit of a nut allergy.
A nut allergy? She's like writing it down.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? Talkative bunch.
Hi.
And she like looks at the gnome because the gnome said that it's a gnome, and then the gnome doesn't say anything about food.
No, the gnome did not say that she's a gnome. She just said, "What kind?
Gnomish.
What kind of warforger are you?" Gnomish.
Right? And then looks at Eisendrach. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Don't want supper later?
Oh, of course I want supper.
Okay. No dietary.
No.
Okay. Any special requests? Because you're in the master suite. You basically, food-wise, you can order whatever you want, but apparently no alcohol.
Yeah, M&M's, but with all the brown ones taken out.
You know, you're not the first person. Allie? Haley?
I prefer sushi, fish, something like that.
Fish. Okay. That's doable, but I usually warn people away from it. We are on the top of a very tall rock, and not really close to. Well, I mean, you know what? I'll go see if the market.
Eggs.
See
Eggs.
if someone. Eggs. Okay, so if we don't have fish, eggs. All right.
Eggs.
Sounds
Fresh fish.
good.
Eggs.
Ooh, did you have displacer beef steak?
I could find out. Hold on. She looks towards the door. Could you unlock that real quick? Because we're done talking about business, right? So could you unlock the door? Does someone unlock the door to the south?
Sure.
The south. Okay. Yeah.
Big steak? Okay.
So as soon as you unlock it, you feel the magic release, and it feels like like pressure releasing, like when you get out of an airplane or something. And she pulls a little device off of her hip and flips it up, and it's like a razor flip phone. She calls down to the kitchen. She says, "Do we have displacer beef?" "We do. We have displacer beef. Steaks?" "Steaks? How many?"
Two. Sure.
2. All right, 2.
4.
All right, sounds good. 4. All right, and she writes it down. All right, no nuts, displacer beefs. She looks at Liv. "Do you want me to take that plate? Do you need that plate?"
He pulled it out. No, I do not need this plate no longer.
Okay. Well, I will.
But please bring her some cutlery.
Right. Sure. Yeah, I'll bring extra cutlery when I bring up the steaks later. All right. Well, it was a pleasure. I'm gonna go back out my door. Maybe you mind if I get Reese to come in here and move this chest before I go downstairs?
Ward, can you move that chest?
Just.
All right. You move the chest. She doesn't have to climb over. She goes into the servants' area. You guys are left alone with new information. I don't know if you've been lied to, misled. Can be two different things, right? Withheld information versus wrong information. But you now know that there are 3 individuals in the room to the east. You know that after supper tonight, at some point, the door will be left open so that way you can gain access to the room, and you have the rest of the day. Since it's the end of the session, we just want to say that you take a long rest basically with the rest of your day, and then that way you guys at the beginning of next session will be topped off and ready to go.
Sure.
Sounds good. Does
Yeah,
the
sounds good.
and you mind if we ask some questions about the room real quick?
Oh, please go for it.
There's windows in the room, I presume, and they can be
Yes.
opened.
Yeah. Yep. So if you're looking from the perspective of the party token, which I imagine you are, there's a window to your left immediately, and then another one at the north side of the room on the same wall. That's a painting. That's a window.
That one. And you said there was another one? Oh, yeah, okay, right here.
Yep, right there. You open the door to the north. There's another window out there well, there's actually 3 windows. One in the center and then 2 smaller ones on the left and the right. If you go up into that room, there's a chair, paintings on the wall, several books, a bookcase. It's just a nice little reading room with a lot of natural light.
Oh, so
yeah.
there's the window. Okay, because of these windows.
Yep.
There's
There's
natural
3
light.
windows in there, the one in the center. Yep. And yeah, that's what you're working with.
And they're openable. They're openable to the outside, meaning that
They
like,
are.
if we want to
They
crawl
are.
out or whatever. Okay.
Even if they're open, though, if you were to lock the doors to the room, there would be like a magical field that would block entry and exit, even if the
That
windows
makes
are open.
sense.
So
Yeah, that makes
But
sense.
if they're not locked, yes, you can get out that way. And you look down and you can see other buildings to the north. You can see looks like a big warehouse. To the west is the street, and you see that you're up on the 3rd floor from here, and everything looks normal when you look.
And the back windows face all the windows face like the street. Is there any windows that are
So-
facing an alleyway or anything?
Yes. So to the west, that's street facing, right? Because it this building sits between 2 parallel streets. To the north, you see about, I'd say 15 feet away. Well, let me go to the 1st floor and check, because I actually have the other building. Actually, I can just bring you down. It's gonna take a second for everyone to load. Maybe not though, because you've already loaded before. All right. So yes. So down here, I'm just gonna put party token there so you guys can see the alleyway, because you would be able to look down and see the alleyway. So we'll just throw a party token here.
I had something.
All right, so when you look down, see the back of the privies, because there's no privy up on the 3rd floor. This is just where the reading. You see a fence to the left with 2 planters. You see what looks like maybe a vagabond of some kind sitting on a bench, and then it looks like maybe storage is out here in the alleyway, and you see some people working or just kind of doing their own thing. You see a water feature that is a fountain that kind of acts as also a water spigot for people who need it. There is a window up into the warehouse here that you can kind of see into, and it's just a bunch of boxes and random stuff, but there are bars on the inside of the window, so people can't break in. This is a sheet, like kind of like a gate with a sheet up on it, and if you were to go through the side, you see there's another like chain link flowers. So this is the alleyway that when you down in, and you remembered when you came through the door here, there's a big window that would allow you to out of the tavern.
So that's a big window.
That's a big window, just like the windows are up in the room. Big 10-foot wide.
Got it. How would people get to this alleyway though?
So they would have to jump the fence. Like this is meant to be like storage for the inn itself, and people have just kind of, it looks like it's kind of a forgotten area. There's just some people living back here.
So these aren't employees.
No. Nope.
Okay. Well, these are vagabonds.
These are houseless, unhomed people who, despite the wealth of this merchant hub, don't have anywhere else to go. So they're doing what they can.
Dislocated citizens.
Yep, but they're it's actually like really nice back here. Like you can tell, like, you know, people just
So when
hard
so when you say storage, you don't mean necessarily storage for the tavern.
I mean, so when you look, I mean, I don't know how much of this window upstairs, but if you were standing back here, there's a lot of boxes that look like they've been here a long time, and they have the name Drafty Villa on them. But then on top of that is like bags of stuff, and people have put down chairs, and you know what I mean? They've just kind of made living spaces around this area. And if someone from the tavern were to come back here, they'd probably get mad that people put a bunch of their stuff.
It looks like they've been forgotten or something. Okay, cool.
And I definitely, as a DM, didn't try and anticipate someone trying to sneak out of the tent via an alleyway. So yes, any more questions?
And when I look out the window at the 3rd floor, when I look across, is the warehouse that tall as well?
No, it's 2 stories tall. So you're looking over and you can see the warehouse, and it's a flat roof.
Flat roof, got it.
And it's 10 feet away. What were you asking, Jason?
Yeah, I probably would have given the S key at some point to Haley, because Ward doesn't know what the hell to do with it.
Oh, okay. I forgot you had that key. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that we were going to try to see if she knew anything about it, but you guys seemed like you didn't want to give her any more gold. So.
If no one has a theory about it, and you guys didn't ask Celise about it,
I mean, I assume
Liv would have, like, in her head, starts thinking of words that have S, and then the first thought, the word Liv would have thought was storage.
Okay.
A storage room.
Good theory. If no one else has another theory, we could do intelligence. Straight intelligence. See if anyone has like a eureka moment of what the S could mean.
Maybe an investigation check?
No, because all you have is the key to go off of. If you had more information, or you were like trying it somewhere, then yeah. Okay. 2 or 3.
Let's see here. You see that? You see that?
All right. So, did anyone other than the Warforged want to try?
I think if Haley was given a key, she would be like, "What's this?" That's another natural. No, I'm just kidding.
Did you? Don't you have an inspiration, Haley, left?
I mean,
or did you use that?
That was 2.
Ward has it. Ward has it, and so does. Why does it? Backers. What the hell?
Yeah.
I give my inspiration to Rebus.
Probably because that was the token you originally put.
Yeah, I may
Other
have to
random
be your
thing.
actor.
Yeah,
Cheapest,
anybody else
cheapest.
see like a pig and a fox just chilling at a table downstairs? Am I tripping?
No, there's
That
some.
happened. Okay.
There are
Okay.
some. There's some. I mean, there are owl people in D&D now. So
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't see they didn't look like people. They look like a pig and a fox. They look colorful. They look like a pig and a fox.
hey, look. Sometimes people like to cast polymorph for. All right.
Okay. I'm just
Does
saying. Looks like
uh
this inn is more accepting than it
Liv
comes off as.
Liv? Do you want to re-roll? Because Jason said he'd give it to you.
Oh, okay, sure. Nope, not saving throw.
There you go. There you go. The you're standing there, right, during this whole conversation, and before Celise left, you were watching the conversation. You were listening to Haley and have this conversation, and then there's just a flash of memory. And watch Celise leave, and maybe even when she was climbing over the chest, you saw that she had a key ring on her, and she only had one key, and it had an S on it. It's the service key. It's a key that employees use to get around the inn.
So well, we know Haley's on the other side of that wall right now, right? It's on the other side of the door. So, maybe we could wait to test the key at a later time when we know she's not on the other side, because that means it would open that door. It would open the other side of that door, because you said it's double locked, right?
Yep, it locks up from both sides. But yeah, she's just on the other side right now. You know you can get her attention with a ring in the bell, but you now know what that key is because you saw that she had it, and she only had one key.
Not worried or suspicious about me having a service key at
Yeah,
all.
who gave you that key?
Good fortune.
How did you get that key, Ward?
And how do they
Always
know to
have
give it to Ward?
In an inn where you are staying in the master suite, and you know for a fact now that the job that was given to you is misleading in some way. The clues you were given are not coming together.
We brought this key from home. You mean?
Yep, of course. Yeah. No, that's just Ward's key. Because his real name is Sword, so that's why it's got an S on it. All right, and I think that's going to end our session for tonight. We went a little late so we could get the rest of the information to you guys, and I wanted you to have all that information because, as the captain and both Edward warned you to be wary, to be careful of working for the houses because nothing is as it seems. So I'm gonna.
There's one thing I kind of want to do, because
Sure.
you said because it's still because you said that we could take a long rest, so it's still like, during the day.
Right.
Maybe we need to go back and talk to the captain.
All right, so the captain's at the docks. So
Yep.
that's take you about probably an hour to get over there. Do we want to? I mean, it's already 10:40. Do we want to maybe start the session with that next week, and I can put that in my notes?
Yeah. I wasn't saying now. Yeah, I was saying that I was asking like, is that something we as a party we want to do? So I'm asking that to everybody else.
Sure.
Oh, I will.
Works.
I will say though that you see on the table there's like a magazine, and as you pick up this magazine.
Better not be gnome porn.
It's a magazine called Airships and You. And you guys can feel free to look through this magazine about all the different kinds of airships in Eberron. It's like a combination of like a magazine just selling stuff, and also maybe even like a kids magazine of like, oh, these are the airships of our world.
Like how
Oh,
they
that's cool.
specifically have our boss's pirate ship in here.
Yep. Which goes to show you as well.
Which one is it?
The last one.
Which goes to
Last
show
one?
you as well. Kind of a big deal.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
what do
good.
you guys what do you guys want to do? You guys start the session. You guys want to talk to the captain real quick, or
Yeah,
what?
let's do that. We have time, yeah, let's do that.
I especially like the dude on the wind board in the sky. I like new fun recreations.
Cool.
New fun. Ooh. Oh yeah, huh? Like on a.
Like a wind board. Okay, so yep, I'll put in my notes that why is Jenny scared? You're funny, man. I will put it in my notes here. Let me make a full. Good idea. I should make a journal.
Were we given a time limit for this?
It was not really, but it was kind of like the whole idea was, how you handle this mission is going to be important, not only for the captain to keep you guys on, but also to see how much you're being. So, like, if you guys can get this done over in 24 hours, it's going to look.
So this seems more like a test than anything else.
I mean, at this point, you guys have gotten enough information to find out that a lot of what you've been told, like, you don't know where in the handling of the information you were given, like where the misleading information is coming.
Mm.
Like was it the person who originally made the job and then handed it to a third party that was lying from the beginning, or did the middleman change details, or did Edwards, because it went from whoever created the job to a middleman to Edward Parksmith, if you're to believe what, right? No one did an inside check on him, so you don't know if he was lying. And then it came to you, and now you have that information and getting more information on the ground here. So at this point, you're not sure who's lying or why, but it's definitely conflicting.
Yep.
But maybe they weren't kidnapped. They went willingly, but they made it sound like they were kidnapped
Mhm.
because they did not want anybody else to know.
The only thing you know for certain, and everyone has agreed on this so far, everybody, is that this is a job that was given to you through several intermediaries by a house. You don't know if it's a lesser house or a greater house, but you know it's a house. And they've also implicated in the job that another house is involved. So these are the chaotic, interplays between house politics, and you guys are in the middle. That's what you know is true out of everything.
Awesome.
Very
But I'm
cool.
excited.
I had a great time, Jordan.
Agreed.
Glad.
Very fun.
Sorry we didn't get into combat or anything, but I wanted to set the
All
stage.
good.
Also,
It was all
free to
good.
turn off the feel free to turn off the voice modulator now, because a lot of times it actually was kind of difficult for me to understand what you're saying.
it's cutting into your voice a little. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, you know what? You probably don't need to do the feminine inclinations in your voice. It's just going to come through on its own. I think that's when it's breaking up.
Because I think I do the feminine inclinations pretty well on my characters.
Yep, I agree.
And I would recommend, just to have it easier, Rick, is that you only use the voice when you're actually speaking.
Oh, as your
As that,
character?
so
That's
have
great.
like a push to talk, switch on it. So then when you're talking about other that not in character, then we know obviously that you're not talking as her.
Totally.
I agree.
But yeah, please, talks amongst yourselves.
Oh, bloody hell, I thought I lost you.
I thought we were supposed to meet. Where have you been? And she starts poking at you.
Hiding from you, damn it. Leave me. Oh, my head. Damn, Captain's got me divining all bloody day. What are you doing here?
Why else? Following you.
Blast it all. What time is it?
What time is it? Still the daytime. It's probably past a little bit past noon.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. It is. Looks down. 1 p.m. Come on, we need to see the captain.
Hold on. Let me get my pipe first, damn it. I will follow Livia.
As you do, you recall a vision that you had in between the moments of dreaming and awakening.
Lovely. Oh, today is going to be a fantastic day. I can feel it already. I make no promises his accent will last.
Oh, yeah, you may. If you keep it going, then then you'll get some inspiration points for sustaining it. But feel free to move around the ship. Richard, this is gonna be new for you. You'll need to figure out what connects where. But you should see, if you move to the left, you'll see some doors to the left there, and as you approach them, you'll be taken to the top deck. Through the doors, you'll see stairs. You'll come up to the top deck. There, you'll see the first mate, who you've had some interactions with, but he's mostly just watched over the ship. If you go south and then move up the stairs, follow Olivia, you will make your way to the captain's quarters.
I just grunt at the first mate, puffing on a pipe.
You both come to quite an understanding in a very short time.
Failures be damned, you're a big one, aren't you? Hello, Scales. Sorry, out the way.
So we can say that in the time that took, and for Eltar to join Ward and Haley, would you have already briefed the captain in that time?
Probably not. No, I probably would have just stared at her waiting for the rest of my team.
What about Haley?
Probably just looking for some food. Do you have any food?
No, I've already eaten my lunch.
Oh, it's for me, not for you.
No, there wouldn't be food for you in my cabin.
I can attest to that much. Haven't had a bite to eat for how long?
I told you that you should eat before you fell asleep this morning. There's always food down in the crew quarters, and then there's also food next to Garrick's cabin. So I didn't expect you all back so soon. It doesn't look like you have a gentleman or a lady in tow. So what can I help you with?
A bit of advice, I suppose.
Regarding your work?
Yeah. Seems like we were given bad information.
Well, if the rumor was true and this was a house job, the higher the house, the more false the information. So how bad is it?
It doesn't seem like anyone was abducted.
That is pretty false.
So it's not really clear how to proceed. Who do we grab if no one got abducted to begin with?
Have you found anyone in the tavern that would match any of the descriptions you were given, or people who might have been staying there long term?
Yeah, there are 3 individuals.
We have found your redheaded contact, and we have spoken to them. They say that there's a trio of people that are in a room. However, they all seem to be friendly with each other. and it seems that they do not want to leave.
How long?
3 months?
Oh, that is longer. Wow. The job definitely meant for you to at least come in contact with these individuals. Maybe they have something you need. If it's not a retrieval of a person, it might be a retrieval of an object. Or a house wouldn't hire a crew of this caliber for a smash and grab. So my suggestion is gain entry to the room, see if you can talk to them peacefully. Are any of you experts in infiltration?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am.
If you can do so safely, I would suggest that you try and enter the room. It doesn't sound like they leave it though, so maybe while they sleep? Oh wait, there's 3 of them. They may take shifts.
Especially if only there was only one person kidnapped. We would not know which one.
That's true. That's true. I mean,
We can just kill them all instead.
I don't know if it's.
Yeah. Did the contract say the person had to be alive when we brought them back?
I mean, safe return does imply that. Edward, did you mention something about how you accomplish the job and the speed at which you accomplish it would determine a bonus payout? So they intend for you to return someone, or if not something.
Well, I guess we could always just bring back all 3 of them and let them sort it out.
That's true. I mean, if there's, I would say, at the very least, scope the room out. If there's something of value in the room, it might be worth taking it. Although at this point, with a contract proven to be false, how can we even be sure what the object would be? Or I would just say you might want to speak with them if it's possible. Is there a way that you can get into the room?
Yes.
Inquiry. What do you know of the credibility of the, are you say, mole or the redheaded girl?
The credibility? I mean, she provides information for coin. She's a source. She's been working in that tavern since it was opened. She's half elven, so she's much older than she looks. Yeah, if something of worth happens inside the Drafty Villa, she's always been a good source of information. I met her 5 years ago, so she if you give her money, she can be trusted as much as any mercenary can, I suppose. But you have a way into the room, Eisendrach.
Yeah, she provided us with a means of entry.
Wonderful. Barring walking in there and seeing a giant diamond on the table, which would obviously probably be the target, if there's nothing of particular value in the room that is obvious, I would suggest talking to them.
Direct approach.
Yes, at this point, we don't have enough information. Is there any way for you to get information from them without speaking to them? You said you can infiltrate, right? Maybe you could go through their belongings. Maybe they have paperwork on them, especially if they're working for a house, because the original contract said something about a rival house doing the kidnapping. So maybe we know these are houses at play. So the same as you having a contract, maybe they have some type of contract. They could be house agents, or they could be mercenaries, much like yourselves.
Well, I guess I can go through their pockets. Okay, you convinced me.
And to make sure that you're on the top of your game, please go down to the eating area next to Garrick's quarters, and I'll have him prepare some food. And you watch as she picks up a small square device and just whispers a couple words into it. And those of you with higher perception will hear her ask Garrick to lay out some food in the area. And I'm not going to move the token, but Haley, you see Garrick come in, and he goes through some of the cabinets in here and opens up some of the boxes and brings out, better than you would guess, some fresh fruit and vegetables. Definitely, these boxes were not in here before you came to Pillar, so they picked up some fresh supplies already in the time that you guys have been at the inn, and there's some food available for you to eat, some fresh bread, some dried meats, and you were able to have a nice little lunch.
Oh, felt better.
Oh yes, you're welcome. let me know if you need anything else. But he turns around and goes back up to the top deck, just to keep an eye on the ship. Eltar, do you have any more information? I know you did a fair amount of divining before, but now that you're rested, is there any other information that you could find out, or that you've seen maybe? I know you have visions. That's why we hired you.
So you all would see this poorly looking dwarf, out of shape, wearing just a vest and kind of this kilt looking thing with a long staff, completely silver beard and eyebrows and hair. Currently no tattoos, unlike the token. Leaning against the wall and just constantly smoking this pipe. I've seen things, I always bloody see things. Your usual doom and gloom, screams in the dark, panels of light, coils of serpents squeezed all together and slithering all over the fucking place. Eyes of light among breathing metal, like these tin cans over here, but breathing. Did you get all that?
Correction. I do not breathe.
Aye, I said not like you tin can.
Not the best news, but something to look forward to, I guess.
You know, everyone wants to know their future, but then when you actually tell them, they don't seem to appreciate it very much.
Oh no, I can appreciate it. I'd rather see the danger in the dark before I come upon it.
One reason why I take your coin.
Speaking of, would you mind accompanying the rest of the crew back? Eltar, that's Eisendrak behind you. Seems like you know Liv. We have Haley over here.
Unfortunately.
And then Ward in the back.
Or just nods.
Yeah, Ward doesn't really speak much, I've noticed.
I like him already. Will you be paying me for this?
I mean, I'll be paying you what the rest of them. I mean, here's the thing: you're gonna get your standard rate because of the services you provide. But if you go with them, I imagine. Actually, I already talked with Edward, and you have been added to the contract, so you will get paid just the same as everybody else upon completion.
Right. Let's go then.
Unless there's anything else, I will see you when you've found what you need to find. Good talking, Ward.
Well, how'd you get mixed up with this lot, you little bucket?
I was looking for you, and then you weren't around, so I just tried to fit in.
Yeah, dice game in the last tavern got a bit dicey, so had to make a quick exit, find some coin.
Lead on, Warden.
Going to be a long fucking day.
Does anybody want to make a stop at a shop or anything on the way back? Or are you just going to head back?
Did we talk about, find familiar? I would have it already casted, right?
I'll make sure that they are with you when you get to the tavern. Do y'all want to start on the first floor, or do you want to just head straight to the master suite?
I'm probably I would say the master suite, so we can start planning, because that's what we do. We plan.
Unless you're planning to show Richard the rest of the tavern. I would start in the master suite.
Oh yeah, I could do that. Well, I can just pull Richard through all the different parts of the tavern. So let's do this.
Loading. Before we leave the ship, Eltar would cast Mage Armor on himself.
What does that bring your AC up to? So 13.
Yeah, I think my base is 10, actually. So, it was already on.
Do you get an extra 3? You're good. So the moment you walk through all the different levels of the tavern, you make your way up through all the different stairwells, past the rooms of the second floor, and finally up to the top room. Your concierge, David, lets you in. You are now inside the room. If you lock the doors, that'll seal them. But Eltar, you notice as soon as you walk in that Scritches makes their way to the master bed and just gets nice and comfortable in the very, very soft sheets.
Yeah, as he does always.
As soon as the door is locked, Olivia will then take the next 10 minutes and cast Detect Magic, like taking out that Geiger counter again and doing another sweep of the room looking for divination magic.
After 10 minutes, the whole room lights up yet again, but you're able to remove, defocus from all of the known magical sources. But as you sweep through the room, you do not detect any divination.
We should be.
So, do we wait for the evening, or should I just go in there and see what I can see?
Well, I hope no one's fucking looking at me. I just got here.
Yeah, around you see a very nice room.
You said you are the infiltrator, right? So, infiltrate.
All right, I'll do that. But first, and she'll move towards Silver Seer, and then down as if she's gonna give him a kiss, and then she would disappear.
Don't like that.
And then I'll move towards the.
It's currently locked. You can unlock it from this side.
All right, so let's unlock it.
All right, roll me some. Well, yes, you can just unbolt it, and once it's unbolted, you can open it. The chest has been moved, so you're able to unlock. Do you mean this door, the door to the south, or the door to the east?
The door to the east. Did she say that she was going to leave the door unlocked later? No, I don't remember.
It was later.
Anybody remember? Yeah, it was later.
You remember from your conversation that it locks from both sides technically, but what she said later in the evening was she was going to leave the door from the center room to the other master suite open a little bit, so that way it couldn't be locked, so that way you'd be able to get in later tonight. So that's not now. That's like probably, I'd say it's probably it's about 5 hours from now when she was planning on doing that. So at the moment, you know that you're able to get into the center room at least. You don't know if you'll be able to get into the master suite from here, but you're more than welcome to try.
Assuming everything is fine, we should be able to get in there using the extra key that we have. However, we don't know if the hallway in the middle, if there's anybody there.
Well, I think I would wait to go invisible until we knew that the other door was going to be unlocked or set ajar, so I wouldn't have to break my invisibility trying to get in the other room.
If you'd like, I could just go to the other door and knock.
Scritches, you got the right idea. After about a minute, I point my finger towards the wall. Right, you find anything? And I'll cast the message.
Who's the target for the message?
The pointy-eared she-elf who eats like an angry badger.
Because she didn't go invisible because you guys don't know if the other door is unlocked yet, so you easily find her with the message spell because she's still in the room with you. If you went up to the door and unlocked it, you're more than welcome to give me a perception check, because as soon as you unlock it, you kind of hear the sounds of the city around you again, because whenever both doors are locked, the entire room is magically sealed, both through sound and movement. Eltar, as you saw the door get locked when you first walked in here, through the left you see like an open window that looks back down onto the street. But as soon as both doors became locked, there was a shimmering wall that appeared in front of the window to protect the suite.
Fancy.
And as soon as you unlock it, go ahead and give me that perception check.
That's a 9.
Yeah, with a 9, you're not really, you can hear, you're not sure if the movement you're hearing is just because this is a very busy tavern with a lot of people staying in it, or if there's actually someone in the room next to you. You're not sure. But Liv did bring up a good point. You guys do have a service key on you that is able to, it acts like a skeleton key, kind of a master key for the doors that are only supposed to be on employees, trusted employees, and somehow was imparted onto your group. What would you all like to do?
So, are we gonna wait, or are we gonna go now?
Warden, you mentioned message?
Told you to stop calling me that. I can message.
For
I
awareness.
mean, I can speak telepathically with her for 3 minutes.
For awareness, we may need to leave the doors unlocked for that to work.
Probably a good assumption. Right, well, so what's the plan?
So maybe what we can do is tonight, when we're able to know that there's nobody in the hall, Miss Haley
Mm-hmm.
can unlock the door. Once both doors are unlocked, Mr. Eisendrach can speak telepathically to the occupants next door and get more information. Therefore, we will not need to enter the room.
Sure, that's a good idea. Suddenly being in someone's head generally freaks them out.
And just enter the room right now.
I like that approach. Forget this sneaky nonsense. Just walk in.
Of course, right when I lie down on the fucking bed.
Well, shall we go say hello?
Sounds like a plan.
Come on, Liv.
Warden, aren't you coming?
Can I help you?
More numbers will be helpful.
Alright, come on, Scritches.
Can I help all of you with anything?
No. Just passing through.
Do you have any ale?
Yes. I thought it was going to be later tonight.
Why would I want the ale later tonight if I'm right here now?
No, I don't. Oh, okay. I'll get your ale in a second. I'm a big
Blue.
Eisendruck.
Eisendruck. Why did she just say blue?
Because she's annoying.
Oh, well,
Because he's fucking blue.
yeah, but I don't call you short.
Well, that's rather rude.
And she
And
hands.
I don't call you slow. Where's my ale?
She hands it to you as she called you short. With a smile. She does it, but she hands you ale at the same time.
Eltar does not smile. Charisma of 8, baby.
What's no?
And not the face this time.
What's happening? I thought it was gonna be later tonight. Is it gonna be now?
They are in there now?
They never leave. They have
Then we're doing this now.
magical chamber pots just like you do. Does Ward gets into the tub?
Ward seems to be in the way over there, so he might as well do something useful.
Sometimes seeing the whole map is unintentionally funny. Okay, well, do you want me to clear the? I mean, is this gonna be loud? Is this gonna be quiet? How? I don't need to know. I just need to know how it's going to affect things. Should I be prepared for chaos or what?
You should always be prepared for chaos.
As the door opens. By the way, I think Haley's the one that has the key.
Yeah, Haley does have the key.
Eltar's just grabbing food off the counter.
Yeah, there's pastries, there's ale, there's pitchers of water. Like, you can tell that this is like the servant hallway to prepare food and to get food ready. And it's just before dinner time, so she's been just moving food up here to get it ready for dinner. If you're in these master suites, you don't eat down in the tavern with the plebs. You eat in here in your own rooms. That's why there's the big tables.
Oh, if that's the case, then to help blend in, so when you walk in, not to be abrupt, she'll start picking up. Olivia will start picking up various plates to bring into the next room.
Yeah, and so Lee sees you doing this and just brings you like one of those big waiter platters.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want this? So you don't have to just be holding the individual plates?
Oh yes, that would be very convenient.
Okay. And she hands it to you. And she goes, excuse me. She goes by Haley. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get I'm gonna see if I can get Elric away from the door at the least, because they'll be able to hear you at first until that door locks again. I don't know if it's locked now. And she motions, and there's a bell right here. And you notice there's a bell on the other side as well. And Liv, if you peek back into your room, you see there's a similar bell on the inside of your master suite. She's like, that's the only way to notify the room when it's completely locked, because otherwise it's magically sealed. So if you want them to open the door, you can do that, but I'm supposed to be the only one that does that. So they may not be excited to see you. All right, I'll go take care of Elric for a little bit. I'll distract him. He's always had a thing for me. Just please don't make me lose my job. And she leaves.
I will hand the key to. There you go, Blue. I'm not sure how this magic interacts with my more flattering form. And now I will go invisible. If we're going to open the door, as he reaches for the door, I'll go invisible.
Well, what's the plan? Are you guys knocking just to chat? Or is this an infiltration? What's the plan? Because it's just before dinner time. There's no indication that they would be sleeping unless they, I don't know if they take turns or what.
I'm making the assumption that we are doing what the captain has recommended, and that would be just to walk in and simply talk.
Yeah, that's my assumption. So invisibility, probably not needed.
All right, so you guys ring the bell, I imagine?
Do we want to open the door or ring the bell? Do we want to unlock the door and open the door, or ring the bell?
Unlock the door, right.
So you go to unlock the door and the bolt doesn't move. And you know from your room that if you've locked both doors, it seals. And there's no real way to open it unless you use the key. So you have the service key, or you can ring the doorbell if you're just,
Right, you using the key was implied, yes. Unlock the door.
So you use the key. Are you trying to do so stealthily?
Nope.
All right, you unlock the door. Door's unlocked. And you open the door, and you see a 5-foot long blade pointed at your face. a man in plate mail, or full plate, pointing a weapon at your face. And he goes, you don't look like Celise. What do you want, Dragonborn?
To come in and have a chat.
And why should you come into our room?
Well, you could come into our room if you'd rather.
No, I don't think I will. Why do you want to talk?
Well, that's a little difficult to explain. Why don't we be nice if we were just sitting down comfortably? Look, we brought snacks.
He looks over your shoulder. He sees Liv holding. How are you holding the large platter of food, Liv?
So she's holding it like literally a waitress would. So she's balancing it using her hand and shoulder, and then using her hand holding the large tray, keeping it balanced.
You see the man in plate actually looks around your waist then, Isendrak, because Liv, you're like 3 feet tall, aren't you?
Yeah, she's like 3.5 feet tall.
So the platter's like 2.5 feet tall off the ground. He's like,
she's a little bit taller than 3.5 feet because she's wearing a top hat.
Oh, right, of course. So she's 4 feet tall with the top hat. I still don't know why you're here trying to talk to me instead of Celise bringing me food. So you're gonna have to say something to convince me before I let you in.
Fine, I'm gonna go with extreme honesty. Someone sent us here to sort of rescue someone who'd been abducted, but it doesn't look like anyone's been abducted. So we're just trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. We're hoping you lot could enlighten us. And I am asking nicely, and we brought treats.
All right, that's gonna affect the DC if you want to do a persuasion roll. You don't get advantage because he still doesn't know you, but definitely go ahead and give me a persuasion roll.
Not the most persuasive argument I've ever made.
Eltar sees that, his eyes flash silver. He sees 2 possible outcomes, and eventually one resolves, and that becomes an 18.
Well, we are hungry. How many are there of you?
5. Well, several of them are very small, so maybe less than 5. Call it 4.5.
Hold on, I'm only small vertically.
Are you bringing in Scritches?
I don't see why not.
So Scritches gets up from the bed and flies past all of you and past the man in plate and lays down in the bed. And the man in plate, you watch Isendrak as the sword comes up and then he brings it back down, foregoing an attack of opportunity when he sees that it's just a little... Is it like a dragon thing? Is it a pseudo-dragon? What is it, Eltar?
It's a pseudo-dragon, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, all right, well...
Well, that's kind of you to say.
Oh, not you. Come on in. And you watch, as you come in, you see 2 more men. One of them is in the northeast corner. He's in black robes carrying a staff. And then to the south, you see a man with a breastplate on, very, very finely dressed. And he holsters a pistol as you walk in.
That is a fine firearm you have there, sir.
Thank you.
She says as she starts laying out all the plates and stuff.
I do want to know, as everyone moves around the room, Jeremy, the man in plate, he says, I'm Jeremy. Warforged, what's your name?
Ward.
Ward, can you lock that door, please? And you all feel the room pressure change, the same feeling that in real life you get when the cabin of an airline or airplane pressurizes the cabin. That happens here in this room, which you are now familiar with. Eltar, that's probably the second time that's happened to you. It happened last time in your master suite, but it happens again. And then I just need to know, because of where Haley's positioned, as Liv is putting down these plates, is Haley just picking up the food and eating it?
Yep.
That's what I thought. Okay, the man to the south, the one with the pistol, says, William St. Paul. This is Jeremy, and over there is Calabash. So, you got a contract, huh?
Yep.
You mind if we see the paper?
Do we have a paper?
Yeah, you were given a paper. I don't know which one of you would have kept it on you, but you have the actual contract, a physical piece of paper.
It's probably in that bag we refused to open.
Who's got the paper?
I just had to get some food. Haley,
Don't everyone be strangers. You're being rude. Come over here.
there's food.
Oh, you're scattered around like you're just...
I thought we were all just gonna sit here at the table and have a nice dinner and chat.
Yeah.
Liv will come over to the center, but only after she picks up her own plate.
Jeremy takes off his plate helmet. You see that he's actually like upper 50s. He's a human, big guy, but he takes off his plate helm and he takes the piece of paper and then he puts on little reading glasses and he starts scanning it. Scouts, huh? Scouts have located agent. Ah, interesting. All right. Well, I can tell you this is a load of horse shit.
Yeah, we figured out that part.
Yeah, we got our own here. Strange thing is, our contract lasts a month. According to Daniel, the tavern owner, this room has been paid for a year at a time by whoever our employer is, because we are also contracted mercenaries. So we just stayed here. Free room, free board. We're not getting paid, but we didn't know where else to go. So,
Brilliant.
Eltar's trying to get a read on this, man.
first things first, Liv, why don't you... Are you doing so like detect magic, or are you just doing a visual scan?
Yeah, a visual.
Perception check, please. And then insight check from Eltar, I believe, is what you were saying. With an 18, you know that they're being honest with you. From what you can tell, you just met these individuals, but so far, based on their body language, the mannerisms, the expression on their faces, they seem kind of exasperated, annoyed, both at this situation maybe, but just you're not really sure the source of the annoyance, but you do get the feel, even though you're not technically a mercenary yourself, you're looking at all the other people in the room with you, and then you're looking at these three gentlemen, and you're like, yeah, these are all mercs. Everybody in this room is a mercenary. And then Liv, you're looking around, and nothing jumps out at you in particular. The room is the same as your room, but different. You know, the furniture is in different places. One thing you do notice, though, is there's no reading room. Like, you know, in your master suite, there's that extra room to the north that has a window that looks across to the top of a warehouse to the north, and there's no door there. Well, there you go. Bummer. There's a bunch of bookcases to the north where the door is on your side. That's why you check your maps before you start a game, guys. In our contract, we stay here for a month, and every week someone comes in to the tavern and they make their way down. And then at the end of the week, they come back up and they leave. And then someone else arrives and they go down. And that's all we do for a month. We guard this room and the adjoining room to the north. And he motions towards the bookcases.
Mr. Jeremy, would you mind if I search the room?
I mean, you're welcome to. We've been here for 3 months. We've kind of turned it over ourselves. See if there's anything of value. It's pretty standard. But by all means, go ahead.
Well, now at this point, she would go ahead and use detect magic.
After 10 minutes, you get a similar result. The room is magically protected, both from sound and physical movement. You'd know that what is that? Like a wall of force basically springs up in the windows and the doors and everything. But as you get to the bookcase, you see up here that there is magic on all 4 of the bookcases, and then there's also like a glowing sigil on the northeast corner. If you notice, like as you walk up there, Jeremy kind of notices you looking at the wall, and he goes, "Yeah, that's where the button is."
May I?
By all means. You press the button. 4 bookcases. All of the books become flat, almost as if they were just a facade, and then they all slide into each other and kind of go flat into the wall. The way, and you see modern houses where they'll have like a door for the bathroom or something that slides into the wall itself instead of pulling out. That's what these bookcases do. And you see a stone room with stone tiles on the floor, 2 benches, one on either side of the room, and then a central platform that is kind of just sitting in the center. He goes, "Yeah, so normally every week someone comes in and they stand there on that platform, and then the doors close. So we don't know what kind of happens after that, but
As that happens, she'll like casually start standing on the platform as he says that.
Nothing happens. Oh, do you still have detect magic up? There's another sigil on the back of the platform.
And she'll go ahead and touch that.
Okay. Well, Liv is going on a trip, guys.
Do we see this?
Yep. You watch as Liv presses the button.
Or do we just hear a foof and a flash from the next room? And we're like, Liv?
Eltar jumps up immediately and starts running over.
And the platform drops through a hole in the floor and continues all the way down for quite a while until Liv shows up in another room.
Oh, this is interesting.
As you land, two ever-glowing torches light up on the wall. And the hole up on the top floor seals as the platform goes down.
Is there another sigil still here? Unless it takes like 10 minutes for her to come down there.
Oh, the bookcase? Or you mean on the platform itself? There's just that one sigil, that one button.
So what she'll do is she'll activate it without being on the platform. She wants to see if she like can send back up without her.
And it does. It raises back up and all the way back to the top floor, and everyone else sees the platform return, but there's no Liv, but the platform's back.
Well, I guess she's dead.
So as the platform goes down and then comes back up, Jeremy says, I suppose that makes sense. We were all betting it was some type of teleportation circle.
Is there anything in this room that catches my eye being perhaps maybe part of an underground criminal syndicate, or is there anything on the papers that look like it's scrawled out these can't? Is there anything like that as I walk around the room?
No, there's nothing in here that indicates that this room is used for those type of purposes. Well, you going down after your friend? And you would notice, Eltar, that there's room enough for everybody to get on that platform. We all going down then?
Yes.
I suppose we must. Little twerp.
Blast that little tin can. Livia!
You see how Haley playing with the braid? That eerily matches the color of Eltar's beard. She's kind of putting it on his head.
So does as the platform was going down, since her detect magic, is on for like 10 minutes, does that fade at one point, or is like that protection magic also surrounds the room going down? You know what I mean?
So the platform you're on is magically moving. You can tell. You don't see chains or anything anywhere. But as soon as the platform went back up, you are now in the room with the torches, and you detect magic from the torches. But otherwise, there's no other magic in the room.
Yeah, like the walls aren't shielded like they would be upstairs.
No,
Okay.
but it is all stone. Like you can tell, this is a either like a dugout room, but it's all smooth, so it's worked stone. And then William St. Paul says, "Hey, which one of you is the leader of your little band?"
It's your boy Blue.
We all simultaneously say, it's me.
All right. Well, I'm only gonna accept one of you. So high or low. One person respond. High or low.
High, I guess?
Tell him Blue.
All right then. I want to see what's down there too. And William St. Paul steps onto the platform with you. Be back in a minute. Jeremy just waves.
Right, you can all get on the fucking platform. Can we go now?
You watch as the other two go to get food. All right.
So who's the one that's going down with us?
William St. Paul. He was the one with the gun. All right. Liv, you're gonna disappear for a second
That's fine.
because we will be using the party token for now. So you notice that as the pillar was going down, it was just like a cylinder, just that was big enough for the platform itself, and the walls were moving up past it as you were descending. And then as it touches down onto the stone floor, all of you see Liv standing by what looks like a stone door to the south. And then there's two torches burning on opposite walls down there. They are very bright. They are maybe the brightest torches you ever seen. And if anyone, does anyone want to roll an Arcana check? Anybody trained in Arcana?
Yes.
Not it?
Yeah, go ahead and roll. So with a 21, and maybe this is because of who Liv is, you know that these are not normal torches. These are magically infused lights, which is a thing like in Sharn. Like in big cities, they don't use torches in public, they use lights. that burn with different oils or even magical electricity, but these are very, very nice ones. So that just gives you an indication of what you may be coming into. And you are all reunited in this room.
So how are the lights attached to the wall?
There's just a bar, but there's no heat coming off of them. Like a brazier, but there's no fire.
Listen here, you little tin can. How many times do I have to tell you not to go run off pushing buttons?
I found them interesting. Look, there's a door. She walks up the door and starts inspecting it.
Give me a perception check if you're looking for a way to open it. Yeah, with the 17, you see that similar to upstairs, how the bookcase is open, there's like a little square on the wall where your detect magic would see a sigil, but you know that if you just press in, the little spot will push in and have some effect, although you're not sure what it would do.
Is it a stone door also, or is it a different type of material?
It's a stone door.
Then she'll just go ahead and press on it.
And you watch as the door, you can see that there's like a line where the door is, and instead of opening out, and instead of sliding to the left or right like the bookcases did, this one slides up. And inside you see a metal door. This one just has a normal turn handle on it. And the strange thing about this door is that it is locked from this side. You see that there are two brackets the same way that you might see on like a swing door or like two doors, and then there'd be like a bar to stop them from opening. There's a bar that has a handle on it that you can move, and that is how this door is locked. But it's on this side.
So it's locked. It's locked on the out or locked.
Where you're at.
Yeah.
Yep. Metal bar, metal door.
The door's barred, you said.
Yeah, but it's a slide, so you're able to pull it to the right, and it would unlock it.
Got it. Miss Hallie, would you mind checking with your key?
Sure. Does the key fit, or does it look like it fits? Or is it just a slide lock?
It's just a slide lock. And in fact, ever since the key doesn't, like the key goes into like a hole, you know, where you would put a key in to unlock something. You haven't found a single keyhole since, like, there was no keyhole next to the bookcases, and there's none down here.
Winking at Lydia.
It's locked on this side. I'm sorry about that. So that means it would just be a slide lock on this side, and we should be able to unlock it.
Sorry, I used way too many words to just to describe something fairly simple.
No, you were completely right, and that's what I exactly thought. But then my own understanding, I flew. It was that was my fault, not you at all. I was like, I had a brain fart.
I mean,
that unless so during all this, while she's like opening stuff, if nobody is saying anything, Livia is just gonna continue to open doors, and especially Eltar knows how curious she is, so he'll open the slide lock, open the bar, and opens the next door.
Haley is more than happy to let Liv take the lead, since she's always had to be the one to go first.
As you slide open the slide bar and the door opens, you see to the south a white plastered floor with scuff marks, cracks. There's a window to the southeast that looks into another room. You see a table and chairs. You see pieces of parchment all over the ground, and a panel of light that is blue, that is pulsing with what seems to be some type of script on it. And then the hallway continues further to the south, where you see another pulsing blue light. And then you also see two, well, actually, that distance, there's the light down there. Yeah, that's 65 feet. Give me, anybody who's looking to the south, go ahead and give me a perception check. Oh yeah, you would definitely not hear the tavern anymore.
That makes sense.
Sounds like someone rolled bad.
Yeah, I rolled a 1 because I'm actually not looking to the south. I'm actually looking straight at the tin can, picking her up, and saying, "Right, this looks dangerous. You're going back with me now."
Oh, it'll be fine.
With a 15, you see a figure that's kind of to the southeast, all the way at the end of the hallway there. But the blue light is just barely like putting an outline around the figure, but it is standing motionless. And you also see the blue light kind of go further. There's a wall that just kind of breaks there, and You can see the wall continues to the east and to the west. Would you... Anybody can use the party token. Feel free. I will stop you. If you want information, you can stop and ask me for it. Otherwise, I'll just describe stuff as you guys move. And if you come across something nasty, I will pause the game and prepare for that. But otherwise, feel free to explore.
Lifting up Olivia, I think Haley would move forward quietly just to...
Yeah, Livia, I would assume that what you do, Altar, is you pick her up and you kind of like move her back 5 feet, like stay put.
Yep, right next to me.
So if you're trying to move stealthily, please give me a stealth check.
13.
All right, 13. Good to know.
Oh, hold on, please. Liv will take out her kit, her alchemy kit, start mixing, takes out this one large bowl like she could hold in her hand, and then pours black ink into it, and et cetera, and then paints, takes this large brush, dips it in, and then starts painting Hallie's face. Now she has like black face. You now have guidance.
So that'd be a 16.
Okay. I noticed you already had a D4 on there. Is that just a feature?
So, cunning intuition is a feature,
Nice.
which allows me to do charisma checks and stealth checks. So performance and stealth, I can add D4.
Very cool. Very cool. Yep, 19. Looking good. Go ahead and move up if you need to. But you're able to stealthily move forward. You're moving at half speed. So as you move up, you see through the windows to the east. There seems to be some seating areas. There's a carpet on the ground. You see mugs and old like plates and stuff, but everything is kind of all over the place. There's things on the ground. You see scuff marks everywhere. There's chairs that are broken. It's just chaos in here. And you remember back to when you were talking to the three gentlemen that no one has been down here basically 3 weeks. That it's supposed to be once a month, but the last time someone went down, was a month and 3 weeks ago. So they're supposed to guard the room. Someone's supposed to come up. Someone's supposed to come down, and no one has. So they've just been hanging out.
Is when somebody goes in, like they say somebody goes in and then somebody comes back up, is that the same person, or is it always somebody else, a different person?
Yeah, it's someone different.
And their charge was basically just to guard the room, make sure aside from that person nobody else goes down there.
Exactly.
Then how do they know which person is supposed to go down there?
William St. Paul is with you, and if someone were to ask him that question, I imagine someone does at this point.
How do you know who to let in?
They got a pass. They have the same way you had a contract from your employer, whoever that might be. Maybe we have the same employer. I don't know. But they had a pass that had an insignia on it, and he like points to the wall right here, and you see that there's a symbol of a chimera on the wall.
So then we presume that our contract also has that symbol?
No, it does not.
Then again, how do you know who to pass?
They had a pass that has that symbol on it when he points towards the wall.
If that's the case, then why did you let us down?
Well, we've been in the room for months now. I'm curious what's going on down here. I don't know about you. Clearly you were sent in here by somebody.
Blue hears in his head. I'm still here, Blue. And Liv hears the same thing. And so for 3 hours I can speak with him telepathically for within 1 mile. Liv and Blue.
Is there a range?
1 mile.
Oh, okay. And it works both ways.
Yep.
No, only one way. She's just saying.
In your head, oh my god.
You have to say it every time you could respond to this message.
Exactly.
And I would like to go invisible now.
All right.
I'm still here. It's quieter this way. I'm just gonna look at this room.
Since you're becoming invisible, go ahead and give me another stealth check. Yeah, you did way better. Okay, good. As you go to take a step into the room, which I imagine you're going to be moving to the east, is that what you said?
Yes, that is correct.
So you go to take a step, and you look down, and there's a bunch of broken glass on the floor, there's broken parchment, and you see as a creature steps through a doorway from the south and climbs on top of the table. And you watch as it tries to sniff the air. And before you went invisible, you didn't roll high enough before. So now it's going to roll again to try and determine where it heard the noise from. Can't see you, and you're not moving, but it's going to try and find you. Oh, I don't like that. So the eyes of this creature, its glowing eyes, metal body, metal teeth, scan from the south into the hallway where you're standing. And for a moment, you feel like the metal eyes seem to fall upon where you're standing in the hallway, but then they continue to the north as it walks along the table. It does like a circuit of the room and gets within 5 feet of you, and then kind of shakes its head and goes back into the doorway.
I will describe the creature to live in blue. Oh my god, guys, this is so ugly.
How does it look like? This
It is metal. It's got really big eyes. They were looking at me, and it's got metal teeth. And it like went around the room, and it came right next to me, and it smelled of rust and like gasoline. Terrible. I'm not sure if it's still there or not, but it went over there, and Haley's pointing. I can't see her because she's invisible.
Does it stand on 2 legs or on 4s?
It was crawling out of 4 legs, and it got on the table, and it kind of stood up, looked around, and then it went on 4 legs again, and it walked around, and it got next to me, and then it stood up again, and then it crawled away.
Screams in the dark, coils of serpents, eyes of light and breathing metal. God damn it all.
Tell your friend to be quiet.
And like when Hallie says that, she'll repeat that back to Altar, but like more like Hallie says, and then it's a mimic of her voice, the exact same tone.
Oh no. So it's like just Haley's talking from your mouth?
Yeah, it's not it's still like a CB radio like and stuff like that, so it's not like it could pass for Haley or anything like that, you know what I mean? It's just for fluff, but yes.
Hey. Altar pulls out his pipe, doesn't light it, but just like, fiddles with it like he has it lit.
What would you like to do?
I will continue to move forward.
You move into the darkness. You see that there's a doorway to the east, a single 5-foot wide doorway. And as you move further and further down, we're going to roll over that stealth roll, because this is still the same movement, the same scene and everything. Why don't you give me a free perception check as you move south? Because you know that there's that form that got pointed out to you.
14.
Yeah. You don't see... You just see the form, but you watch as it moves, and it pulls a sword from its hip and looks directly at you.
Master, stop!
I think Hallie was the only one that saw it, right?
Drake saw the form to the south and pointed it out. It was just like a silhouette in the darkness. So what is marching order? How would everyone be standing? Would you all just be stacked up here in the doorway?
Yeah, I mean, no one's talked to Ward at all, so Ward's just kind of hanging out.
Eltar pulled Livia back in the far back with him.
All right, so Ward in front of those two.
Yeah, might as well put everybody's tokens on up there.
Yeah, that probably looks right.
Everybody can go ahead and roll initiative.
Oh my god, first initiative roll.
That's 2 nat ones for me so far tonight.
Yep, and as of right now, yep, Eisendrach, you are first.
Okay, so I'll move up a bit.
Oh, let me show you what you see at the end of the hallway. Now that it's kind of walked into the light.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm like, I actually don't see anything. Okay, so I see the creature at the end of the hallway. So I will chill touch him.
But you have to walk up to him and touch him.
I just posted a picture on the Discord.
Nice.
All right, it's a 17 to hit, and that does not hit, unfortunately. You watch as the... How does your chill touch look?
Well, apparently it's a bony hand that doesn't do do crap.
All right, is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn? Any more movement? Any bonus actions? Haley, you're up. You definitely see
That's dope.
the helmed horror looking at you.
I would like to use my movement to move back.
And you watch as the helm washes you go and move. Even though you're invisible, it is keeping an eye on you as you move.
Lord, it's at the end. It's about as tall as you are. Well, a little thinner. I'm sorry, buddy. And yeah, they kind of looks and acts like you. I would like to hold an attack to. Well, I'd like to hold an attack to do a psychic blades attack if it gets within 5 feet of my companions.
Okay, yeah, that's a good trigger. There's a lot of different ways it can go off. So as soon as you step out of the square where you were next to Eisendrock,
Mhm.
it stops focusing on you and focuses on Eisendrock when you took a step away from him.
I gotta be within 60 feet. Let me make sure. So I can't go that far. No, they would have to come. Okay, I'm good. That was my bonus action. Dash and done. And turn.
Yeah. Ward, you're up. Liv, you're next.
Yeah, Ward is going to just take a few steps up in front of his companions. You know what? He's going to take a dodge action. Oh, and turn buttons on me. Got it.
Okay. I'm just gonna put the ready to action on there for that, and then yeah, Liv, you're up.
Warden, what would you like to do?
Get the hell out of here.
Very well. And then she'll walk over to the elevator, and she will hold her action to when Eltar steps on there. She will activate the elevator, and that will be her turn.
All right, let me mark that you're ready in action. All right. To the south, you see a creature that I showed you on Discord start to move up, and you watch as it puts its shield up in front of it and then brings its weapon up into an attack, as if preparing that if anyone comes near it, it may attack them. You don't know. Eltar, you're up.
I look over at Livia and I said, well, we can't leave without the rest of them, you tin can. I'll use Mind Sliver.
Oh, nice. Is that a rolled hit or a save?
Intelligence saving throw.
Go ahead and hit the button so it shows up in the chat, please.
Well, Warden, you should have said so.
Did you target him? Is that why it? Okay, so it rolled and it saved.
Oh, that's nice. It just automatically does it.
Yep.
That's cool.
It literally
it's a
rolled.
cantrip.
It literally rolled a 14.
Yeah.
Bummer.
It's saber suck, so.
You watch as it just shrugs off the mental manipulation.
And I'm not moving, so.
Take a step back.
Yep. That is the end of my turn. Let me go on to this thing. End turn.
All right. And from the room to the southeast, with all this movement and all this sound, the creature reemerges and comes towards you, Ward. So the moment it gets within 5 feet, Haley's ready to attack is going to go off. You're still invisible, and I'm just going to say that your stealth roll from earlier is the DC for this perception check. So I'm going to see if this creature can tell that you're there. It does not. It does not. Go ahead and roll your attack at advantage.
All right. Whoops. I rolled on D&D Beyond. That's a 13, but I have Elven accuracy, so I'm going to just roll on the sheet one last time. So 13. That won't hit him, but I will roll again. And that is even worse.
Oof. So what do these blades look like?
The irises of her eyes kind of spin like a bluish color as she kind of looks towards her, and you see it glow slightly blue, and then she kind of flashes these knives out, and you see them spin through the air, and they're kind of trailed by a bluish color that dissipates as it flies through the air, and then instead of like crashing on something or crashing against something, unless it hits it, it'll probably just dissipate as it zooms by this creature.
Yeah, you watch as you just throw one, right? Yeah, it hits the shield of the creature to the south, and then just disappears as it hits the shield.
And that was my reaction.
All right, here we go. Ward, this is coming at you.
That's right. This was
All right, disadvantage, right? Does a 17 hit?
No.
All right, one more bite. Yep, misses again. It goes to bite at you, and I imagine your shield might be in a way, or you just move out of the way as it takes 2 metal bites at your legs. Metal attacking metal.
It's like the practice field.
Isaac, you are up.
Okay, seeing this thing pop out, I will cast Mind Sliver on it.
Ooh, intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving throw.
Not the most intelligent. Oh, but I rolled a 15, minus 114.
God dang it.
Yeah, sorry, man. The one time I rolled good, right? All right. Is there anything else like you do? Bonus action movement.
Yeah, I was hoping that would take, but we'll do this anyway. I will spend 2 sorcery points and do a quicken the spell and cast Dissonant Whispers on it, which is another saving throw.
Let's make that a 7, please.
Oh, you're using your other portent dice as a
Let's
reaction?
go.
All right, the Mind Sliver hits.
No, on Dissonant Whispers.
Oh, and Dissonant Whispers.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, 3d6.
Yeah, I'm not wasting that on a cantrip.
Yeah, is this a level 1? Yeah, level 1 enchantment. Very nice. Ooh, good roll, too. You watch as it goes from fine to bloodied, and it does that. Your words kind of seep through the air like serpents of their own, and they seem to enter the side of this metal skull, and you watch as the head just shifts left and right violently as cables and cords in its neck start to rip as it shakes its own head trying to remove the whispers. You do a sizable chunk of damage to it.
And now it has to run away. No, it's
It uses its reaction.
Must use its reaction.
Oh, nice.
Go get him, Ward,
All right,
and I will run the fuck away.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to roll a d4. 1. Okay, so it runs to the south. It uses its full movement, it says?
Yep.
Nice. Very nice.
Attack of opportunity.
Oh, it's got a ton of movement too.
Ward is not good at this part.
All right, yep, that would incur attack of opportunity.
He shall attempt to swing with the battle axe.
He's not good at this part. Isn't he a fighter?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I have D&D and Beyond on here. So if you guys...
it didn't link.
Yeah, it didn't link. It looks like you rolled...
I missed though.
Oh yeah, you rolled a 4. Bummer.
Yeah, that was a 9.
He was not expecting him to run away.
Yeah,
So
I imagine it was
unprepared.
quite a surprise, right? It just hurts itself and then runs. Good turn, man. Good
Metal
turn.
doggy is my friend.
You already have inspiration, right?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, okay. Well, you can't get more except for. Oh, you know what? Yes, you do. You now have 2, which encourages everyone to use them because you get 1 free one at the beginning of the session, and then it resets every session. So use them or lose them, guys. Haley, you are up. You are now visible.
Bonus action, steady aim.
Nice. Go ahead and roll at advantage with your next attack.
And I will make another attack. Morale.
See, it should have been shift. So it's
Should have been
actually
shift.
a 15 to hit who? Who are you targeting?
The Countor.
Oh, unfortunately, a 15 does not hit.
All right. I rolled 7 and
So it is shift. I don't know why it didn't work. What would you? Do you have any bonus actions you'd like to use?
I used steady aim as a bonus action, but I want to use my inspiration just because.
Yeah. Wait, don't you have Elven Accuracy? Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, I used it. That's a 16.
A 16. Ooh, just barely misses. You guys are very close to hitting.
That's my turn.
All right, Ward, you are up.
I mean, Ward is looking behind him and seeing all these people running,
Yeah.
looking dead at St. Paul, not even.
Oh,
Yeah,
Is
right.
St. Paul just going to stand there?
Yeah, I forgot.
Like, dude, you have a gun. Shoot it. That's what it's for.
So he's gonna make an attack real quick because I forgot he existed for a second.
I was like, who is that armored guy just standing there? Should he be with me?
All right, he's gonna spend a grit. Wait, he was not fully up. All right, so he's gonna spend a grit point, himself advantage. Now he's gonna shoot. Oh, that definitely hits. That's 10 points of piercing damage. And the helmed armored creature to the south takes damage for the first time, and now it is Ward's turn. You feel a bullet just go past your shoulder, Ward.
Not a huge fan of that, but I will continue to block the way. But I'm actually gonna back up and take the dodge action again. And my turn.
Dodging again, so you took a step back.
I take it you need assistance. She was standing here 5, 10, 20, 25. She takes out her crossbow and presses a few buttons on it. You notice that it doesn't look like a normal crossbow. And then a little compartment opens, and then from that compartment, an arrow comes out, a bolt comes out, and she points it at the armored thing and will shoot. Is her shot clear, or is anybody giving her cover or anything like that?
There's a slight AC boost because you've got Haley in front of you, but you're good.
But nothing disadvantage or anything like that.
No, sir.
Okay, cool. And then she will shoot. Here. See how this works. Let me select it. See if it does it. No, it didn't go to freaking. Oh, it was a 16.
Oh, that just misses.
There we go. Wait. So let me just. If that's the case, I'd like to use my inspiration.
Do it. Yep, you got 2. Now
Alright.
you're down to 1.
And she rolls down.
Oh,
Ugh.
a 6. I'm gonna house.
I had
rule that you
2.
can only use 1 inspiration.
Okay.
For a single action. Otherwise, you guys are gonna stack them up and be like, "No, I've gotta hit him, damn."
He might
And
need it.
then
Anything you'd like to do with your bonus action?
no, she'll that would end her turn.
I am very sorry, guys. I may have infected you with my low rolls, so I do apologize for that. All right, the Helmed Horror moves up. You ready, Ward?
Be reasonable, friend.
Is a 16 hit?
No. He doesn't really want to hurt us, guys. It's fine.
And I think an 11 misses as well.
Correct.
And it's just gonna stand there now, toe to toe. Eltar, you are up. It is now in your business. Well, not your business. You're all the way in the back, but it's in Ward's business.
Too close still. Don't like it. Let's fuck with his mind.
What the? Jordan, we need you to roll for your monster. Fuck this auto roll stuff. You
Then
need to roll.
stop targeting him then, so I can roll. Because the computer doesn't have my luck.
That's fine. That's the end of my turn, though.
If someone wants to give me an Arcana check, you can also learn why it doesn't seem to be working as well.
Why? What's not working as well?
If anyone wants to give me a free Arcana check, maybe you've seen a creature like this before. See if any of you have any experience with seen. Shit. Well, with a 20, fucking natural 20, Jesus. So you get 2 natural ones, and then that gives you a natural 20. That's how the universe works.
Mm-hmm.
These type of creatures are built. And in many cases, and because you've learned a natural 20, I'm going to give you both of these features. The first one is, this creature is imbued with magic, and because of that, has magical resistance. And then lastly, you know that it has something called spell immunity. When it was designed and created, the creator of it gave it immunity to 3 spells of their choice. Because of the natural 20, you know that it is immune to the spell Fireball, the spell Heat Metal, and the spell Lightning Bolt. So with the spell magical resistance, you know that it's rolling at advantage to spells.
Wait a minute. You are talking about the Helmed Horror. Okay,
Yep.
Just making sure. All right.
Yep.
For a minute there, I thought you were talking about the thing at the south.
No. I was just saying, you notice that the spells don't seem to be working as well, so Eltar just tried to think back into his memory if he's anything like this, and you've heard stories of Helmed Horrors and how they were created.
Blue, don't think we'll be much use against that thing. Bigger tin can over there. Why don't you fight it? Defaulting back to Irish, damn it.
Yep, I noticed that too. Okay, so after it's moved its movement, can it move back? I didn't read that whole spell listing.
Yeah. It only lasts for 1 round.
Okay, cool. So it's going to move back up. Unfortunately, that's its full movement right there. But it is going to dash because it sees a lot more targets. And unfortunately, Eisendrak, you're up.
What the heck? I will throw a chill touch at the metal doggy.
All right, yeah, roll to hit.
Not with that roll.
I'm so
But
sorry,
I,
guys.
but I will use an inspiration.
Yeah,
Use one of
use
my
it.
inspirations.
There you go.
Jeez.
Does anybody have any holy water? Because I have clearly passed this curse on.
I'll use my other inspiration.
Unfortunately, hold on. You can only use one inspiration.
Can
Okay,
only use one inspiration.
But it was so good.
Okay, I will let it roll this time. But in the future, you have multiple inspirations. But for any particular roll to re-roll, once you've used an inspiration, you can't use it again. It's one-time use per thing.
Okay.
But this hits. Roll damage.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. You see some frost
You see
show
the
up.
magic just hits it and just kind of sputters.
Yep.
Hey, and hey, at least we know it cannot heal that in the next turn.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that is a good point. Any movement or bonus action?
Yeah. Why not? I'll move over here.
Just in case. Like maybe this iron defender has a a burning hands or something, or a cone. You don't know. We'll find out. All right. Let's see here. I should have looked at this character before. Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, none of the trick shots are gonna work on this feller. Movement action, he's gonna pull out a rapier and make an attack. 17 hits.
Does he know that the trick shots aren't going to work?
Knowing which trick shots he has. He knows that against the dog they will not work. One of his trick shots will work against the other guy. So it's 10 points of damage. This one's almost dead. And you can tell that he is higher level than you guys because he's going to use a trick shot against the helmed horror, but he does so at disadvantage. And a 14 does not hit. All right. He doesn't want to get bitten, so he does not take a step back. He looks down at Haley and says, "Why don't you take care of him?" Dang it, Richard, now I'm getting that accent.
I'm not Haley.
I will certainly take care of it. Bye. Bonus action disengage. And I will move over here.
You guys are mean.
And then I will use my psychic blades to make a ranged spell attack.
15. 15 hits. Just barely. Hitting the armor class.
For
Oh, yeah.
16
More
total
More
damage.
than enough. Yeah. What, are you pulling like a wanted move where you're like curving the knife throw around St. Paul to hit the dog?
No, I think as what was his first name again?
William.
I think she goes, certainly William, and she'll move away from him and she throws the knife and you see the same thing and it spins in her hand, but then it like his eyes get really wide as he follows her as she moves away. But then the blade looks like it comes right for him and then it disappears and then appears on the other side of him because the psychic energy that slams against the dog and then doesn't do anything. It does psychic damage, so I'm not really sure if that is immune to psychic damage since it's a dog, but
It is not immune to psychic damage. You watch the blade go into its head, and then the light in the eyes go out. And William looks at you confused and angry as you move away, and then in horror as you throw the blade, and he holds his chest as the blade seems to hit it, and then he turns around and sees the dead dog, and then gives you a smile and a thumbs up before he turns around back to the south.
easy, Willie. You can be my dad.
Whoa, why did it get weird?
It went there.
Yeah, it got weird, bro.
I lose my turn from astonished. What is that? Yeah, I think Ward is gonna turn around, say, "Eyes front, St. Paul," and he is going to smash against the dude against this horror with his shield, and then duck and use a commander strike to get St. Paul to take an attack instead.
Oh, nice. Yeah, go ahead and hit the button there so it shows up in chat. I like a visual indicator of what's happening in combat. Very nice. No, that's good. All right, so he's gonna shoot. He smiles and like does like puts his rapier up as a confirmation, and then as you duck down, he fires. Oh, you rolled a 2. Unfortunately, NPCs do not have inspiration.
Wasted my turn, St. Paul.
Olivia takes up her crossbow, presses another button on it, and rather than another bolt comes out, what comes out is a little vial of green liquid, and then it presses another button and it flies towards the helmed horror as she casts Ray of Sickness for 16 to hit.
It does not hit the helmed horror. I'm very sorry.
I still have that one left. What
Yep,
you call
you
it?
got the one left. You got the one left.
Don't do it again.
Oh,
You know
my
I hate myself.
God.
I just hate myself. Hate myself.
You guys need to change your dice out. Just pick a different color or whatever, right?
And then she'll move back one, and then that'll end her. So you see bonus actions real quick. Is Ward hurt? Nope, he's not.
Yeah, everyone.
Then-
No one's really taken damage yet. It's been a defensive battle. All right. Ward did not dodge. Pretty sure 25 hits.
Yep. Right when I'm
you
standing up.
see Eltar's eyes flash again, and this time a bit of silver goes along his eyes and his face as his tattoos start to glow, and I'll cast Silvery Barbs.
Oh, nice. Got a reroll.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, 14 misses. Well done.
And,
Eltar, that's an inspiration to you, my friend. So you should have
Thank
2
you.
now.
And let's give who's coming up next.
You are in an Eisendrach.
Let's give Ward that advantage on attacks, or on anything really. So, Ward, you have advantage on your next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw within the next minute.
So you're telling Ward he has to swing at something. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And the second attack also misses.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's not going to move. It sees you. It's in the hallway. You're the only one technically inside of this facility, so it's just going to keep attacking you. Eltar, you are up. You get your reaction back.
Don't got much else, so just Mind Sliver.
All right. It's an intelligence saving throw.
DC 14.
See? That's why you have me roll. 4 points of psychic damage. Very nice. It is not immune to psychic damage.
And it also subtracts a D4 from its next saving throw.
Oh, reverse bless. Very nice. Or as they call it in the
That's-
book.
Yep, that's the end of my turn.
Wicked. Eisendrach, you are up. You hear fighting around the corner to the south. They have not vanquished everybody yet.
I will pull my light crossbow and take a shot at the helmed horror with that.
All right, roll to hit.
Nope.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is a miss. I'm very sorry, guys. This feels like it's all my fault.
It's a Bizarro campaign where we
So-
have all your rolls and you roll well.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yes. So long as we all agree, it's all your fault.
I think we do. I think it's a consensus. All right, William's going to make a shot
You got one shot.
that definitely hits. He's going to use a trick shot.
Called Mom Spaghetti.
Exactly. And now, so it's the next saving throw. Like basically, the next time it rolls a d20, it has to minus a d4.
Yes. I mean, the next saving throw before, saving throw.
Okay.
Before the end of my next turn.
Yeah, this is a saving throw. Minus a d4. Unfortunately, does not meet the DC. So he still takes damage as he tries to shoot the sword out of the helmed horror's hand. So the bullet hits the hand, but he doesn't lose the sword. And now he's going to shoot again. Warforged. You need help down there? You want me to come down there?
Yes, kill it.
All right. You got a big old shield there. I would have thought you would have been able to handle this.
I'm good at the shield part.
Hence the name, I guess. Ooh, natural 1. See, I still roll this way sometimes, guys. Haley, you're up. Man, you ever notice how much longer combats last when everyone can't roll well?
It is gonna move up to the corner here, and my plan is to do bonus action hide here, and then throw my
Sure.
knife around the corner
Roll that stealth.
for 27.
Ooh, that's a good roll. This is a good roll. I do have bad news for you, though. It is 60-foot blind sight.
Roger that.
But now you know, because you're like, I'm good, I'm stealth, they can't see me. and then you lean around the corner to throw the knife, and it's looking right at you. Oh, but that definitely hits.
19
Yes,
did
that
it.
hits. Hell yeah.
or
14
14.
damage. Nice. It is now bloodied, badly injured. Ward, you're up.
Yeah, Ward likes this little psychic knife thing. Ward's gonna look back and say, "Do it again. Run it back, Commander Strike."
I
Nice.
get another attack.
You know I gave you
do.
advantage.
Shut up. Is it only until my last turn?
It's a minute. Lasts a minute.
Okay, well then chill.
Ugh.
Yep. Roll to hit.
Oh, 15.
That just misses. Do you have any more inspirations?
No.
Okay. But you do know that this creature now has blind sight, though. So in the future, you do have another bonus action you can take, which will give you advantage. But you can't move, so that's the problem. So Ward, do you have any bonus actions you want to use?
Fine. I'll action surge.
Action surge. All right.
Somebody's complaining that I'm not swinging.
Mhm.
Handle it.
Stop being so bossy and do
Yeah.
your job.
Yeah.
Advantage.
There it is. It's
Ward did it. Normal damage. Not very hard. Ward hit it.
damage is damage. It's even more badly injured. Anything else with your turn?
I should have action surge, dodged action. Yep. Let's end that.
I don't think Eltar would have ever forgiven you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Liv, you're up. This thing is looking pretty rough.
Liv will again take out her crossbow, and then you notice that compartment open again, and then comes out as another bolt, and she will attack.
Sick. Yep. Shoot. Oh, there you go. That hits for 5
piercing.
Nice. All right. Good hit. Good hit. Bonus action. Any movement?
No, she'll stay right there.
All right. Here we go. It's going to take an attack at each of you because you're both standing in front of it. It's going to try and hit you first, Ward.
Do your best. Well, maybe not your best.
Please don't do your best. Is that what you're thinking?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. We're friends.
I almost did my best.
Well, that'll probably do it.
That's 16 points of slashing damage.
Ooh, that's a lot.
These things hit hard. You do notice as it's close to death that it seems to be in disrepair. That it had a good amount of hit points, but it's not running at full capacity. And Eltar, you'd be able to see that from back there as it's closer.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's going to take an attack at St. Paul. Here you go, William. Oh, yes, that hits. Roll the same number twice. It's fucked up. All right. Eltar, you are up.
Well, I've taken one attack spell, so guess what it's gonna be?
Yep.
Fireball.
A 13? Oh, fail. Nice.
4 points of psychic damage and a D4 on its next save.
It's near death.
That's the end of me turn. They're always after me, Lucky Charms.
And that's, wow. And that's why you have me roll instead of the computer. Eisendrak, you're up.
I'll do the same thing. I will also do Mind Sliver.
Yep, and it's got a minus D4, so
Yeah, I just realized that's a pretty good combo.
Mind Sliver to Mind Sliver.
Yeah.
Even with a D4, even if I rolled a 4, it would not meet the DC. Or it would not go below the DC, so it saves on this one.
Oh, it does save? Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Ooh, you
See,
rolled
you got
good,
me.
too.
You freaking
I'm
got my
sorry.
hopes up.
See, look, if I roll... See, look, even with a 4, it became 50. I apologize. It was just one above. All right. No, I don't want to kill, like, one of these guys as an NPC. That's not fun.
Hold an action.
What I can do, though...
Help action?
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
Disengage.
Nah, he's gonna...
Go prone.
That would be very funny. He's gonna use this. Doesn't hit. He was trying to put a net on it so that way it could be restrained, but he misses. Oh, he does get a second attack. He's gonna try again.
He like misses, then picks up the net again, and then throws it again.
Misses again. He only has a +3 to this.
Ward is so disappointed.
It's a net. It's not. It's a net. He says that to you too, as you give him a look. It's like it's just a net.
But to us, it looks like he's trying to put a tablecloth on a table.
He'd be super good if he was just trying to remove it without any of the dishes falling over, but he's trying to put it on the table, and that's the problem. Haley, you are up.
Bonus action, steady aim.
Perfect. You have advantage.
and then I will shoot around the corner with my psychic blade.
Roll to hit.
Cha.
Good thing you got
I have
one more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure, it can be worse, right?
Oh
There
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. This is perfect crits, by the way, in games that I run. So normally, what is the damage that you do?
Hold on. D6, so it's 3d6
Because you
So
have
it's 18
2d6 for your sneak attack, so it's
for a
18.
sneak attack.
Yep. So just roll normal plus 18.
All right. 13 plus 18.
Jesus. Wow.
31.
31 points of damage. Describe your kill.
I think she falls back against the thing. Never leave a man to do a woman's job. And she'll turn around and you see the blade spinning on her fingertip, and she bites her finger, like finger guns, and lets it go. And it looks like it's going right towards Lord, except for it disappears right before it hits him, and then it enters into the area of the helm, thinking she's been hit him in the head, but it's obviously just armor. And so she hits it in the helm. She stabs it in the helm.
And as the psychic blade goes into the helm where a head would be, you watch as it actually sticks into the red glowing energy, and then the light of the gem on the forehead and of the body itself goes dark as it slumps to the floor and falls to the ground in a heap.
Nice. Olivia will walk up to Ward, Sir Ward. Oh, I'm assuming combat's over.
Yes, it is.
Okay, Sir Ward, may I see the wound?
Ward looks down at the gaping gash on his shoulder and like lowers it towards you.
And you see on her comes from down from her top hat a little monocle, and then she takes out a Doctor Who looking screwdriver, and she goes over that gaping hole, and the gaping hole starts to close as she casts Cure Wounds.
So I think for future sessions, you're definitely going to need to come up with a more generic term so we don't get copyrighted.
Do that. Well, we don't broadcast in the UK, do we?
That's 8 points of healing, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
There's a band-aid across the gaping hole on his side.
Well, well done. Took a minute. Well, less than a minute, but I think you all did splendidly. Is there anything else in this place? My good man Willie, is that what you expected?
What did you call me?
Mr. St. Brown. Julius St. Brown.
My name is William St. Paul, and I prefer that you
Oh.
use my proper name.
Well, my lord, is it my lord St. Paul or just regular St. Paul? Mr. St. Paul.
We are not in my duchy. You don't need to call me by my title.
Duchy. What kind of carriage do you drive? Anyways,
Carriage?
I'm much too old for you.
Right.
Is that what you expected here? Let's
No,
take a
I
look
didn't know.
around.
I didn't know what to expect. This is all wow.
Can Haley look around for what maybe on these two creatures?
Yeah, sure. You can give me an investigation check. Is anyone taking a look around?
Yeah, Liv was gonna look at especially the dog creature.
Okay. Investigation by anyone checking the bodies. Eltar knows that the one to the south is a helmed horror. Well, it's hard to argue with that. What are you looking for in particular with this investigation roll?
She's just gathering knowledge of what creature this is, how especially if it's robotic. So she kind of wants to know more about it.
So you would know that in the world of Eberron, well, you wouldn't know. Adam would know, but Liv would know. Liv would be able to tell that this is a quadruped creature meant to resemble a wolf or a dog. It is robotic in nature, much like a construct. It has circuitry and wires and hydraulic fluid, much of which is on the floor right now. And you just see a bunch of metal. It doesn't have any items or anything on it, but you can, in your short time, you've probably seen animals that resemble this creature, but this is robotic in nature. And Haley,
I'm looking for anything of value on either of the creatures.
You find a longsword and a standard metal shield on the helmed horror. There doesn't seem to be much else. As you look over the body, because you rolled a 24, you can tell that if you were to take each of these separate pieces that make up this creature, if you were to pry off the actual metal, that this could actually be fashioned into a piece of an armor set of plate mail. But it would require some time. You'd have to leave with a blacksmith, and they would have to retrofit it, remove all of the like circuitry on the inside of it, and then form it to whoever it's being designed for. It would be a lot of work, but that this is just plate mail shell on top of a form.
I think you'd see Haley pick up the sword and like hand it unceremoniously to Ward, and then pick up the shield and like walk by Ward and kind of hang it on his backpack.
All right, Ward, you have an additional shield and a longsword.
Double shield, Wilden, let's go.
Yep, the ultimate tank, double shield.
It was walking around the room looking for something. In this room over here to the east. Maybe we should take a look.
So as you step in, you see a conference room, basically. The table is made of metal. The chairs are wood with wheels on the bottom. And there are parchments all over the ground. And you see a screen, a panel of light to the south. And you see a bunch of script, letters and numbers flashing on the screen.
Does it make any kind of sense?
I'm sorry,
It looks like that.
are we not fucking off from the place that had a bunch of things trying to kill us?
No, they're dead.
I, for one, am interested in what's going on down here. I mean, I've been up there for months now, and now I get to finally see. He takes a bottle out of his pack and downs a potion with his action.
Warden, I believe we are under contract, as they call it.
My Lord St. Paul, then, well, come in and take a look. There are rooms and doors and other things here in this room. Come on.
All right.
Don't be shy.
Let's switch back to the party token.
I want to go the other way.
I want to do the opposite of what the rest of the team is doing.
Glad you weren't in the last game.
There you go. You guys have the party token. Where would you like to go from here?
Can I take a closer look around this room?
Does Eltar see the panels of light?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And I put it in the Discord what is actually on the screen. But the words just really don't make any sense to anybody.
Does the screen look like the way her Livia's visor is?
It has a similar type of illumination, but it's not the same type of panel.
Eltar actually takes the pipe and stuffs something into it and actually starts smoking at this point.
So as you look around, you'll see dead plants to the northwest of the room. There seems to be a planter here, a similar potted plant to the northeast, both of which are dead until they haven't been watered in quite some time. And everything that you can see on the map is what you can see. There is a panel that does not seem to be projecting any light to the east, and there's a doorway to the northeast and an open doorway to the south.
There's a door here
Yes.
and here.
Yes. Yep. Northeast and southeast, and then one directly to the south. And through that doorway, you can see what looks like another table and a chair from this perspective.
Does all the way this room looks and its decor look normal, like for Eberron?
That's interesting. That's interesting. Given your guys' character backstories, have any of you spent time in Sharn?
Yep.
All right.
For Olivia, that would be no, but she's probably spent time in other weird places.
Right. Eltar, have you spent any time in Sharn?
Didn't really decide. It's up to you. How long I've been in here.
Oh, right. All right, how about Eisendrach? Okay, so then Haley, looking around the room, you notice that you think back to certain high-level meetings you attended in parts of one of the house towers that you were allowed in every once in a while, and you set in on one meeting that was way above your station. And when you look around at how nice everything is in here, even though it's everything's kind of in disarray and things are broken. The precise nature of the way everything is designed and the lines and the materials, this is high-end house furniture.
I think how Haley would be thinking to herself, but not realizing that she still has connection between Blue and Livia. They also hear those thoughts.
And the room is disheveled and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's all messed up like you see on the map. There's trash all over the floor. The wall is broken right here. Like that was not a door before. This was supposed to be glass.
And is everything dusty and stuff? Like does it look like it's been like this for a while?
Yeah, the air is quite stale. There's not so much dust, it's just like a layer of grime, and you're not really sure what it's from, but it's not dust so much. Because one thing I think that people don't realize is that, you also know, I mean, that's interesting. Livia would know this maybe more than anybody. Well, no. Livia, Haley, and Eltar. Haley because of her time in Sharn, and Eltar and Liv because of other reasons. You were able to tell based on how that platform moved that you are underground. So, like, the air is super stale, but there's no windows or anything that would bring dust or anything into the room. So there's grime, but there's no dust because it doesn't seem like anything except for maybe the creatures you fought have been down here. IRL, real fact. Most of dust is human skin and hair. So there's not dust in here because it doesn't seem like anything alive has been down here in quite a while.
William, inquiry. The last time somebody was down here, they were successfully able to come down and go back up.
Affirmative? I don't know if I'm supposed to be matching your speech patterns, but affirmative. A couple months back, a gentleman came up and a lady came down. And that was it. That was the last time. And strangely enough, we were supposed to be skedaddling after that, and a new group of mercs, he smiles as he looks around at everybody, we're supposed to show up to take our place, and no one did either. So something definitely screwed up. Hence why I'm down here with you. But since then, nobody. In fact, before you press the button, little Warforged, he says with a question, nobody's been down here, or through that bookshelf at least. We didn't have the heart to open it up and go down.
Well, maybe turns to the rest of the group. Our objective may be in another room.
Can I give this room a good once-over for secret compartments, secret doors, or anything of the sort?
Sure, yeah. Give me a roll.
What you want? Investigation, perception, or the same?
Perception, because you're looking generally, right? If it was like, I'm gonna look through this desk, that'd be different. That'd be an investigation, right? But you're checking the whole room, so we're gonna have a general perception check. Very nice, very nice. With
19.
19. With a 19, you're looking through some of the broken glass on the ground, and you see that there's a document that may have come from maybe this table or something like that, but it describes instances of new subjects arriving. It talks about mortality rates, and you're looking at this document, and it's pretty shredded from the glass, right? So it's really hard to make out all of the details, but it talks about test subjects, it talks about mortality rates, and then it talks about, and that's all you really get from it. A lot of it is jargon, you know what I mean? So you don't really have any context for what any of the words mean.
So I have this feature that says if I do a tool or skill check I'm proficient in, I fail some part of the rule, I can roll, and then my silence die and add a d6. So if you feel like there's something more applicable by applying that and hitting a certain number, you let me know. Or if you say no, that's as much as I can get, you let me know.
You basically found the only thing of value, information-wise, in the room, and you can tell that this isn't a place where there'd be something of material value as you look over the room. Although the panels of light and everything is kind of wild, right? Like, you've seen light displays in Sharn, and you've seen radio play. You've heard radio plays. You've seen like moving magical images put up on displays, but the panels that you're seeing to the south, the ones that are glowing and have script displayed on them, those are above and beyond anything you've seen before.
Okay.
Eltar will go up to William St. Paul, poke him with the end of his pipe. Listen here, Mr. Two Names isn't good enough for me. That little tin can over there is a gnome. Got it?
Okay. No, I'm sophisticated. People are allowed to call themselves whatever they want to be, right? We decide our own identities.
I just glare at him grumpily and smoke my pipe.
Right. Well, I'm willing to go deeper down this rabbit hole. So as you take a step to the south, you see a small desk to the right, what seems to be a white rectangle box to the northeast, and to the west, on the other side of the table, you see a chair pointed at two more panels. There's a rectangular device on top of the table, and then a much smaller rectangular device next to it. And you see several post-it notes, basically, on the desk. And as you look over them, you see the words on the top post-it note: in the event of an emergency, reset the mainframe.
Well, what do we think mainframe might be?
Well, it's clearly the most important frame.
Might be the frame holding up the roof.
Well, let's have a look around.
So, I didn't describe it, but right before when you were standing at that desk and you found that parchment, there was also a rectangular box sitting on the floor next to the chair, and there was a light that was blinking on top of the box. So you notice that before you go to leave the room.
Can I take a closer look to see if it is trapped or otherwise? Like, what is this thing?
Sure. Roll me a perception or investigation, because you're just looking for traps right now. So
That's an 11.
You get down on the floor next to it. You look around the back. You see that there are these like cables going into the back of it that you see move up, and they connect to panels that are sitting on top of the table. And you see another cable that goes into a box on the wall. But it's all stuff that, if you've seen anything even close to this, it was in passing, and you were not up close to it. So if it was trapped or something like that, you don't have the right frame of reference to understand how it would even be trapped because of how unfamiliar you are with this device.
Does it contain anything on the exterior, like buttons or switches, or would I think it was like, okay, is there a big button?
With that 11, you see next to the flashing light, there is a square gap. There's like a little square, and there's a gap around it, so you can see that if you wanted to push it in, that's basically the one place where you could do that.
I would like to push the button.
All right. You push the button, and the panels before you light up with a blue glow. There's a logo that comes up on screen, and underneath it, in common, it says Sharn University Operating System. You hear clickings and movement within the rectangular device next to you as the panel changes, and there is a single box, and next to it, it says, in front of you, you see on the table two devices that you may be able to interact with this machine with.
This is odd. Definitely beyond my scope of knowledge. What about you? And she'll nod her head towards the grumpy dwarven person.
Would I know anything about this?
Well, you can give me an Arcana check. There is someone in the group who recognizes this, or if not, it recognizes exactly what this is, has a basic idea of what they're looking at, and that would be Liv.
That's a 12.
With a 12, you know that the panels are powered using an adaptive form of electrical magic that is powering this device, and you know that the two things sitting on the table in front of the panel are used to control this system. Like if you moved around the small thing on the right, you'd be able to move a cursor on screen, and if you press the buttons on the other rectangular device in front of you, they would interact, and you'd be able to input common. And like as you look down at this thing, you see that common letters are displayed on each of the buttons in front of you. They hit all the different variations of the letters and numbers that are in common, and even some of the symbols that are used grammatically. Liv would know that this is a very mundane version of a interface because of where Liv comes from, but also because Liv is an artificer.
Liv will look on this quote unquote display to see if there's a post-it with common on it.
Go ahead and give me a perception check. Let's see if you can. Yeah, you didn't need a lot. You see that there are several post-its displayed, but the one that I think you're looking for is 3 post-its deep on the left side of the panel. Someone had just put post-it after post-it after post-it over on top of each other, and you see a username and a password. But on top of it were like potluck on Thursday. You know what I mean? Like just mundane stuff. But underneath all those is a username and a password.
So Liv takes that post-it. I believe this could be your answers for the device, and holds it out to sorry, I don't remember everybody's name. To Richard's character.
Eltar is.
Yeah, to Altar. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm doing this right then.
Yep. And you see a user, and then on the post-it note you see user and then Jonathan, and then you see password, and it's just a series of letters and numbers. And on the screen in front of you it says user, and it's just blank. And when you look down at the interface in front of you, you know that you can just type in the username Jonathan.
All right, so I type Jonathan, council member Jonathan,
and it doesn't do anything for a second, and then you remember that you have to hit the enter button. So you hit that, and then it asks for the password, and I imagine you enter in the series of letters and numbers. Yep. And then the screen changes, and it says, "Welcome, Councilman Jonathan." And then the screen changes again, and there is now what looks to be a tabletop surface with several folders on it and what looks like a little bin. And the first folder says important events, the second folder says personnel, and the third folder says monthly progress reports.
You may use the other device to move the cursor around, and Liv points out to the other device.
I knew
sitting
that.
next to it.
I grab the thing and what's this folder down here just for you, babe?
Oh my goodness.
No, I think I'll take a look at the monthly progress reports.
All right.
What are the folders again? Monthly progress reports.
Here, I'm typing it in right now.
I mean, I definitely knew them all. I didn't check the progress reports just because it was the last thing you said.
Of course not. Important events, personnel, monthly progress reports. You click on that, and you see what seem to be parchment. There's like an image of a parchment, and each of them has a name. And you can see that it goes back 3 years. And there's one for every month. But the last one, you kind of do the math thinking of what day it is. And looking at the... Actually, you're a wizard. Give me an intelligence roll. It's a check. It's called a check.
Just straight intelligence?
Unless you want to use something like investigation. I mean, you rolled fantastic. Do you are you trained in investigation?
No, it'd be the same.
Okay. So with the 23, you understand that just looking at these different documents, that the program has been going for at least 3 years, and using the naming system, they're very standard. They're standardized across the board. It is the year and the month, and that's it. And knowing what today is, and given the information that you were given by William St. Paul and the other two of the three amigos upstairs, the last progress report is missing. There should have been one like 3 weeks ago, and it's not there. But otherwise, you see a document for every month for the last 3 years, except for the last one.
No, let's. I mean, don't we want to know what's happening down here? Can we read the last report, the last successful report?
Apparently, you all want to know what's going on. I want to get the fuck out.
Yeah. Do you need to give a persuasion? Does he need to roll persuasion to get you to double click on the document?
No, I just grumble and do it.
I'll just summarize it because the problem is like I think as players, what you're looking for is like, oh, this is going to tell us exactly what is happening here. The problem with documents like this is there's assumed knowledge. So there's a lot of jargon again that is not explained, and they talk about weekly tests have been promising. One subject in particular has the right wavelengths necessary. There's been an acceptable number of losses that fall within standard guidelines. And then at the very end of the report, there is, which is like the beginning of the report is very matter of fact. It's very by the numbers. There's no emotion to it. It's just like someone just putting facts on a piece of paper. And then there's a separate paragraph at the bottom that is just 2 sentences. And it is someone like breaking protocol and saying, I've put in a request over the last 6 reports. Please send necessary repair devices. So whoever wrote this report kind of broke protocol and was complaining about not getting supplies they were requesting. All of this is not going to mean anything to you, but it might give you hints. You can look at more of the reports, and it's more standard stuff. They talk about losses, they talk about guidelines, they talk about weekly tests. And you can tell that as you go through each report, you go backward in time. They're very formulaic. They're by the numbers. And aside, and for the last, I guess, from that report back 6, there is the end of the report someone asking for repair devices that they're worried about electrical fluctuations, and they need to make repairs, and that they're requesting supplies, and that is kind of repeated for the last 6 reports, and then everything before that is just standard. It's basically the same thing every single time. But you do get the indication, especially with that 23, that whatever they're trying to do here, they haven't succeeded yet. And now, given the state of things, they may never.
Right, I understand everything completely. We should leave. We're done here.
But what about these other folders? The important events and personnel?
Isn't there a kitchen around here or something? And I grumble and begrudgingly click on the important events folder.
So you see within there is yeah, you mentioned food in front of Haley. You see in the important events folder, there's just one document, and it just says important events. I imagine you click on it.
Liv may have a plate in her hand, come to think of it.
Oh my goodness. Where did that come from?
Because remember when we came in, she took a plate. I think everybody was sitting down, and I said she's taking a plate of food.
Okay, so then what I need from you is I need a dex saving throw, and this is like a retroactive thing. Nothing bad is gonna happen. But
from the battle and stuff.
From the battle, I want to see if you held onto the plate the whole battle. Yeah, you're still holding onto that plate. You held onto it the whole combat. I imagine it's got to be empty.
I don't know. That'd be up to you. I like Liv wouldn't need it. I'll tell you that much.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's one tiny little like tea sandwich on there. You know, the one without the crust, the little squares. There's just one solitary sandwich left on it. All right, it's still safe. You double click on the important events, and you realize quickly that this has nothing to do with whatever was happening here. This is like Janice is expecting. It's Paul's birthday, and then it lists the date. Like, it's just, you know, whoever worked here wanted to keep track of like HR stuff that was happening with the people that worked here, and it's just a list of mundane BS about different people. But you see a bunch of names. There's like maybe 30 different people, and it's just different life events, like marriage anniversaries, birthdays, people, expecting children, holidays. It's the most mundane, unimportant thing, and it's not important for what you're looking for.
It's all the HR announcements.
Exactly. Yep.
As Eltar mentions food, Liv puts it in front of puts the plate in front of him.
Well, there's one little sandwich there for whoever wants it. I imagine you're gonna look at the personnel folder now.
Well, if you're not going to eat that, and you're not going to click on the folder, how does this work, Liv? Oh, there you are. Just going 10 folders deep. What are you doing?
Look, this announcement is very important. Someone's expecting. And I'll click on the personnel, I guess.
Okay, so this opens up a different type of parchment on screen. It's again one parchment, but this one has squares on it, crossing lines. And it says personnel's in or out. Yeah, everything is papyrus. Everything. You open that, and you see no. In the important events document, there was Comic Sans outlawed on this date. In the personnel Excel sheet, you see 3 different categories. The first one is managerial staff. The second one is office workers, and the third one is test subjects. And you notice, because there's an interesting thing at the bottom where there's a little digital peg that you can move left and right. And as you shift it from the right to the left, it's showing all the different iterations of this sheet, through time. And you watch at the top, the date is changing as you do this. So even though this is one document, you can actually go back and forth and see how things change. And you notice a disturbing trend, because I'm just going to roll over your 23. Even though you don't have any experience with computers, you're able to look at information and discern trends from it. You notice that managerial staff change out monthly. The last person who was managerial staff was Jonathan. You rolled a 23, so Clippy asked you if you need any help. But the office workers, some of them will change out monthly, but there's kind of a weird trend where 1 or 2 names from the office personnel section will move down into test subjects. And every 3 months or so, test subjects have a line through their name, and then they're no longer on the next iteration of the sheet. And that just keeps happening over and over and over again. Some office workers, their names are just gone, but some of them will move down into test subjects. And then from test subjects, a line will go through a name, and then that name will not appear again. And there is a comment on one section where it's labeled, not Jonathan because he was the last person there. It's like Elise or something like that. And it's about a year ago. And there's a comment on the actual field for test subjects that says, when you get to that, you stop on it and a pop-up comes up on the side. And from Elise, it says, if we need to keep up our supply of willing participants, and willing has quotation marks on it, we need to expand outside of Pillar.
Outside of what?
Outside of Pillar, which is the name of the fort city that is now a merchant town, that is at the top of this mountain, or this rock. And I would like everyone to give me you can either do history if you are proficient in it, or if you're not, then just give me an intelligence check. Because as you're looking at this information, you may realize something. 16 is pretty good. Ooh, 23 again. Richard's rolling rocks. So Liv, you think of it first. Ward with a 7. So Ward, maybe because you just don't, you're focused on keeping your people protected. Liv, you start wondering, who would be a test subject. Kind of, you're new to here, so you're not really sure. But Eltar, you think back, and you remember there was a lot of people at the Sky Docks, and you saw a decent amount of people, in the market on the way to the Drafty Villa. But there's one thing you never saw, and that was anyone in poverty. You never saw anyone who looked sick. You never saw anyone begging for change. It was all just people with money. And besides that, no one looked dirty. No one looked homeless. It wasn't strange to you at the time, but maybe it's because you weren't looking for it. But as they talk in this document about expanding outside of Pillar because they're running out of test subjects, you remember that you didn't see any unhoused.
I have a feeling that these test subjects weren't exactly volunteers.
Query, but it says willing.
Remember what I told you about people lying, Olivia?
Oh, so in this case, it is a lie?
Dirty, dirty lie.
Are there any post-it notes that contain anything, maybe a subterfuge language, thieves' camp, hackers, elite script?
Elite speak.
You're welcome to give me a perception check. Hold on, let me
Yeah,
check.
does the lead speak show up on your character sheet under
Yeah. No, I need to check the number for this room against the module and see if there's any lead speak hidden. Maybe in the fridge. Hold on. No, with 11, you look around and there's just the room you're in isn't personalized, right? You don't see any paintings of anyone. You don't see like any hand carved sculptures or anything. You see like wax plants and just like nondescript artwork and plaques that talk about like we're all in this together for a brighter future, which is these dumb slogans. There's nothing in here that seems to be hiding any information.
Is there a nameplate on the door or anything like that?
Yeah, if you walk back to the door, you see, I guess it would be overseer in common. And when you're looking at the documents thing, that's basically whoever is the head that month would be in this office.
Human resources.
Resources.
Also with that 23 Eltar, you think back to the way as you scan through the different iterations of this Excel sheet, the way that sometimes office names that were in the office workers section got moved down into test subjects. Maybe there was some people who were uncomfortable with what was happening here and they were taken care of.
And what's his name's with us, right? St. John, I think?
William St. Paul.
William St. Paul.
Yeah, call him St. John. He'll love that.
Billy St. Paul. St. John.
He says, no, that's my brother. No, that guy's a piece of shit.
Query, did you know of the names of anybody that came down here?
Oh, no. He was very hush-hush. Basically, they'd handed us a piece of paper that kind of confirmed who they were. It was a sealed parchment, sealed scroll case that was kind of keyed magically. We were given a little, he holds up his fingers like 3 inches across, a little stick that broke the magical seal without, makes an explosion sound. And on the parchment, there'd be a little visual description. And Calavesh upstairs, he has the ability to spell illusions and stuff, so he would just make sure the person was who they say they were, and then we just let them through. We never got a name.
And who did they say they were if you had no name?
Just a visual description. You know what I mean? And I noticed...
Oh, the description was on the parchment.
Was on the parchment. And it was just a visual description. There was never any names. And when you're... as Eltar was scrolling through all the different files, it's just names. There's no visual descriptions. There's no ages. There's no gender, no sex. There's nothing on there that gives their identity away except for a name. And it's all first names, too.
Paul, David.
Yep. Except for Jonathan. Everyone knows who Jonathan is.
So, going recap. We know this was a laboratory of some sort. It looks like they were experimenting on humans. We don't quite know where they were getting these humans from. It seems like the reports are saying that they needed some sort of repair kits. And then seems like after that, there may have been some accident.
True. Agree. Is there anything hidden that we haven't looked for on this? Haley gestures towards this, glowing, asking Altar, anything we missed?
I mean, you rolled a 23 twice in a row. Like, you don't know, aside from the folders and the parchments that you're kind of clicking on, you're not really sure how this thing works. It's just kind of self-explanatory, the way the mouse works and the keyboard works and everything like that. You do see that there is like a little bin with some papers on top. So that is something you haven't clicked on yet.
I'll just click on the last thing I haven't clicked on.
So you see what appears to be a little wireframe bin with some papers on it. It opens up, and there are 4 documents in there, and they look like correspondence, and they have different dates on them. There is one 6 months ago, one 3 months ago, one 2 months ago, and then one month ago. So kind of just spaced out. And you would think back to the reports that you had been reading, and that's kind of when 6 months is when they started requesting for repair supplies.
No, I was just gonna say, I think you might be on the right track, Livia.
Well, if we're going to go down to where they're requesting supplies, perhaps we should look around for repair devices, supplies, whatever they were talking about.
Does Livia, I mean, Liv knows what this is, like a mundane computer. Does she know what a mainframe is?
If you're clicking on any of these, basically it seems like whoever was working in this office during that time frame, 6 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 1 month ago. The last one has Jonathan as the author of that correspondence. The other ones have different names that don't really mean anything to you, other than they match whoever is the manager during that time frame on the personnel folder in the Excel sheet.
And the last one you said it was 6 months ago?
The last one that you are the one that is the furthest in the past is 6 months ago. So there's no other deleted files in here. It's just an initial very polite request for wires, cables, copper sheeting, just like a bunch of different. As an artificer, you would know that these are all. Actually, that's a good idea. Why don't you give me? D&D's weird about certain types of tools. I guess just give me like a intelligence plus your proficiency, so that way you see if you get an idea of what these different supplies would be used for.
I would think that would just be an Arcana.
Yeah, if you're proficient with Arcana, go for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, fantastic. 19. You know that when it comes to magical energy moving from one connected device to another, that once you deal with orders of magnitude more energy, you need to be able to contain that energy, otherwise it starts destroying things. And basically all of these supplies are to repair containment fields. And that first 6 months ago correspondence is like just a polite request, like, hey, we're going to need these things. We can tell that we're losing some of these containment devices are going bad, and it's not important, but the next time could we get some repairs, some replacement materials. And then 3 months, there's an annoyed version of that email. At 2 months, there's a bit of a desperate version of that email, and then the last one from a month ago from Jonathan is like a panicked email. And Eltar with that 23 and Liv with that 19, you can both tell that whoever was the manager tried to send out that request along with like a personnel folder. Like you can tell that monthly, a copy of the personnel Excel sheet and a copy of the monthly progress reports got sent out every month. And 6 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, and 1 month ago, they tried to send an additional correspondence when they sent out those every month, and this got bounced back and put into the trash bin. So their request for stuff just got ignored and actually never even went out.
And I know before we rebooted, I think what happened, because before it said on the display, it said that to reboot the mainframe. Was that this computer itself?
That wasn't on the panel. That was like how you found a post-it note like attached to the screen with the password of the user. There was kind of a separate piece of paper that was it was a post-it note, but it was kind of laminated onto the desk itself, and that's where it said that you needed to reboot the mainframe if there was ever an emergency. Kind of like a standing, you need to do this.
Does Livia know the difference between this computer and a mainframe?
100%. I'm not going to make you roll for that. You know that this is just like a workstation. Livia would know that. And that a mainframe is a big, like central hub for magic and
So it looks like there was an accident, and I believe to override this lockdown, we may need to do what this says, as she points to the laminated message.
What is mainframe?
It is a large machine that can house magical energies and information.
This one. And Haley will point towards the thing that turned on.
Yes, similarly, except much larger.
So we should look for this much larger machine. And when we get there, you will be like, yes, that's it. Why am I talking like you?
Sometimes people tell me it's like listening to a song over and over again. My apologies.
It is
Damn annoying, it's what it is.
catchy. Oh, gosh. Well, shall we look around? And I mean, there's some doors in the other room. We can go through those doors and have a look around and see if there's a mainframe. I mean, if there's power here, maybe there's power nearby.
That's actually a really good point. So I imagine Eisendrak, you might have been with him in this office. Ward, where have you been this whole time? So where are Eisendrak and Ward while the three of them? Because there's like, if you look at that space, if there's more than 3 people in front of that computer panel, you're not all gonna fit. So where would Eisendrak and Ward be?
Well, I'm definitely poking my head in to see what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm paying attention.
Yeah, Ward probably, he's keeping an eye, but he's probably still in that hallway, just looking at Fallen Comrade, being like, that shield's looking mighty nice, but I don't know if I decided whether he wants to steal it or not, or leave it with this Fallen, not necessarily Warforged, but construct that's probably close to what he was.
So you're kind of near the boardroom table?
Yes.
Okay. Please give me a perception check.
Okay.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. You hear movement through this door. That northeast door up there, you hear something moving.
Ward would wave to try to see if he can get Eisendrak's attention.
Yeah, you look through that doorway, Eisendrak, from the office back into the boardroom, and you see Ward kind of waving at you.
You mean waving me over? Yeah, I'll go over there, sure.
Do you hear things through this door?
I put my ear to the door and listen. Do I hear anything through the door?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna make you roll. So because you get up close to it, you put your ear on it, you hear muddle. No, wow, that's not a word. Metal, kind of scraping against like a hard, like not wood, but another material, and it's kind of scraping, and you kind of hear it move from the east to the west, like back and forth, and then you hear it kind of move parallel with that wall to your east. Yeah, there's like a wall to the east. You hear it move. Yep, you hear it move down to the south, and then come back up. And it just sounds like something is pacing. And your mind goes back to 2 creatures you fought when you first got in here. One of them was a person, a construct that was in like a person form made out of metal, and then a iron defender. You know that there are metal things walking around in here. Now know something moving around this room on the other side. Luckily, none of you have made enough noise. But the group at the computer, you've kind of gotten all the information that you can get from here, what you have. And at that moment, there's like a beep, 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 and the panel turns itself off and the light goes away. And Liv, you know that if the mainframe's off, that this whole facility, or if there's something wrong with the mainframe, you don't know if it's off, but if there's something wrong with it, anything that you see is probably on emergency power. That's what happens in facilities like this with your experience as an artificer. So whatever the battery, what are they called? UPSs? No, not UPSs. There's
Yes.
like a local battery. That just died.
It looks like this computer has given its all. It's out of its magical resource.
Well, shall we look around? I mean, there's doors over there. In the other room, perhaps the mainframe is behind one of those doors or both of those doors if it's much bigger.
So as you walk out, you see your Eisendrak is a Dragonborn.
Yes.
So you see the Dragonborn, your Dragonborn companion, with his ear up at this northeast door as you walk out.
In his head, Eisenrak, does he hear in his head? He receives the message of, what are you looking or listening for, Blue?
Well, I wasn't listening for anything, but there are noises behind this door.
Like beep beep, boop boop, like the other machine or something else?
Metal scraping on a surface.
Yeah. It's like, and I make that sound, you know.
In my head, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Shall we find out what's there? And Liv starts walking up towards the door.
Yeah, Ward will follow.
Is that tin can gonna be the death of me?
I mean, a couple more years of nature will take its course.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead and put yourself where you want to be.
I think Haley would be back over towards the party.
I'm just giving everybody the opportunity to stop her because she's curious, and she'll just open the door if that's the case. If nobody does anything or nobody tries to stop her.
I mean, Haley's not going to stop Liv because Haley was going to open the door moments ago.
You see St. Paul. He's kind of straddling like where this broken window is, and he's looking down the hallway to the south. Like there's some light down there. I don't really hear anything from all the way down here though. Y'all gonna open that door, huh?
Well, we need to find the mainframe and...
Well, if we're not leaving, we might as well fuck about.
All right, so Liv opens the door since nobody says anything else.
All right, click on your character up top.
So, what Haley's going to do, I assume that there's like something where it lives like intruder alert or something like that. I think Haley would move down here and hide around the corner as a bonus action hide. Would you like me to give you a stealth check?
Yes, of course.
That is a 24.
Nice.
And I would like to hold an action to throw a psychic blade if I see this creature come forward. And that's my turn. And then I see Eisendrag next.
Eisendrag, you can see through the doorway. You see another Iron Defender, wolf-like metal creature.
Damn, not this again. I will throw a chaos bolt at it.
Oh, nice. Nice. Roll to hit.
I hope that should hit. It was a 22.
Oh, yes. I've got D&D Beyond open just in case this happened. Yeah, 22 definitely hits. Roll damage. Oh, 13 points of damage. Very nice.
There's only one creature in this room, right?
That you can see. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Any movement? Any bonus action?
No.
Ward, you are up.
Ward will do what he's supposed to do and kind of step over or try to move around Liv a little bit.
I would think you kind of like shove her aside, like get out of my way.
Yeah, you're able to get past her and move.
All right. And I just walk up and take a swing.
Yep. As you move in, you see there's another like room with more panels and more desks. They're all pretty much off in there. Yep, you're able to get within melee and make an attack. Please roll. Yep, that does not hit. You do have hero point at the beginning of combat. Everyone does, but it's up to you.
Sure. Yeah. Nope.
Reroll that d20. You got a +5, it says?
Yeah, you know that's not happening. I just questioning whether I back up, then lives. Never mind. I'll stay here. I'm my turn.
He will accept anti-hero points where you take stuff away.
Exactly. Would you like to spend an anti-hero point for me to get a free attack against you? No. Any bonus actions?
Nope. Am I still... Do you guys see two of me, or am I the only one who sees two of me?
So that's where you started your turn.
Oh, then I...
All right. This thing sees you right in front of it. It's going to make a nice little bite. I don't think a 13
will not hit.
Second attack, and natural 2. I think that you are a nice juicy target. You're right in front of him, so he's not going to move. Eltar, you hear movement through the door to the east of you, and then you feel the door just explode out as another Iron Defender comes through and makes its second attack against you after destroying the door.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, now I hit. 23?
Much damage have they been doing?
Oh, no.
I don't know.
Yeah. Grumpy Dwarf looks juicier.
Yeah, I'll take one hit. Why not? We'll see how it goes.
Why is there so many dice? What happened?
It's usually not a good sign.
All right, ignore that second one. It's just 15.
Does it have to do with the strength save?
Ow.
Yeah. It is. Go ahead and give me a strength saving throw, DC 16.
Hey!
All right. You make it, and because of that, it doesn't rip its teeth out of you as it lets go, doing another 8 points of damage. You're able to kind of hold on, and it doesn't like drag you. And that was its second attack. And now you know why it destroyed that door with that first attack, because these guys hit really hard. Liv, it is your turn.
He turns around and says, "Warden," and then takes out her crossbow, you see it load by itself, and she will fire 18 for 8 points of magical piercing damage.
And you're aiming at the one that just bit Eldar?
That is correct.
All right, it is now injured. Do you have anything else you'd like to do? Any bonus actions?
Let me see here. No, not yet. She will, not necessarily like that, but move behind him, and that would be it.
All right, good turn. Eltar, it is now your turn. You just got a nasty bite out of your side.
Yep. And you see Eltar's kind of body glow with these tattoos that at first are silver, but then kind of take on this kind of crackling greenish energy for a moment as I cast Misty Step using my Fey Touch feature.
Go ahead and put yourself where you want to be.
Don't want to be out of the room, but I would think maybe here's okay. And that was my bonus action. For my action, I will cast Mind Sliver.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nope, that's a message.
Hello, how are you?
You hear
I yell at it.
We are fine here.
Yeah, you hear back from the Iron Defender. "Rah, rah, rah." Oh, nice. Oh, he rolled a 2.
Yep.
All right, so that's 6 points of damage and
6 points of damage and
damage
Bane.
on the next attack, or Bane minus D4.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think that'll be my turn. Let me end turn.
William St. Paul wasn't really prepared for another fight. Everyone just kind of opened doors. So he looks down as Eltar appears next to him and says, "Oh shit, that was quite a bite taken out of you, little feller."
Fuck you, get in there and fight, you bloody bastard.
Oh, well, with an attitude like that, I'll keep this potion to myself. And he points his gun at the Iron Defender. You just had to insult him. He was gonna hand you a potion.
I have a -1 charisma.
Luckily, I'm not evil. I'm not gonna hit somebody else with that bullet, but he is gonna make a second attack. Hopefully, I can do better. No, a 7. Does that still hit though? That just hits the AC. Wow. Oh, max damage. And it had 16 hit points left. As you watch as the bullet slams into the head of the Iron Defender Wolf, and it just smashes right through, and you see the circuitry and everything as the lights go out in its eyes.
Well done, Lily.
Then he pockets the healing.
So I didn't see anything last turn. I couldn't see from my POV, so
Yeah. From your position, you couldn't see around the corner there, not really. And then Ward has the other one kind of around the corner in the other room.
sneak forward, and then if I see an opening, throw sneak forward as my bonus action, or hide, and then
You're able, with that 24 that you rolled earlier, you're able to creep out here. We're not going to make you roll again. And as you kind of move up behind Eisendrak, you're able to see him around the corner. If you move, you can move forward more to get a better vision. If you want to move in between Eltar and Eisendrak to kind of get up on the table there, you'd be able to be. He'd still like have a +2, but you're rolling with advantage here. So, because you're kind of you're throwing it through that doorway past Ward. You know what I mean? So it's a tight shot, but you have advantage because you are stealthed.
I'm gonna ask this. To continue to be stealth, that would be considered my bonus action. Oh, I can't do it anyways, because steady aim, I have to move. Okay, we're good. I think we're good.
I'm going to say that because you basically lost your round because of where your positioning was, you didn't do anything to break stealth. So you're still stealth as you're moving up, but you moved, luckily, because you'd only be moving at half speed, right? But you didn't have to move that far. You're able to get where you are. So you're good.
We'll take a second blade attack using Dex. That is a 23.
Oh, definitely hits. Even with the throwing through the doorway and everything. Oh, 14. Very nice.
14 damage.
Oh, and that's enough. So how do you describe throwing those psychic blades to kill this creature?
I think as she slithers around Liv and hops on, quietly just kind of vaults onto the desk and then spins around. You see what is in her hand, nothing, but then there's a bluish silver color as she points towards Ward. Halfway, as it reaches about probably the door frame, you see this spectral dagger in night. This, I don't know how to best describe it, but the Elden Ring fire race are the blue swords that they shoot as it evaporates into existence and then slams into this creature. It's psychic damage. I'm not sure if that is a factor.
Check their immunities. No, you're good. You're good with psychic damage.
When their eyes probably turn like different color, and then they turn like the blue and silver, like the color of her hair.
Uh-huh. Exactly. The red eyes turn to blue. As Ward, from your perspective, you feel like this resonant energy pass you, and a blue blade just appears out of nowhere and slams into the head of this creature, but disappears as it enters the metal. Like everyone else in the room, you watched as the metal sheeting on the other Iron Defender's head just get destroyed by a bullet, right? This one just kind of puffs into the metal and then disappears. And Ward, you watch the eyes turn blue and then turn off as the creature just falls to the ground in front of
You see, he got finger guns money award. After as the creature falls. I brought that from my friend Jack.
you. Oh, right, Jack. Oh, Ward, what did you say?
And it's not the first psychic blade that's narrowly missed Ward's head, as we've been fighting these things, so he knows to look at Haley. But yeah, Ward did his job. He warded. As in Druck's
Excellent shot, Miss Haley and Mr. Paul.
Thank you. Liv, you're so polite.
All right, little feller, here. Despite your bad attitude, I'll give you this. And he hands you a healing. Try not to get bit next time, all right?
Just grumbles.
You are hurt. And she starts taking out her little small little wand thing and starts like sweeping him over it as your wounds heal as she casts
As she cleanses his
Cure
aura.
Wounds.
So you watch as this brightly glowing crystal moves all over your body, Eltar, and you just feel just vibes heal you.
How are we doing potions?
Everyone should have one, but you just got one from St. Paul. Oh, no. If it's an action, it's full heal. Bonus action, you gotta roll.
So that's regular
I think it's 10, right? Because it's 2d4 plus
+2. Yep, 10.
so it's just straight 10.
All right, I'm back up to full. Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Be aware, my equipment is running low, or is now depleted.
Aye.
Well, shall we have a look? Looks like there's more of those things in there.
All right, y'all look up in that area. I'm just gonna move down the hallway here and peek around the corner. All right, I'm just gonna cover us on CS.
Affirmative. Liv starts walking into the other room, not quite paying attention
Yep.
where everybody else is.
So I'm not gonna bring back the party token. As you move around, you see different, pretty generic office settings. You see, especially in this room where Ward and Liv are, you see bloodstains near some of the desks. Haley, there's some knocked over stuff on the ground and on the walls, and it looked like someone got out of here in a hurry. You don't see the sign of a person, and again, you're not finding bodies in it, just these metal creatures.
Can I give this room a once over?
Yeah, sure. Give me a perception check. If anyone wants to give me a perception check for a room they're in, I can give you some more information, but the map is doing a pretty good job of just describing what you're seeing.
I want to look over the bodies, specifically as you mentioned that there's no bodies, so I want to look over the bodies of the creatures,
The iron.
like to see if they're feeding or anything like that, if there's any hint of that, since there are no bodies around.
So you check. Oh, let me do Haley real quick. So Haley, you're looking around, and this has all the hallmarks of someone who worked in this office. You see that everything's kind of in its place, in exacting detail. Everything is very neat, except for the chair is turned over, and there are a bunch of papers to the south of the chair. And with a 15, you get an idea that someone was sitting at this desk and then got up very quickly to exit the room. You don't see post-it notes anywhere around the panel or on the desk. This person has better cybersecurity than Jarnathan did. Yeah, it's all kind of just nothing to you as you look around, because it's just high level, artificer technology, combination of technology and magic. And you see stuff and you're like, I think I know what that's for, but it's you think it's something to put. You basically pick up a coffee maker thinking that it's a printer. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you've never seen anything this advanced before, so it's hard to discern what that is.
If I failed anything, I can burn a psychic die to add a d6. You tell me if I need to roll the d6 or not.
Yeah, if you want to roll d6, you could have gotten a little bit more information.
Okay. I'll do that.
Oh, nope. Yeah. With the 16, it's still the same information. No, you're very good. Welcome. Please give me an investigation roll, Adam, for Liv. Oh, great roll. So you're able to look at this creature that you're standing next to right now, and with your knowledge of Eltar, you're able to kind of see the blood that's in its maw on the metal teeth, and you're able to just be like, no, that's not relevant to what I'm seeking here. And you check its mouth inside for like any viscera or tissue that would be left over from these creatures feeding, and you do see blood in there that is dried, that is not Eltar's, but there's no soft or hard tissue beyond the jaws that would make you think they're eating anything. In fact, as you look down, you can see that the blood stains, especially as you like kind of look underneath this creature where it fell, there are drag marks to the south, because this has actually been broken down. There used to be a wall here.
Okay.
Down there, and there's a bloody trail that goes out through that hole.
Well, there's nobody else around that's conceiving at the moment, I would assume.
Ward is in the room next to you.
Oh, okay.
To the north. But I don't know if Ward's paying attention.
Well, only because Liv will start going to the south and investigating.
Okay. Ward, I will just say that you notice Liv start walking to the south. And that becomes difficult terrain because it seems like there's like a server right there, like a big, basically a cabinet with the electronics in there that got smashed into the wall, and it's now lying flat into the south. And as you look through that wall, you see a bathroom.
A bathroom?
Yep. You look to the south and you see that this door right here.
Yes.
You see that is very clearly like not a normal door. It's because you could peer over it. You know what I mean? Like it's like American bathrooms.
Got it. You're saying that this is the bathroom. I thought you meant that there's a door that says bathroom on it. Got it.
You've just been here long enough to know what a Sharn bathroom is, like a standard bathroom.
Okay, then you may want to go to the other guys as she will search this room.
All right, Ward, you're looking around and there's a blood stain on the wall to the east. And as you kind of look down, you see that it goes back into the room where Liv was in, and then you notice Liv kind of climb over a cabinet and move to the room to the south.
Yeah, Ward has decided that this one will wander, so he's just kind of keeping an eye, trying not to lose eyesight on where Liv goes.
Probably a good call. Eisendrak, are you looking for anything in the boardroom?
Oh, I'm not.
Just kind of hanging out in there. You see a pot of month-old coffee.
Actually, I was kind of looking, where they're in meeting snacks left over, but
yeah. So if you move up here, up to the north, you see there's a month-old pot of coffee there that is just nasty. And then if you were to open up that cabinet, you find several bags with like Sharn's Best salt and vinegar, Sharn's Best cheddar and sour cream, and there's just bags of chips in there. And if you look at the expiration dates, they're still good. I did not think this would be a food-focused party, but here we are. Any questions from Haley or Eltar?
No, I think as Haley exits the room, she'll rub her hand across Eltar's head a little bit and kind of give him a little smile and head back out look down the hallway where she saw that being or person earlier.
Bloody fucking elves.
As you step into the hallway, you see St. Paul. And St. Paul has his gun out and is not pointing it at you. He has it pointed towards the ceiling, and he looks back at you, and he puts his finger up to his lips in a shushing motion, and then points his finger up one, and then points around the corner, because he's at the very edge of the hallway there, and he's pointing around the corner to the south, and he's pointing, and then he brings it back up, and he mouths the word one.
I would like to spend a sonic energy dice to do whispers. How long has it been? Since I did it when we first got down the steps to Liv and Eisendrak, so I could speak telepathically. It lasts 3 hours since I rolled a 3.
Oh, no, you're good. If it's 3 hours,
Then I would speak in Eisendrak's head and say, our friend Billy here found at least one other creature around the corner. He said, be quiet if you come out here. Maybe you can tell Gramps there next to you. And then Liv will hear the same thing, because
I will, yeah. I'll pass that message on.
Eltar Eisendrach lets you know that St. Paul has detected another enemy out in the hallway, possibly somebody. And then Liv in the bathroom. You make your way over the cabinet. Then as you head down, you see that there are 3 stalls, and then a door to the west. And then in your head, you hear Haley warning you that St. Paul has detected another enemy in the hallway.
And the odd door out is this one, right? Oops, I didn't mean to open it. Is that one?
No, you're good. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that is a normal door, not a stall door.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's a normal door. These are stalls.
Those are all stalls. So.
Got it. Then at that point, as she hears Haley, she'll just literally stop in her tracks, and then turn around and she sees the ward, and says, "Per Haley," and then she will repeat what Haley said in her head, and again, just like before, it kind of sounds like Haley, but not quite.
Yep. So, Ward, you hear a facsimile of Haley's voice come out of Liv's face.
Sounds like I am needed, and Ward will make his way to go be the shield.
And Liv will follow.
Before you leave the bathroom, please give me a free perception check.
For perception check.
When you were standing right there, when you got that message, you detected the smells of human urine, excrement, and blood.
Somebody blew up one.
Before, and then go ahead, please. But that's what you detected.
Got it. The Liv will make a note of that. Warden, there's a torn up bathroom down to the south. I think it should be investigated.
What would you guys like to do?
Haley would like to quietly move up towards Warden, or excuse me, towards Billy, or William St. John. Billy, Lou.
All right. Would you like to move up stealthily?
Yes, please.
Please stealth roll. Oh yeah.
24.
Yep. Yeah, you can move right up next to him, and he'll just kind of point around the corner. So if you want to move up to here, you can do so. And you see, standing against the wall, but not moving, not even breathing, another one of those man-shaped metal creatures, a helmed horde.
Haley will describe in the head of Blue and Liv the creature it looks like the same creature we fought before with the armor and the shield and like the glowing red insides. Very abstractly describe this creature. It's right around the corner from where I am.
Message from, and again, repeats it.
Okay. Where would everyone like to be? I imagine this might become a combat, so if you want to position yourself for this, you can, or if you want to maybe just leave this here for now and keep exploring, you're more than welcome.
I think Haley would let Ward move forward as she waves to him like, come forward, but be quiet.
Yeah, please give me a stealth check, Ward, if you're trying to move up.
Yeah, Ward is good at one of those things. Okay.
Yep.
Moving up or stealth check?
Moving up. Will it do it naturally? I guess not.
Not bad.
Not great either.
I mean, it's pretty good for Full Metal
That's
Creature
very-
at disadvantage.
That's very average.
All right, where would everyone else be? Because Ward was hurt. So if is everyone where they would be at, or do you want to move up into the hallway? Maybe it's totally up to you guys if you want to be back there. I think Liv is
Go
gonna
ahead.
follow.
Liv will be wherever. Liv would be wherever Altar would
That's
go,
what I
as she was talking about.
And then as
the back as possible.
as combat commences, Altar's just trying to move away from Liv, but Liv just keeps following.
Yep.
All right. So, Ward, as you move up, you see St. Paul just kind of look at you like, oh, as you just crunch, your foot crunches on some of the rubble. Because as you get down here, Ward, you're able to see that this wall right here is broken, and there's just a bunch of rubble strewn all the way up to where you are, and you just step on a particular big piece of masonry. And we're gonna get into combat. Hopefully it doesn't freak out this time.
As I was being quiet as I was moving up and then moving back.
You're good. You start stealthed.
Okay, I can barely see this creature around the corner. Would I be able to throw one of my psychic knives at it?
Yeah. I'm gonna say that you would have to move up a little bit. It's just because of that corner, like if it's just, yeah. I think you could go up one more, but because you're stealth, like, yeah, you can see half the creature now. You've got St. Paul and Ward in front of you. It doesn't see you, so go for it. It's gonna get a little bit of bonus because you've got 2 PCs in front of you, but you're rolling at advantage.
Hit the wrong thing. That is a 22.
Yeah, a 22, even with I'm gonna take
Or
your
11.
No, you already
Okay.
rolled damage earlier. We're just gonna take that. There's no sense in re-rolling it. You got a 14 earlier.
And then I would like to move away.
Okay, so you moved 10 feet. How much do you normally have? 30? So yeah, and you're not stealth anymore, so you're able to move the full rest of your move.
Okay, I'll move back to and then I'll do a bonus action. Yeah, I'll do a bonus action dash and move back through everybody, even if I have to go,
You got more
from
than.
here to here.
Yep.
And that's my turn.
All right, good turn. Eisendrak, you are up.
Well, hearing that shit is starting at the end of the hallway, I will move up so I can see what's going on.
You see a helmed horror right over Ward and St. Paul's shoulders, right around the corner there.
Well, beans.
Which corner?
To the west.
Eisendrak? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's standing in like a straight line.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, Sir Eisendrak.
Okay, I'll cast Mind Sliver on him.
Nice. Is that a save?
Yeah, int save.
These guys do have magical resistance. So it's going to be added to their name. But it doesn't matter when you roll a 2 and a 4. That is a failure. Points of damage and a bane for their next saving throw, I think.
Yes.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do?
I'll move back as much as I can. I'm like, whoa, wasn't expecting that.
Right. Helmed Horror moves up. And it's going to roll a d4. 1 and 2 is going to be St. Paul. 3 and a 4 is going to be Ward. Looks like it's coming at you, Ward.
Hey, Ward does his job.
I don't think a 15 hit.
Nope.
Second attack. 2. Jesus. It is me rolling. So that is going to be its turn. William St. Paul, it is Paul's turn. He's already got his gun in his right hand, and he pulls a rapier with his left hand with his interact, and he makes an attack. 19. 19 does not hit.
Mhm.
And a natural 1. He turns around and says, anybody want room up here, or should we keep this wall going?
I'm good. Right, Liv, Eltar. We're good.
Holding the line. Eltar, you are up.
I'm not getting fucking bloody closer. I don't have much else, so I'm also going to cast Mind Sliver.
It's a saving throw, right? So the Bane would apply.
Yep, but it's going to be minus a d4. Rolled a 4, rolled high, so it's a 13.
That is not enough. DC 14.
Oh, sick. Nicely done. Minus 4. Chipping away. Oh, he automatically did it because you had it targeted. It doesn't matter. So it takes 4 and then another Bane on him. All right, nice. You have to just keep rolling that between the two of you. Keep doing
That's
it.
the end of my turn.
All right, good turn. Liv, you are up.
Liv will take out her crossbow. You see it once again, a little compartment open, and then a bolt automatically loads.
Nice. Yep, roll to hit. Oh, that hits. Oh, 8 damage. Very nice. Yeah, they've got a 20 AC, so it is actually pretty hard to hit them at your guys' level. But you guys are doing really good. Anything else? Oh, Ward, you are up. It is now, I think it's, it's almost bloody. It's really injured. What would you like to do, Ward?
All right. Inspired by everyone's valiant actions, you will also try to swing and see if you can bloody this thing. Kind of bloody. Does it have blood?
Oh, a 23 hits. It does not bleed.
Hey, Ward good at slash.
Oh, damn. Nicely done.
That's all he needs at the moment.
It's definitely bloody now.
Okay, he is within range, so I would like to do bonus action steadying.
Yep, there you go. That gives you advantage.
I know I'm gonna have some people ahead of me, but
Yep, he's going to get some
Right.
cover.
in the way, I'm going to make it. Whoops. Fuck.
That's fine. It's fine. It's a great damage roll, too. Oh, yeah,
25 to
16
hit.
points of damage. Very nice.
Do you have a third die that you've been avoiding rolling?
Do I have a third die that I've been avoiding rolling?
Do you have Elven accuracy, or am I going crazy?
Oh, you're right. If I have advantage, I give yes.
Okay. Roll another d20,
So-
just flat, see if you get a crit.
I keep getting.
And
Nope.
then roll it one more time because you had advantage earlier. So let's see. Nope. All right.
I tried.
It is almost dead. No. Good reminder to remind people of the advantages they have.
All right, 1 second. Recognition, bonus action, every. Blah, blah. Okay, yeah, that's my turn.
Eisendrach, you are up. You see this helmed horror is barely standing.
Well, don't want to waste important magic on it. So I hit him with a chill touch.
Nice.
Me. Oh, very nice.
There it is. I don't know why I didn't give the fancy fireworks for you, but yeah, that is more than enough. How does this? There it is. It was just late. How does this chill touch kill this helmed horror?
The spectral hand just appears, and it just kind of like does the thing where you snap your middle finger and just into somebody's forehead, and it stuns him, and he just keels over.
Yep, and he just falls into a jumble on the floor.
That'd be awesome. The next one that you kill like that, Randy, should like be like a cuff behind the back of the head.
I would like everyone to give me either, if you have Arcana, if you're proficient with it, please roll it. If you're not, then just go ahead and give me either a history or even survival. Survival, history, or Arcana. And if you're not proficient with any of that, please just give me a wisdom or an intelligence check. And that's for everybody.
Liv would like to use her inspiration.
Sure.
Yeah,
yes,
could you go through that instruction again? I lost you somewhere in the middle.
Okay, so it's Arcana, history, or survival. And if you don't have any of those, then an intelligence or wisdom check.
18 for Haley. If I failed, I can add a d6.
Roll a d6 because it's a very high. Okay, you just hit.
Oh, wait a minute. Before you say anything, at Liv, she would at this time, out of her top hat, a kind of little radar thing shows up, and starts sweeping as she's able to add a d4 to her ability check.
Nice.
I can't do it because I'm not proficient, so I can't add a d6. Oh, I'm just at 18.
Okay, so thankfully, Liv just hits the DC 20. You know, Liv, based on the Helm Horrors you fought here, and just your knowledge of arcane workings as an artificer, these Helm Horrors, despite being formidable and being very hard to hit, should not be this easy to fight. Because normally they would have damage immunities and damage resistances that would make it so, aside from like the magics you guys have been doing and even the necrotic damage, none of that should have gone through, right? They should have been taking half damage from your regular attacks. They should have been, well then then Haley would know this too. These guys should not be going down this easy. And as this one falls to the ground, you notice that there's no physical abnormality with these helmed horrors, but they just seem to have less inherent energy. That there's something that is drained from them that is making them weaker. So they, instead of being immune to poison, necrotic, or force damage, they're resistant to it. And instead of being resistant to non-magical damage or non-adamantine damage, they're taking full damage from it. And it's because they've been drained in some way.
They've been, say that last part again, they've been what, some way?
They've been drained. They have
Drained,
less,
got it.
like their batteries are low or something like that. Like that's the closest analogy you can make.
Doing a diagnostic about these creatures, it seems normally they would be more advanced, powerful. However, that does not seem to be the case. Maybe they have not as much power, or they have been drained. I suggest caution moving forward.
Well, then, let's go cautiously.
Haley, as you move up, you see that there's a door to your east, and as you come around the corner and walk over the body of the helmed horror, you see a panel that's flashing to your west, a 10-foot wide metal door to the northwest there, and then another 5-foot door to the west. And to the southeast, there's a gap in the wall. So there's a bunch of different ways you can go.
So the panel's flashing, and this door to the north here is 10 foot versus this door to the west is 5 foot. Does it say anything on the panel?
Yes, in common it says containment breached, emergency power.
Can I look for any traps around the doors or anything like if we open it up, is it electrified or anything like that?
Yeah, please give me a perception or an investigation.
That is a 17, and I'm proficient, and if I'm failed, I can roll d6, so you tell me.
So that's enough to know that there is no trap on this 10-foot wide door, but it is powered down. It seems like it's a door that would open if you interact with the panel in some way, because there's no handle. But with a 17, you notice that there's a metal crank in the center of the door that if you turned the crank, it's like a manual opening, a way to manually open.
And what about this door to the west?
That just looks like a normal door to you. It's got a handle on it, and it's kind of cracked open. You smell, there's like a strong, astringent chemical smell coming through the crack in the door.
So I'll mention that telepathically to both Liv and seems there's points to we can crank this, or it can crank this and open it. But you smell that, Blue? It smells terrible. Well, it depends on if you like the smell of this kind of chemical. Some people does, but to me, no thanks.
And then Liv will just say out loud, investigating, and start moving towards the group and leaving.
Billy will point towards the way it stinks. Over there, that door, the small one, smells. You can smell it coming from underneath. Are you familiar with that smell?
To the east, you smell like kind of stale water to the east, and if you look through, you see that there's pooling water on the floor and a broken urinal on the ground.
That smells awful. Get it, Liv? Awful? No? Awful. O-F-F-A-L. That's how you spell it, right? Blue? Right?
Ha, ha, ha.
Elta, are you back there on your own? All right. Where would you guys like to go? You're free to move wherever you want. There's a crank on that 10-foot wide door. There's a door to the west, and then there's a gap in the wall to the east.
Well, we should look into the... Wait for it. Don't crank that open, because that obviously it's bigger and probably either holding something in or keeping something from coming out. So maybe that door there, and she'll point to the standard door to the west. Open that one.
Liv, you see another bathroom to the right. As you open the door, Ward, you see a supply closet, and there are some containers with cleaning supplies that have fallen over. But aside from that, it looks just like a room that has been untouched for a while. But it's just mainly cleaning supplies. There's mops, there's brooms, there's a bunch of different chemicals for cleaning in here, and what looks like boxes with extra parchments, extra devices for working on these panels. It just seems like a supply closet. Liv, you see a broken down and halfway destroyed bathroom. This looks like the men's bathroom.
Door. And then we'll start opening doors.
Yeah, you open it, and there's just a small hallway there.
Do you think there's anything useful in here? I'm gonna give it a look around, Ward.
Useful for odor elimination?
I mean, for food?
You can roll an investigation check if you want to look around. Liv, as you open that door, you see that there's just a small hallway there, and knowing where the other bathroom is, this is a hallway that connects the main hallway to the other bathroom. It's 5 foot wide, 20 foot long.
So basically, they would enter the bathrooms. Why are usually bathrooms are next to each other? But, I want to start looking for bathroom signs. Is there bathroom signs?
Yeah. Nothing human would arrange bathrooms like this.
Yeah, when you go to the other side of the doorway and you're in the hallway, you look to the south, and there's a figure of a robot without any clothes on. And you look to the other side and you see another robot that also doesn't have any clothes on. So it's no discernible difference. It's the same symbol on both doors.
This door and what? This door?
Yep, they both have the same symbol on it. When you open that door to the east, though, you get that smell of blood and refuse.
That blood and refuse isn't. I don't get that smell in here.
Nope, just kind of stale water because the piping broke when that wall got destroyed. So that you see, there's a drain there, so like the water clearly drained away, but there was a exposed pipe that made this entire area kind of soaked, but that may have been weeks ago, right? So there's just kind of this moldy smell in this room, but there's no smell of blood or urine. Haley, you can give me dirty 20.
That is a dirty 20.
With a 20, you find, let's see here, what would be in here that would be useful? You find 2 potions of healing in one of the drawers. In this is like a rolling cart here, and you go through the first 2 drawers at the top, and they're just like supplies, cleaning stuff, and then you get to the bottom and there's a first aid kit, and you open it and there's 2 potions of healing.
I think I'll just reach forward and look at this and something useful. Here, Ward. And she'll pass the other one to Ward.
Liv goes, I will reinvestigate the areas I was speaking of earlier.
Yeah, sorry, the walls are kind of messed up. But are you gonna start checking stalls?
Yeah.
So you go to open that one, and that one is locked.
I want to go ahead and investigate that door for locks and traps.
Yeah, please give me an investigation roll.
Oops. Oh.
It just looks like a door to you. It's a stall door, so there's like you're like trying to like rotate the little thing, and it's just clicking as you're trying to turn it, but you don't see any traps or any panels or wires connecting anything. It is a better than American style stall though. You can't see through a gap. It at least has the decency for.
So it's more European style.
Okay. Yeah, it's more European. Exactly.
Well, so she doesn't know if she doesn't think she sees any traps. So she'll take out her thieves' tools and try to figure out the lock to unlock it.
And the camera, if there was a camera focusing on what's happening in this story, pans back to the hallway, and St. Paul goes, "Well, we're not going to find anything out by not cranking this door," and just starts opening the door. And you guys see a long hallway with piping on the sides. Look at Alton move. Piping up the sides, and there's drainage at the bottom, and there's piping and nozzles every 5 feet that seem to at one point maybe shot liquid or gas or something into this hallway that is 10 feet wide and 15 feet long. And he goes, "Well, that looks ominous, huh?"
Haley will peer in and
Liv, go ahead and roll your. I'll go first if you're scared, Haley. So it would just be what? Dex plus your. Well, I mean, if you're proficient with him, you can use your intelligence as an artificer, right?
Yeah. It's just thieves' tools will just give me proficiency.
Then go ahead and just roll Arcana because it's intellect plus proficiency, right? So that is enough. You use your thieves' tools, and you're able to actually take apart the little turning device that would be the door, and you bring the little front of that cylinder off, and you're able to manipulate, put your tool on the inside and unlatch it.
Ooh.
You find the body of a person sitting on the stall. Your first corpse. Well, in this dungeon. I'd say a half-elf in a white lab coat, and they're holding a clipboard to their chest and kind of slumped against the side sitting there, and their head is just resting right above where the toilet paper would be. Based on everything you've seen thus far, and because you have a high intelligence, it is very clear to you that this person, whenever, something happened, came in here and locked themselves in here. And because so much time has passed, it's been 3 weeks at least.
Well, at least I assume that their pants aren't down.
No, but it smells in here because when the body dies, it starts digesting itself, for the lack of a better word.
Then Liv will read what's on the clipboard, or Liv would do a search of the body and get that clipboard, especially if they have a badge or something.
Okay, they don't have any like discerning, not a badge, not a key card. You get the idea that they came in here in a hurry. Go ahead and
Normally, I would probably ask, but Liv would not know this because I remember earlier the DM mentioned that somebody was moved. It looks like somebody moved in a hurry, but Liv doesn't know that because she was never in that room that Hallie was.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you're able. It takes some times though because there's rigor mortis to set in, so it's actually pretty difficult to get the clipboard away. But there's no time constraints here. You're not acting under pressure, so it takes some time. It takes a couple minutes, but you're able to get the clipboard away. You see written in common, it says containment was breached. The guardians have gone haywire. Tell Margaret I love her.
We must find Margaret. Changing objective. All right. If that's the case, then she'll take the rest of her time to walk back to the Westerner group and show them the clipboard. Show Hallie the clipboard, and explain that I have found a staff member. They were clutching this clipboard. Unfortunately, they have been terminated.
Wow. Billy, where are you running off to?
Well, we're not going to find anything in the hallway, so I'm going to open this door now. And you see that this 10-foot wide door also has another crank on it. And he says, I don't see any, what were you all saying earlier? Like little laser things? These look like liquid or something's going to come out of them. So as long as they're not acid, we should be all right, right? Here we go. And he starts cranking the crank.
Cranking the crank.
I will move up and peek around the corner.
All right. Go ahead and move up. As you peek around the corner, you see another helmed horror. This one standing against a bunch of server racks. And this one is significantly weakened. The light that is shining underneath the armor is very dim. It is pulsing. It has almost gone out, and it is just covered in wires. Wires are plugging it into its head and its arms, in its torso, and the wires are pulsing the same colored energy that is inside the helm horror, but it seems to be drawing that energy out.
It was a sneaky peeky. Would you like me to roll a stealth check? 16.
Not as good. You see the helm horror like turn its head and look at you, but it can't move. It is so weakened. It's like seems to be stuck there with all of these cables and wires in it.
Did I fail?
Yeah. But is this something you can only do a certain number of times per day?
Yes. 4 times.
Don't waste it. It's unable to move. Like it notices you, but it can't move.
I will tell Blue and Liv, another of the helmet things in armor around the corner. And she will slither away between Ward and Billy and Liv.
Liv will look at it and she's going to try to ascertain. Does it seem to be? It seems like the rack is drawing power from the helm horror.
Yeah. I'm not even going to make you roll. That is 100% what's happening.
Caution. It seems that server rack is drawing power from the helmed horror ahead. We may not, or we probably should not decommission it, as it may take power away from the servers. Our goal is to reset the mainframe.
Aye, tin can makes sense.
She'll like, shall we investigate? And then she'll start walking in.
So William St. Paul is in that hallway, right? Liv and Haley are peeking around the corner. You're looking to this room, and this room is an open floor plan. You see server cabinets on the northern wall. That's where the helmed horror is kind of stuck there next to what looks like a computer bank right there. You see a series of cubicle desks. You see Liv and Haley from your position. You can see some more workstations. There's a 10-foot wide, very heavy door right here. It doesn't look powered. It just looks like it doesn't have a crank. It's just like a big metal door with handles on it. And you see also a very large workstation here with kind of curved, wrapped around panels that are all off. And that's kind of all you can see from your position.
Freaking gaming setup.
Yeah, exactly. And William St. Paul says, when I'm nervous, like now, I usually tell jokes. Do you mind if I'll tell a joke? It's a little racy, and I do apologize to Haley because it is one that is kind of at the expense of women. So I do apologize. I did not say I was a gentleman, even though I sound like one. Do you mind if I tell this joke?
I love a good joke, particularly at my own expense. So please, enlighten us with your dad joke.
Are the only survivors of a plane crash, and they are stuck on an island. They see another island far off, and they have the idea one day that they're going to swim to that island because they see that there's more wreckage over there. So maybe there's food, maybe there's supplies, whatever, right? And there's a blonde, a brunette, and a red hair, right? And the red hair woman swims out from the island and doesn't anticipate how bad the current is, and gets about halfway between, gets tired, and she drowns. She sinks into the ground. And the other two women, the brunette and the blonde, they're there, and they say to themselves, she wasn't very strong, we can do it. The brunette, she swims out there. She gets about 3/4 of the way there. She gets tired, and she drowns. It's a terrible thing. The blonde, she looks at that, she goes, I can do it. I can make it. The blonde, she swims out. She gets 3/4 of the way. She gets tired. She rests a little while, and then she swims the rest of the way and gets to the other island. And he looks around, and no one gets the joke, and he goes, well, I'm not very good at telling jokes. But it's because the blonde woman has fake boobs, so she could just float, and she was able to rest. And then, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I'm bad at telling jokes.
Does not compute. Warden, explain. Fake boobs?
Yeah, implant. Have none of you been to Sharn? That's like the new thing now.
I went to uni at Sean, but
Yeah, cosmetic surgery. It's all the braise.
Penny points it. Live.
No, like cosmetic. It doesn't matter. It's a bad joke. I never. You know what? Usually people are drunk when I tell that joke, so it goes by better. Let's just continue on.
Live. Is there a mainframe here?
DM, is there a mainframe here?
You see the servo panels to the north could be seen as a mainframe, but they are just like flat panels, and you can see electronics inside, but there's nothing. There's no panel, right? There's no like big switch for you to flip or something like that. There's no. What, with your experience as an artificer, this is the like consumer facing side of a server, of a mainframe, and more likely than not, so that way this room doesn't become super hot, on the other side of the wall is where like the main electronics are, like the main frame. It's probably super fucking hot in there, but that's why it's in another room. It's because there's just a massive amount of energy going through all of the electronics to keep it going. So they would have, a person side of it, which is what you're seeing in this room, but all the main stuff is in the other room.
Negative. However, if you'd like, I can try searching.
Do you have to kick it? Or, because it said reboot, right?
Affirmative. Generally, it's a switch.
To not kick it. Okay. Well, let's have a look around.
So, as they look around, Liv is going to go ahead and open up her top hat as again the little satellite-looking dish comes out as she starts sweeping the room, and it will take 10 minutes to cast Detect Magic.
All right, everyone else, please go ahead and move your tokens into the room unless you are specifically staying in, luckily, not a laser chamber, but a clean room, or, you just don't want to get in there. But as you walk around, you see many workstations. It doesn't show it on the map, but there are blood stains at 2 of these desks that lead through those double doors as you come in, and you kind of see. And it's because it's so dark in here, you weren't able to notice it, and it was probably because that panel was like flashing in your face when you first came through the hallway. But now as you walk in, you see that there are just blood stains all right here.
I'll give the room a once over for anything obvious. Is that all right?
Yeah, go for it. Perception check or investigation, whatever you want to give me. It doesn't really matter. Usually
They're
perception.
both the same.
Yeah.
So that is a 4 for a total of 9. I failed by I can roll a d6.
Like a D6.
10. Not much better.
Yeah. You just see a bunch of workstations. There's another set of server racks here to the southwest. You see a bunch of cables kind of hanging out of it. May have been where that other helmed horror was stationed before it kind of got itself removed. The helmed horror to the north that you're standing next to, Eisendrak, is just so weakened from all the cables drawing energy out of it that it's just kind of like trying to grab at its sword, but its sword has fallen to the ground, and it's like reaching for you, Eisendrax, but it's just so weak that you're just like able to bat its arm away, basically ineffectually trying to reach anybody who gets close to it. But it is so drained that it's barely alive. And I put some red lines on the ground to show where the body was dragged. All right. Is there anything else you guys would like to check out or look for? Haley looked around, but she doesn't have to be the only one to roll for it. Did you say that you rolled Detect Magic, Liv?
Yes.
So the helmed horror.
And
is...
wait, and wait. So let me explain the purpose.
Oh, please, yes, go.
Liv is trying to look for an energy signature to figure out where the power of the mainframe is.
Oh, great. Okay, so this is the first time you've done that. So you notice that these server panels are all lit up. They're not as intense as you think they should be with your knowledge of these type of apparatuses.
Which panels? I didn't see which panels. I didn't see your thing.
The ones that are against the wall there, that Eltar's standing next to. There's energy being drawn out of the helmed horror into the cables, and then from the cables into the wall, into those server racks. There's also like a big 6-inch wide cable that's up on the ceiling you notice for the first time, and it came from that hallway that you came from. And if you look down into that hallway, you see it goes along the ceiling and down into the hallway, and you realize that that's probably where all of the energy and information, like internet cables, went to all the other workstations here in the facility. Because if you look into the hallway, it doesn't go into the door into the elevator, right? It doesn't go out of this facility, but it connects this server to the rest of the facility. Everything is hard linked. There's no like Wi-Fi here, right? It's all data, physical connections, and they all go into this server rack. There's even another line that runs this way. I'll draw it on the map for you. That goes, you see that white line I just put there? Goes from that server rack to the top down to the other servers in the bottom. And then those servers kind of connect to all the stations at the south end of the room. And you realize that like everything is hardwired here. And you're watching with those energy signatures, it's all being pulled to those servers, and then it seems like going through the wall. And you can't see past the wall, but you get the feeling that the energy is being pulled into the server.
Diagnostic says the energy is coming from the north wall behind these servers, most likely behind those doors, and she points to the two double doors. The mainframe is behind there. Therefore, we most likely need to go past those doors.
Is there any way to open those doors?
Or you see there's just normal doorknobs on those doors. It is a big metal door. There's just metallic doorknobs.
Yeah, Ward reaches out and tries to open the door. Looks like it opens. Does the blood trail continue?
Yes, it does, into the darkness. And I'm going to put the party token in there so that way everyone can get a good look of what's inside that room. All right, go ahead and deselect your tokens, and you should be able to also see from the party token. In here is something even Liv and Haley, you've never seen anything like this before. There are huge, like almost batteries, just everywhere in this room. That's what these are. If your like energy reading signature detect magic is still going on, you see these just pulsing with energy, and they're all connected. And you see there's a middle cable in the center of the room, and it goes to where all of these electronic bays are in the center. And these are like, if you have your energy detecting up, these are like looking at the sun. There's so much power being located in these. And inside some of them, you see movement. There's like, you don't know if it's magic, if it's energy, if there's creatures inside of them, but some of them are moving a little bit as something inside is moving them. And there's cables crisscrossing the room. Ward, because you're the one looking in there first, please give me a perception check. With an 18, as you open the door and look through, you look up and you realize that this room, unlike the other rooms that you've been in have had like a 10-foot ceiling, basically. You look in here and this one is 15 feet tall, the ceiling. And you look up and you see that there are just cables hanging from the ceiling. And among those cables are the hanging forms of the employees who worked in this facility. As blood is dripping down onto the metal grates underneath and onto the electronics here, you see that cables are piercing the bodies of these corpses, and they are in different states of necrosis. And at that point, you see at the far end, there is another helmed horror that is kind of leaning and sitting down on the ground on this side. And for the first time, since seeing these helmed horrors, you watch as it puts its hand up and tries to wave you out of the room. It doesn't say anything, but it's like motioning for you to leave the room.
Get out, I'm busy.
Ward leaves the room and tells everybody what he saw. Oh no.
Why would we leave the room? Like,
Ward didn't leave fast enough.
Right then, mystery solved. Time to go.
It's fine, guys. He's already near death. We're okay.
All right, please roll initiative, everybody. Okay, is everybody ready to go? Looks like everyone's rolled. William St. Paul looks over at Ward and says, "What's wrong over there? What are you saying there?
Oh, I found the employees.
Are they okay?"
They've probably been better.
That's very funny. Okay. He's gonna move. He gets on top of the desk here, and he's gonna ready his gun. If he sees an enemy, he's gonna make an attack.
Liv is curious and will start walking up 5, 10, 15. From here, she can't move any further. She doesn't see anything, so therefore she will just hold an action to attack whatever comes out.
With what?
With
Are you gonna do a melee attack
crossbow.
or crossbow? Okay, great. Good to know. Haley, what would you like to do?
I think Haley will move back, use her action to move away. She'll come down here and attempt to hide behind this partition.
Yeah, I can see that. Go ahead.
That is I get a D4 2.
Yep.
Well, what it rolls? Slide that I mid stealth. Stealth's the same thing.
The same bonus. Yep.
I was looking at another D4. 28.
Holy shit. So not only does Haley disappear from everyone's frame of motion, you all forget that Haley exists.
Who's Haley?
She'll draw back her weapon and hold an action for any creature that looks like they're going to be aggressive towards our party.
Okay, and that would be one of your psionic blades?
Yes.
Great. Yep, you're good to go. Ward, what would you like to do? You saw the helmed horror like wave you out of the room, trying to warn you.
Yep. So I'm no longer in that particular room, but I will sit here and raise my shield and technically take the dodge action, but just kind of hold behind my shield and hope for the best.
Okay, so you raise your shield, which gives you a +2 to AC, and then you're able to take the reaction to shield. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay, so something's about to happen. I'm going to roll a d4. 1. Okay, so Ward, you're the first person who watches from the ceiling a mass of cables just lets itself down from the ceiling and starts to move towards you. And I think, Haley, you'd be able to see this, right? I think that's Haley.
That's correct.
So you watch it, and it's a mass of cables that just pulled it away from the ceiling. I don't know if that's enough to be a trigger for you.
I would imagine so. Like, unless it looks like it's got flowers for Ward, I would like to make an attack.
And you have advantage because you definitely, I don't even see the point in rolling.
And I will roll one more for that accuracy.
20 definitely hits. Yep, roll that damage. 10 points of damage. Very nice. All right, you connect. The cable hits them. All right, I see. I need to do something here. Give me 1 second. All right, I think that fixed it. Yep. All right, now it's displaying the right HP. You You connect, and that is your reaction. I don't think anyone else can see them. All right. Ward, it's coming down to you, and I think, Liv, you'd be able to see it now, and so would St. Paul. So, Liv, why don't you go ahead and shoot with your crossbow? That's enough to hit it. 9 points of damage. Very nice. That is enough. Oh, max damage again? Jesus. It is now bloodied, and Ward, it has now reached you. Its cables reach around you and roll a natural 20.
At disadvantage?
Oh, yeah? Oh, very nice.
I was about to be really impressed.
12. All right. So the cables just kind of, it walks up to you, and it like whips the cables out around you to try and grab you and squeeze you. But because you're like moving back and forth, it doesn't find purchase on your body, and the cables just kind of fall to the ground and restrict back to them. All right. Good stuff. And I'm very sorry about this, Liv. The cables that are inside the helmed horror retract. And I'm going to roll a d4. 1 to 2 is Eisendrak. 3 to 4 is Liv. Eisendrak, this cable blight is going to try and attack you. I don't think a 13 hits.
No, it does not.
Okay, great. Great. And that's all it can do for now. Cable blight removes itself from the server behind St. Paul and Haley and uses its special ability, Tangling Cables. Looks like it just barely misses you, Haley. Oh, yeah. It definitely misses you once it goes back that far. So the cables shoot out and try and wrap around William St. Paul. He's got to make a strength save. All right, luckily he's able to move out of the way as the cables just kind of come out of this cable blight in a cone and just wrap around. And Haley, you get like a front row seat from this as they come all the way out to you and just get within inches of your face and then slam into the ground and suck back into the cable blight. You watch as like things on the ground, just random detritus from this office, get pulled into the cable blight. But William St. Paul is able to dodge out of the way. And that is their turn. Ward, when you look past this cable blight, you see that in one of the containers is this pulsing blue energy bouncing back and forth on the inside of a containment field, and you watch as the lights on the outside of this container go from green to yellow to red, and you don't know if it's going to be now or 3 rounds from now, but something is breaking out of a container.
Lord will scream out a summary of that.
Oh, I've been rolling privately this whole time. I am very sorry. I'm going to roll something privately. Ooh, okay. And now I'm going to switch to public rolls so you guys can see my rolls from now on. Eisendrak, you are up. You have a cable blight in your face.
In my face? So it looks like I'm equidistant from 2 of them.
There's one to the east, right here. The one that was kind of infesting the helmed horror is now attacking you and Liv. It missed when it tried to attack you, though.
Oh.
So we got one there. There's one next to Ward, and then there's one next to St. Paul.
Ew. Well, the one next to St. Paul, Eisendrak's going to raise up his hand, and as he does, a giant earthen hand arises out of the ground, mimicking his motion.
Give me 1 second. Why are there no easily searchable images of the stone hand from the D&D movie? You think that'd be really easy to find? Ridiculous. All right.
So the hand is trying to grab it, so it has to make a strength save.
That's a 4.
That fails.
All right. What happens now? He's just grappled?
He is restrained, and he takes 8 points of what is it? The bludgeoning damage.
Very nice. Very nice.
And that'll be my turn.
Right. Mind sliver to the bugger in front of the tin can.
All right. The one to the west of you. What is that? An intelligence save? Well, you'll love to know these guys are extremely intelligent. No, that's a 7.
That's a failure. Max damage.
Oh, nicely done. 6.
Seeing these things come out of the wall, I'm gonna back up. Yeah, it's fine right here.
Ward, you see another containment field. Instead of energy this time, you see just a massive metallic form inside of a large container. Well, actually, it'd be huge because the creature is large. And let me do a private roll real quick. Ooh, also bad. Okay. St. Paul is not happy about having this thing in his face. He's just going to attack with his weapon because it is restrained, so he's going to have advantage. 14, I think 14 still hits. Yep, 17 hits. Ooh, max damage, very nice. And then he's going to jump off. I can't remember, can it take attacks of opportunity when it's restrained? But yes, it can, but at disadvantage.
Let's look at it. Restrained. Speed becomes 0. Attack rolls. Creature has disadvantage on saving throws. Attack rolls have advantage. Attack rolls have disadvantage. Yeah, it could. It's just disadvantage.
Down to 10 misses. Very nice. So he gets away and moves back. And he's like, "What the hell is that thing?" Liv, you are up. You got one in your face, but it is currently like a little woozy from getting mind slivered.
Liv gets on her tippy toes, and then from her heels, you see whoop, 2 wheels pop out as she disengages and moves behind Altar. And then bonus action. Oop, that's it.
Haley, you are up.
Okay. Ward's next. I think she's gonna take steady aim at the one next to Ward and make an attack with her psychic blade.
The one next to Ward? Oh, very nice.
Yes.
Yep, for that elven accuracy. Good call.
No.
Yep.
25 for 20 damage.
20. Holy crap. And it is dead. Ward, you watch this psychic blade. Well, actually, please, Haley, describe your kill.
I think Ward is very familiar with this, and you hear for the first time her speak up louder and say, "Ward, duck," and bluish color dagger flies from her hands and it goes right toward it. I think he turns around, the camera sees him and his eyes kind of glow a little bit, orangish yellow, and they get a little lighter, and then it disappears, and behind him it flashes and then hits this creature, and then she would give him a wink. Okay, now come over here and block this guy from running at me. Thank you. Bye.
I can't wait until Ward starts having Psychic Blades PTSD.
Yeah, for real.
Talking to me. Where'd you say come over here, Haley?
Over here.
Got it. Ward shall come over here, and as he does, he will stand in the way and then say do it again, because apparently that's how this works. And he's going to use a commander strike to get Haley to attack this one that he's now blocking from her.
Ah, okay. I'm not hidden or have steady
It's
aim,
restrained.
so I do have advantage. Well, that's a 16. Let me roll one more.
Yep, one more. Fish for that crit. 18 hits. Roll that damage. Ooh, 16. Ooh. Oh, it's only 9? Oh, right. It's 16. Yep.
It is 16, yeah.
It's near death. You throw it around Ward, and it's being held by Big B's hand, and the blade just kind of goes in between the fingers and almost kills the cable blade. All right.
No.
The one up here is just going to try and attack you, Eisendrak, because you're still there. Does this Bane only work on saving throws, or is it attack rolls too?
It's whatever restrain does.
No. The Bane from Mindsliver.
It's just saving throws.
Okay. All right. So it's just going to come up behind Eisendrak and try and attack you. Does a 19 hit?
Not with a shield.
Okay. So you use shield. All right. Mark off the spell slot. All right. And then the other one is unable. Well, let me roll a d6. Rolled a 6. Here we go. Ward, you are dodging?
No. Let me get rid of that.
All right. I need a... You should be good at this. This is a strength saving throw, DC 16. As a cone of cables come out to you. Haley, it's the same thing that happened before. Cables come out almost all the way to you, inches from your face, and hit the ground. And they wrap around Ward to try and pull him in, but Ward is just too fucking strong. And the cables just kind of whip around you and your shield and suck back into it, but it's unable to do anything as it's being held by Big B's hand.
We were told that consent must be gathered. Yay!
All right. And then there's one still that was badly injured from you, Ward. Nope, that one got killed, right?
That one Haley killed. Yep.
Yep. I guess I didn't mark it. It is now dead. All right. And those are the only 2 cable blights that are left. As something breaches containment.
Ooh, that looks big.
Here we go. So it gets into the doorway, and it sees Ward and St. Paul lined up, and it uses spell mimicry to cast Lightning Bolt in a 100-foot line, 5 feet wide. Ward and St. Paul need to make a DC 16 dexterity saving throw. All right. Ward, do you have inspiration? You may use it if you wish.
No, thank you.
Okay. 25 points of lightning damage.
That's bad.
You know what might have helped there? Inspiration.
Over my dead body.
Very likely at this point.
All right, St. Paul made it, so he takes half damage. So he took 12. And because he did the spell mimicry, he's not able to use his multi-attack, and that is its turn. Eisendrach, you are up. You can give me a free Arcana check if you want to figure out what this thing is that just showed up. Hell yeah. With a 19, you know that this is a living lightning bolt from Seer. Well, what used to be called Seer is now called the Mournland. And this is what was once a spell that has been given magical sentience and is now a creature. And it just broke containment.
Well, damn. If he's from Syria, does that make him a Syrian refugee?
He's not a refugee. He's too angry for that. I guess, what would it be called if you were forcibly removed from your country?
Kidnapped? Repatriated?
I guess deported, right? I don't know. But he's not sapient. So a big angry lightning bolt.
As opposed to all those friendly lightning bolts.
Yeah. This one has multi-attack, so it does strike twice. It's your turn.
Ha, 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 ha.
Mama. I am gonna disengage and run over here.
No bonus action?
No, I don't have any bonus actions.
Okay, Eltar, it's your turn.
Let's keep with the Mind Sliver on that one.
On the one that's against the wall right there? All right, another intelligence saving throw. Again, incredibly smart. That's a 1. Another 3 points of damage, chipping away.
And I will move.
You're trying to find a place where you could stand on the line with somebody.
Yep.
There you go. It's glowing with electrical energy.
Right, that is fine.
Hope it doesn't go here.
Oh yeah, there's 3 of you. Holy shit! All right, so you did Mind Sliver. Any bonus actions?
Do I want to go there? I don't want to go there towards it.
I mean, right? I think that there is fine.
Yeah, that's probably better.
There you go. You're not making a line with anybody except for Ward.
Actually, there.
There you go.
Let's hope it doesn't go here. No, I'm just messing with you.
Feels like we're playing Battleship at this point. All right. In the next room, you hear another container just get destroyed, and something moves forward. Boom, boom, boom. You hear the metal grates creaking under the weight of something. But it's not going to be able to get past the... You watch as something metallic moves up next to the living lightning bolt, and you see just like trails of electricity bouncing back and forth between this thing that's in the other room and the lightning bolt, as if the electrical energy is being shared back and forth as these tentacles of electricity are bouncing. And William St. Paul is up. He goes, well, I made a mistake of where to stand. I'm going to move now, and let's try and take out this cable blight here. Eisendrach, you mind if I kill this one?
Be my guest.
Pulls out his gun, and it seems like a dire situation, so he's going to make a bunch of attacks. Oh, that should have been at advantage. Yeah, natural 19 will do it. And that kills the cable blight in the hands of Bigby's hand. That one's down. And then he's going to shoot at the one to the north. That one he's not going to have advantage on. But a 14 will still hit. They have a very low AC. 9 points of damage. He's going to action surge. Oh, that's dumb. Yeah, all right, so he action surges. He's going to give up one of his attacks, and he points at you, Haley, and he says, kill that cable blight. And you're able to make an attack with Commander Strike at this one here.
Yep, let's see. Actions. Psychic Blade. 24.
24 will definitely hit. Roll to attack. 9 points of damage. Very nice. And then he's going to use his last attack to shoot at it again for another 11. All right, this thing is almost dead. And he's going to move back one more time. And that is his turn. Liv, you are up.
Liv will take out her crossbow and will attack the last cable blight.
Roll to hit.
Where is it? Again, the crossbow opens up a little compartment to reload itself.
Nice. Oh, 17 definitely hits for 12. Ooh, describe your kill.
Once it pierces, the cable blight kind of like all the cables kind of like separate, and it kind of like just falls to the ground as a mess of cables.
Sick. Yep. All right, Haley, you are up. You see a massive living lightning bolt, and next to it around the corner, a big metallic creature, both of them large size. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna eat feet. Movement, bonus action. Probably not there. So I think she would move here. I have 10 more feet. She would probably come up here to the top. So it's like she's on the lightning bolt shoot through the other two guys. She would probably move up here and hold her action to make an attack as if a golem or lightning bolt steps through the doors.
I think it's always an option. There are two bad guys in there. Doesn't seem great. Are we fighting or are we running?
Liv will do whatever Eltar does.
Well, I ain't staying behind if anybody else is staying.
Do we gain any? Does anyone gain anything from a short rest here?
I get my action surge back, and I get my superiority. Yeah, actually, I gain quite a bit from a short rest.
I don't get anything.
Yeah, I don't think I get anything either.
I mean, I'll be able to roll for hit points, which would be nice. It looks like only myself and St. Paul have been hurt so far. Oh, sorry, I healed back up.
So just healing and action surge?
Redcon my held action to, if they get into a melee range with companion, and then instead of doing that, use the action or reaction to use dash. Exit.
I mean, if we're planning to run.
So the reason I'm asking is I have rope trick.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I would get 3 more companion strikes. I would have a total of 4 if I got a rest, as opposed to just 1 more for commander strike.
Or is there a way we could prevent that from coming in the room?
Prevent it? I don't know. It's made of lightning.
Or if we could somehow, because it looks like the lightning golem can't go past it.
Let's do this. Ward, it is your turn.
Did we decide?
I mean, theoretically, you could prevent it from going into the room just by standing here.
In theory, yeah, but if we're running, then that's not exactly the best move for Ward. It was what Ward was going to do. All right, nobody's speaking up. So Ward's gonna run up, and that's not great. And he is going to take the dodge action again because this is bad. Until you guys figure out what the heck is going on behind me. And I guess I will second wind as well as bonus action. That's great. 4 hit points back. And that ends my turn.
Big B's hand is large, right?
Earth and Grasp? It's medium.
Oh, it's Earth and Grasp. It's not Big B's hand.
That is correct. And there's no, according to Jeremy Crawford, there is no size limit on what it can restrain.
Oh, that's awesome. Very cool. Okay. Well, Ward, I got to tell you, I got good news and bad news for you. You ready? Which one would you like? Actually, why don't you tell me which one you want first? Good news or bad news?
I want only bad news.
Bad news is the living lightning bolt just swims through the air right past you. And you may take an attack of opportunity as it does so because it has the amorphous feature, which allows it to move through a space as narrow as 1 inch.
That's what I figured.
Can I take my attack as it goes through, Ward?
Oh, yeah. It would show up here for you. So yes, you may, please. Unfortunately, that does not hit. I am very sorry. And then Ward also misses. Haley, do you have any inspiration? Do you want to re-roll that, or do you want to save your inspiration?
I used it earlier for dirty 20.
Okay. All right, it gets right there, and then I get to roll a d6. It does not get its lightning bolt back.
So it's gonna come back and attack me?
Yeah, actually it is. All right, its magical strikes have a 10-foot range. Oh my god, I've got to adjust this damage. Give me 1 second. What do you guys think is fair for how much damage it does?
8. I mean, it kind of depends on the.
Attack number 1 is a 20 to hit. Does that hit? Or are you dodging?
Yes, but it still doesn't hit.
Okay. And a 15 also misses. Very nice, very nice.
Oh wait, I lied. A 20 does hit.
A 20 does hit?
Yeah.
So
can you roll it?
Yeah, I'll
just
roll
one more die for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks like it'll hit.
Yep, that'll hit. All right.
But wait, wasn't he dodging? So it's at disadvantage.
Yeah, but I rolled a 20 and then I rolled a 13 and then a 17.
Yeah, so 20 and 24.
Fuck it, silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs? Ooh, so I got to roll one more time? Natural 1! Eltar, take another inspiration. If you already have one, you get a second one.
Are you giving the advantage to?
Yeah, who are you giving the advantage to?
Probably.
I said I'll take it.
I'll give it to Haley.
All right. Haley has advantage on her next attack roll.
Yeah, that
All right.
actually makes a lot of sense.
Yep, give it to the rogue. All right, Eisendrak, you are up. This living lightning bolt just swam through what looked like a very small area to get past Ward. Both Ward and Haley missed it as it flew through. And then it made you saw two whips of electricity whip out at Ward, and both of them missed. One of them looked like they hit until there was a strange twist of fate. You heard Eltar to the south whisper a word of magic, and then it all of a sudden missed Ward. What would you like to do?
Run away.
Yeah?
But I think I'm going to try to make it run away. So I will do Dissonant Whispers.
Ooh. And what does this do if it works?
It takes some damage, and it has to move. It has used its direction to move as far as it can away.
Might I offer a suggestion? You want to hold that?
Sure. Until you've cast mind whatever.
Sliver.
Oh.
If I had any sorcery points, I'd do it myself. I only have one. I need two.
It's okay.
Cool.
We both have mind sliver.
Sick. Okay, so you're holding Dissonant Whispers until Eltar's turn, which is next anyway.
Yep, that's why I suggested it.
All right. Very nice. And you don't have any bonus actions. So there you go. I'm going to take off shield.
All right. I will cast Mind Sliver.
All right. Intelligence save. You know, you got to know this thing about... Oh, see? Next time, don't target it. Because then I'm not rolling. It had advantage, and it saved, so it doesn't take any damage. I know we're used to targeting stuff, but because of the mod that I have installed, it's automatically going to roll it. Let me roll it, because I'm going to roll worse. Eisendrake, you see
it has to make a wisdom save. Yeah.
Wisdom save, all right. Because it has a 3 intelligence, so the fact that it saved is wild. It does have magical resistance, though.
That is exactly what it needed.
Ooh. Okay. Is that half damage?
So it still takes damage. It just doesn't have to move.
Didn't we have the same spell DC?
Mine's 13.
On a successful save, it takes half as much damage.
Yep.
So 6.
Well,
very nice. It's taken some damage. Yep. You're kind of stuck there.
Yeah. I used my breath weapon, but it's lightning, so I think it might be somewhat resistant.
Yep. I apologize. I shouldn't have laughed like that. Would you like to move or anything, Eltar?
If I move there and it gets its breath weapon back and go a line this way would hit. Would you split a line down like two squares?
No, that's fucked up. I feel like that's really mean. No, I wouldn't.
What do you mean split a line down 2 squares?
Like aim it so it's going and hitting, because that like breaks the whole idea of the 5-foot wide rule. Like, then I'll make it so it hits a 10-foot area by just going down a seam.
Okay.
Like, I don't think
so.
That's...
I step and I duck.
Okay.
I go prone.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
I'm hoping this is like a desk. So.
It is.
I'm
It is,
essentially
and
trying to
you're-
crouch under the desk.
And you're short anyway, so
Yep.
Hell, you could just go prone.
yeah, I think he did. All
Yep.
right, and that's it. Well, Ward,
Look, it's
got it.
barely injured. We've
you got
got
a new
him.
friend. Okay. Okay.
Ward is fine.
Okay, here we go. Let me check the damage on this. Yeah, well, all right. We'll see how this goes. Does an 18 hit?
No.
All right. Second attack, and that also misses. Man, dodge is coming in clutch. But you see just a nasty creature in front of you,
Yes, I do.
and you see there's electricity bouncing between these different nodules all over this metal form. Its lower half of its body is actually a ball, and as it came forward, the ball rolled, but the body stayed stationary on top, like because of sensors keeping it upright. And the sound you hear of like bang, bang, bang are actually its huge arms slamming into the ground as it moves. And yeah, this thing is nasty, and that is its turn. All right, William St. Paul, seeing the two creatures, says, "So are we getting out of here, or are we fighting? What's the plan?" Okay, then he's gonna move forward 10 feet, and he's gonna shoot at the lightning. Jesus Christ! He started with an inspiration, same as everybody else, so he's gonna roll again. That definitely hits, and the damage is what? I'll just roll again. Look, I just rolled the exact same anyway. All right, so this is his first attack. He hits it for 11. No, he's going to shoot it again. Natural 20.
Nice.
All right, 32 points of damage. This thing went from being a problem to near death. And
Excellent shot, Mr. St. Paul.
he looks back
Way to
at
go, Billy.
he looks back at Eisendrake and says, "All right, let's get out of here then." As he teleports behind Liv and Eisendrake, and then uses the rest of his movement to get into the hallway, because he believes you. Liv, you are up. You see a near-death lightning bolt, or a living lightning bolt in front of you.
You see comes out of her top hat, a little arm with a monocle on it, lines up with her visor as she points at her crossbow as it reloads.
That definitely hits. Please describe your kill.
So basically, the bolt seems to have a vial in it, and then as it hits the lightning thing, the vial bursts, and what you see is like it gets engulfed in a cloud and turns into a temporary lightning storm, but then it fades away as if like a lightning storm is passing, and as like the weather clears up.
Nice. So you're just saying it's flavor that it's lightning damage?
Yeah, it's just
Flavor?
flavor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if it was not flavor, you would have healed it. All right. Any bonus action, any movement?
Olivia says, "I will take cover in the hall,"
Nice.
and then we'll say to Mr. St. John, "We have killed the lightning creature. There's only one creature left. I believe we can take care of the rest if you'd like to return."
You watch as he's like mid-run, and then he stops. He just like put his hand up on the wall, and he goes, "All right, well, okay, well, I'll come back then." Haley, you are up. Unfortunately, there is no target within view. What would you like to do?
I want to sneak forward. Would you like a stealth check?
Yeah. If you're trying to not, well, I mean, you already have advantage, so I don't know if you need a stealth.
Oh, that's right.
You could just dash, so you can go anywhere in the
Yeah,
room.
yeah. And then I will make an attack. That bleeds dex. I'll roll another d20.
Yeah, that hits. So what kind of damage is this?
A
Psychic?
psychic.
Yep.
Yes.
Nice.
16 total.
Nice. You do some damage to it.
I moved from here 45, so I have 15 more. I'll probably move over here. Is that right? Yeah, why not? One more. Put up friend move.
Okay. Did you take a bonus action during that whole time? Oh, you dashed?
Bonus action dash. Yes.
Okay. Then you're good. Ward, you are up.
Should I let it in so you can see it? Mostly looking at Eisendrache since everybody else is hiding in random places.
Can I make a suggestion?
I can see it.
If you normally stuff can't attack around corners.
Sure. I don't know if that's a place for me to move.
Yeah, there's stuff in the way. Like there's a big, what you know to be a computer tower with a monitor on top. Like you could use your action to move that stuff, and push it out of the way, and then you could move into that. But that would basically be your action.
I would. Can I? And just can I argue that would be considered an item interaction? Like somebody would.
It's too big.
Oh, it's too big. Okay.
If it wasn't, I mean, like its size on the map is its size. It is 5 foot across, 2.5 feet wide. Like it is. I know Ward's Warforged. He's strong, but it's big enough that it would take some time to move it. It would be his action, unfortunately.
Yeah, not a problem. Oh, because you're talking about moving the tower itself too.
Yep, the tower and the monitor. And also, I will say that if you move there, Ward, it's just going to come south into the room. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was considering moving here because I don't think it can come south into the room if I'm still standing
that's
here.
true. Yeah.
But it would give like
there.
a line of sight possibly for Eisendrach, which he does not have now.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're totally right. It wouldn't be able to get past you at that point.
All right, cool. I'm gonna re-dodge and then step back.
Okay. It's gonna try and slam at you, but it will do so at disadvantage.
Oh no, that's not back. That's back.
You're trying to give it a hug? That misses with a 10.
Yeah, I had to do the do-si-do. He's got to miss me somehow.
There you go.
That'll end my turn.
Eisendrach, you are up.
Well, I can't see anything. But now can I see that Ward is fighting something?
Yeah, here. This thing would be lit up a little bit, so let me see if that will help you. But you saw something take a swipe at him as he moved down.
Hang on a second, let me check something. Yeah, the thing is, if I can't see it, I can't really do very much.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing stopping you from moving.
Yeah,
Yep.
You could hold your attack. You could move to the south a little bit. Yep, you can move forward, definitely.
Okay, now that I can see it, my action, I will move the hand, and it will attempt to grapple or restrain that creature.
So is it like a athletics versus athletics thing? That kind of deal?
It is a strength save. Yeah, strength saving throw.
Yeah, please link it into the chat so I can see it.
Oh, I take it back. Apparently, I can only move it or cause it to reach. It doesn't look like I can do both. But I do move it.
All right, so it's there now. And does it count? Does it like fill the space?
I would say it probably does.
Range, medium hand.
I mean, it is a physical thing. It is not
right.
Some wispy spell. Yeah.
Right. It doesn't have an AC or anything, right? So it's like.
But it says it's made from compacted soil, so it has physicality. So I would say you can't move through it.
Right, but.
And how do you resolve, let's say, a push?
Yeah, like there's just no way for me to get like that. It seems unfair to have something that you cannot get past. You know what I mean?
Well, then yeah, that sounds like a DM ruling.
I mean, in theory, it probably can't get past it and me in the same time, so you'll probably have another chance to grab it next turn.
So I'm gonna treat it like a spiritual weapon. It's an object. It's not a creature, and therefore objects cannot take up squares. So it's there, but it's not it's in the space, but it's not blocking the hand.
Maybe difficult terrain.
Because like spiritual weapon, you can't target a spiritual weapon, right? The same way I can't target this. So it's the same rule. Right? It's gonna move up and try and attack Ward. Because it can't attack the hand, right? It can't do anything to the hand, so.
It can try, it just can't succeed.
Don't think an 11 hits?
Nope.
Oh, ignore that. I hit the wrong thing. So it would be the lower of the two. So that'd be a 17.
Also misses.
Yep. Oh, sorry, Eltar, I skipped you. Please, Eltar, take your turn. But we know what it does on its turn, so I'll just move it back up. Eltar, it's your turn.
Eltar, just hold your action and wait for it to come do that.
I'll pop my head up, I guess. So
you can see it through the doorway on the other side of the earthen hand.
That's true. But I'm crouching. I don't think I'd be able to see it. I'm like prone on the ground.
Right. So you'd have to spend half your movement to get up.
Yep. I'll cast Mind Sliver on it.
All right. So you stand up. Ooh. Unfortunately, that's a 15.
Yeah, it saves.
I rolled really good.
And seeing the lightning gone, I'll stay standing.
It moves up. It misses twice. It can now see it here. St. Paul can see it. It's going to shoot twice. And for the first time, you watch as the bullet pings off of the shell of this creature and does no damage. And St. Paul looks around and goes, well, shit. Anybody got magical weapons in here?
Liv taps St. Paul behind, and when he turns around, she nods.
Oh, okay. Well, where's that sneaky little Haley? Where are you?
Hey, I'm over here. Can you see me?
All right, he uses Commander's Strike and tells you to make an attack.
All right. An
Wanna know-
11.
You want to know something wild?
Hmm.
An 11 hits.
What? 17. 12 plus. What's that?
No,
7.
it's
12.
12. I was rolling second wind for him.
Roger that. 12.
All right, he uses second wind with his bonus action, and you do 12 points of damage. Because it's psychic and they're magical, the damage goes through. Liv, you are up.
Liv will go in and poke her head, and she will take her crossbow as it reloads automatically and attacks.
That hits.
For 8 piercing damage.
Is your weapon magical?
Yes, it is. It is infused.
With repeating shot?
Oh yeah, with a repeating shot.
All right, well, give me 1 second. Yep, that makes it magical. That goes through. Nicely done. Some damage to it. Anything else with your turn? Any bonus actions?
Nope.
Haley, you are up.
I would like to steady aim.
Nice. You have advantage. Please roll to attack. 21 definitely hits.
21. Let me roll another one.
Yep. See if you get that crit. Nope.
No.
Man, you're going to get it one of these times. Ooh, 14. Very nice. Okay. Very nice. Ward, you are up. This thing has been taking damage, but there was a kind of a terrifying moment when a bullet whizzed past your face and then ricocheted off and went the other way past your face and hit a wall. So that was kind of scary, but it is now your turn.
Yep, I'm gonna pretend that that's the reason why I'm not swinging at it and just hiding behind my shield, and just rinse and repeat.
All right, we're dodging again.
Yep.
Okay, now the hand's gonna try to restrain the creature.
All right, so it's a strength saving throw?
Yes, it is.
So this is a magical effect, right? It's so weird how this works out.
I don't think it's trying to grab. I don't think that would be a magical effect.
I mean, it's the thing was created by magic, but it's physically trying to grab the thing.
Also, we need to mark you are concentrating on this.
Is the wording magical effects or is it spells and magical effects?
That's a great question. The golem has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
I've been arguing that with my satyr. So that's the only reason why I ask.
Yeah. I'm going to say because this is a physical thing, we'll say yes this time, but...
Now this will also burn your brain. If it fails, it takes bludgeoning damage. But it doesn't... Is it magical bludgeoning damage? Because it's from a spell, or is it just bludgeoning damage?
So I'm going to say if it's a physical creature, then it's not magical damage. If you were to argue it's a magical effect...
I would read it that way too, yes.
So if it went one way, then I'd have advantage on the saving throw, but then take magical damage. Or I wouldn't have advantage on the saving throw, and then it takes no physical damage. But it is restrained, so there's still an argument to do it, right? Because it would become restrained. So, unfortunately, though, it rolled a 21, and...
Silvery barbs!
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
You're concentrating, though.
Doesn't matter. It's a reaction.
Doesn't matter? Okay.
It's a reaction, yeah.
All right, so I just got to roll again.
And I'm burning my last spell slot, and I'm having to upcast it, so...
It fails.
Hey, who's the advantage go to?
It is restrained. The damage...
What the heck? I'll give Ward the advantage.
You'll have me dodge at advantage? All right, let's go.
I was
Very-
rather hoping he might attack it.
I don't have a
But-
magical weapon.
Okay, yes. So I'm going to argue that Eisendrak would know that Ward has no ability to damage the lightning golem. So you'd be better off giving it to Haley behind you because her psychic psionic blades are actually doing damage.
Keep it for yourself.
Okay, I'll give it to Haley. Yeah.
Hey.
Okay. Okay. But it is restrained now. So that means you're going to have advantage against it anyway.
Oh, if that's the case, if that, then maybe you should give it to Livia instead, because Haley's automatically going to get advantage. Well, we all do. So that really doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Then
Okay,
give it back. Give it back to me.
You know what? You know what doesn't get advantage? Mind Sliver.
Mind Sliver. Do you want him to have advantage? Actually, he technically does get advantage.
So Mind Sliver. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Give me 1 second. It doesn't lose its magical resistance, but it's got a very low intelligence. So there you go. 9.
Yay.
Ooh, good roll on
5
damage too.
points of damage, and now it gets a D4 on its next saving throw.
Yep.
And I'll just stay right there. And that's my turn.
Okay, it's hit a threshold, so please give me a second. Oh, this is bad. Okay, let's. Wow. Okay, let me roll d6.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Oh boy.
Okay. Well, this is bad. Got nothing to mark it with, so I'm just going to do. We're just going to say Giant's Might. Oh, nope. That's massive.
As it should be.
Does his heart grow 3 times normal size?
We'll just say the Inspiration. So,
It is the Grinch golem.
it has hit a threshold and is now going berserk. And because of the type of lightning golem that it is, and because of the experiments they did on it, it now, on its turn, is going to basically, like, what is that spell called? Blink? Where it just randomly, it has the effects of Blink. So let me look up Blink real quick, because it's not here on the text.
Blink or blur? Blink, he just blinks out of existence.
Yeah,
For
blink means
the
he goes to the ethereal plane once in a
well,
while.
there's a chance he will do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a 50% chance he blinks out of this plane of existence.
Blur makes him harder for us to hit since we all have disadvantage. Wait, fuck it.
I think it's more like a misty step in a random direction.
Yeah, I think it is the Misty Step thing. Okay, yeah.
Just the Misty Step? I'll take that.
All right, so I'm going to roll a d8, and that's going to be the direction it's going to Misty Step, and it's going to move 15 feet.
Yeah, when you mentioned that, I'm thinking, wait, blink dogs blink, but they don't blink out of existence.
Well, I've got good news and bad news, guys. The good news is that it still has Bane on it. The bad news is that it is no longer restrained, as it Misty steps out of the earthen grasp and is behind Ward. Whew, okay. And now I need to make a decision. It's going berserk. It says that it attacks the nearest creature it can see. So luckily it's still going to attack Ward. So the Misty Step is going to make it really gross because it could Misty Step next to one of you guys, but at the moment it's just on the other side of Ward and it's going to attack. A 12 does not hit.
Nope.
And a 14 does not hit.
Nope.
William St. Paul comes in, takes a step up, and he's going to make 2 shots. Oh, wait. He knows that he cannot damage this creature with his gun.
Yeah, the superiority die.
He's going to do some trick shots. He's got 2 more grit left. Okay. All right, he's going to try a disarming strike. Or not disarm, a daze strike.
I was like, it's going to shoot its arm off?
That hits. He's going to do no damage, but now it needs to make a con saving throw.
Minus a D4.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
It's got to be bad at this, right?
All right, it's an 8 minus a d4. I mean, it's already under anyway. So 9. So it fails. It becomes dizzy. And I think it has disadvantage on... It has disadvantage on all attacks until the end of William St. Paul's next turn. So that's all of his next attacks on its turn. And then he gives up his other attack. He uses his last one. Haley, please make an attack roll.
You will make it at advantage from Eisendrak.
That hits.
1 more.
Yep. Fish for that crit.
There it is.
There it is.
There we go.
There it is. All
So
right.
that's 29.
29 points of damage. Ooh, it is barely hanging on. It is a near death. Liv, it is your turn.
Again, she will take out her monocle and will shoot.
That hits.
Okay. For 9 piercing damage.
Describe your kill.
So what happens is that this particular bolt has a big block on the end of it. It looks to be a big metal block, and it kind of fires, and it goes kind of slow because you could tell it's heavy. And basically, it hits the circular portion at the bottom of the golem, and really all it does is just that ball just rolls away, and then while the top part still stays there, and it just falls apart.
So we're gonna stay in initiative.
Don't like that.
Any movement? Any bonus action?
No, she'll chill there. She'll chill.
All right, Haley. You notice as the different pieces of the creature fall down, there seems to be a buildup of energy coming from the core of it, and the chassis starts shaking, and energy starts pulsing out and shooting out. It's like going around Ward. It's a lance of electricity hits the chair that's next to it and burns it. Something bad is about to happen.
Run away, Ward. Movement, bonus action dash. Action dodge.
All right, Ward. You see that there's some type of violent reaction happening within the body of this creature. What would you like to do?
Yeah, let's just go movement and dash. Get out of here.
Yeah, there's a weird wall there. All right, yep, you're able to get around. Oh, sorry, that's my bad. Eisendrak, it is your turn. You see this thing.
Yeah, well, I saw the wizard run away. I'm like, well, shit, if he's going to run away, I'm running away too. And dashing.
Yep, go ahead and move your token where you want to be. I imagine you're in the hall with everybody else.
Tempt collides with a wall.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's a weird wall right there. So, Eltar, I imagine you peace out too?
Now everyone wants to run away, huh? I'm climbing over this desk.
All right, give me 1 second. I got to read this text. What happens when this thing dies?
Can I redo my turn real quick?
Sure.
Do I think that the tin can it will be in the effects of this thing, or mainly St. Paul?
You have no idea.
Who do you think I should try to boost? You or St. Paul?
What would your character do?
Just give me an answer.
I mean, I would think you would do it to Livia.
That's what I think too. So this is what I'm going to do. I use my movement to go here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to unarmed strike Livia.
Okay.
I'm then going to cast
Smack her
silvery
into the
barbs
hallway?
on myself.
Oh, you're going to cast what?
Silvery barbs.
Okay.
And give myself, or succeeds on an attack roll. Shit.
Yep, you gotta hit her first.
Gotta hit her first. You want that to work.
Let's go. I mean, either way, my like it's either gonna work or not, and I'll just continue my movement. So,
Can I give him my inspiration?
I have 2 inspiration.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have your own inspiration.
Yeah. Yep. You got 2 of them. Use them.
Does a 12 hit?
No.
Nope. All right. Continue. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
I
please
love how
don't
you zigzag.
apologize.
All right. So I need a dexterity saving throw from Liv.
Do you have advantage? I mean, do you have any inspiration left?
The auto halfling, right? You get it. Let's reroll.
No. I don't have a inspiration either. I used it already.
Your turn, Jay.
Can I get my inspiration to live instead?
Yes, you can.
Uh,
Do you? It's nasty. You don't have to use it.
14 also.
You failed, so you get to add. You can add stuff if you fail, right?
Before I know, so I have to do this before I know
Okay. You
the
said you
whatchamacallit.
sounded like you were going to do it anyway. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so you see out of her top hat, an umbrella comes out and then goes forward, and then she will add a D4 for brilliant success.
You just make it. So you both save. So you both take 23 points of electricity damage as just all of these pulsing arms shoot out in every direction and just fry this room.
So now, when you guys see her, she kind of looks like R2-D2 after getting hit by the blaster in Return of the Jedi.
Oh man. Oh, that would have hurt you. That would have killed you if you had made that save. All right. Who gave inspiration? Was it Jay, you get another inspiration for being so giving.
Oh, goody.
In this moment, where it's especially worse for William St. Paul, and Liv, who are still in the room, but for everyone else, there was just this concussive wave of energy that even though you were in this clean hallway where the jets in the water don't work, the purifying jets don't work, you felt the wall shake to your right. And there's that thing that happens when you're inside of a building as the foundation of whatever inside you're in moves or adjusts, like a bit of dust gets knocked off of the walls and the ceiling. And it doesn't happen in here because this is a clean room, but you hear the pipes creak as they resettle, and you watch as a little bit of liquid comes out of the nozzles on the jets as they were jostled by the explosion. And you look behind you. Liv, who's in the hallway, was just smashed up against that east wall. It is kind of on their knees on the floor, and there's dirt and dust, and there's like a mouse on the floor next to Liv, and there's just papers everywhere, and a bunch of cables, like cables that used to be alive and attacking you all as a group. But there's just a mess right there. And you watch as just St. Paul comes up around the corner, and he's just covered in like a black liquid, and there's a whole bunch of like plaster and dust stuck to him now because of the black liquid that's on him. And he's just kind of brushing his clothes off, but doesn't look like he suffered that much from that explosion. And he comes over to Liv and offers to help them get up.
She will take the kind gesture.
Get on up, little Warforged. That was a hell of an explosion. Luckily, I know my way around an explosion. Y'all good in there? And he looks down at you guys in the tunnel.
Eltar comes rushing up to Liv as well.
Yeah, she's not looking good. You need another potion? I think I got one here somewhere.
I will be fine. And you see she starts with her fingers uncaps to reveal a screwdriver, and she starts fixing herself up as she it'll take her a quick minute as she casts mending.
Nice. So you're repairing the physical damage of your exoskeleton, but he watches you as you're doing minor repairs, and the metal of your form. You watch as you cast mending, there are like cracks in your metal carapace, and they start like reforming. But also some of the metal that's on the floor around you becomes liquid and forms back onto your body as it was liquefied from the explosion. But the mending is causing it to reform. And he goes, "Oh, that's quite a nice trick. But here, just in case." And he hands you a potion of greater healing.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, you can call me William. That's good. Your captain will pay me back for that, I'm sure. The rest of you all right in there? Come on in.
Certainly. Let's get you patched up there, my dear. I'm not really sure how this works, but the mainframe is in the other room where these things came from. Lydia?
That's correct.
As you come around the corner as the party, and I'll bring the party token into that room so you all can move it if you don't want to move your actual tokens. But you see St. Paul's, like, he picked up a bar from against the wall, and he's like levering the lightning golem out of the way because there's pieces of it that went kind of in every direction, and he's just kind of creating a path so that way the rest of you can get into the mainframe. Like, oh God, I'm so glad we don't have to fight something like that again.
Well, don't jinx it.
Do we see these things over in the corner?
Yeah. So as you step into the room, you see that any bodies that were hanging up in the rafters from the cables on the west side of the room are now lying on the floor. And something that is especially gross is, like, some of the bodies that fell on the floor are just completely empty of blood, while other ones seems like whatever was drained out of them, it happened at a more slower pace. But the bodies, several of the bodies are now on the floor. But in the east, you see the helmed horror that kind of tried to warn you and wave you out of the room now has a cable blight trying to strangle it, and it's trying to weakly fend itself or get free of these cables as it's constricting.
Can I throw my blades at this creature, like aim and throw it?
100%. 100%. Yeah, and as you see that, like, the cable is like grappling the helmed horror, but the helmed horror is also holding the cable blight. So it is currently, they're both restrained. So you'll be doing this at advantage.
Okay. That is a 19 for 25.
Yep. Yeah, that definitely hits full damage. Yeah, you rolled a natural one with your other. Good thing you had advantage. Oh, soundly. So the blade, the psionic blue blade, leaves your fingertips, especially light, as it weaves through these different. There's a bunch of these standing metallic sarcophagi that are vertical, and your blade weaves through them, hits center mass on the cable blight, and you watch as it falls apart, almost like a bundle of snakes, as each of the different cables just fall into different directions and fall to the ground as the creature dies.
I think Haley would move towards this creature that was trying to wave them out. Move up cautiously. What the story is.
Okay. So you move to the east side of the room, and you're looking through at these standing metal tubes. You see that there's little windows on each of them, and aside from the large ones that were broken, because one of them contained the lightning bolt, the living lightning bolt, and the other one contained the lightning golem, you see that there are more helmed horrors inside, and there are also more iron defenders, but the lights inside the tombs are now off, and you can tell that these creatures are inert as you move to the east.
Well, Olivia, what do you make of these creatures, these iron beasts in here? They don't look like they're gonna move around too much, but you still look like you're shaken up a bit. But I would certainly like to get your perspective on these. And she starts gesturing to these containers.
Yes, Livia will limp to one of the containers. And what's her take?
I mean, this is interesting, right? You're proficient in Arcana, aren't you? Give me an Arcana check at advantage because of your backstory, your history. It's hard to argue with a dirty 20. So, kind of get a look around this room. You see the way cables, both electrical and plumbing cables, carrying different fluids, are connected to these with helmed horrors and iron defenders inside. And you look at where they connect to the different servers. And then you look at some of the other tubes, and you see that those are empty, but have like a different setup on the inside. And then you look up above you, where some of the people are still connected to the ceiling by wires and cables. And you start to realize that you can see how these tubes are paired off. You're following the lines between pairs of these tall metal sarcophagi, and you can see that every single time you see an iron defender or a helmed horror, you see a paired sarcophagi that is now empty, and some of them have broken glass, and there's liquid on the floor, but it's just, at one time there would have been pooling on the floor, but the ground beneath you is graded, so there seems to be some built-in filtration and ability to get liquids out of here without it pulling and messing up the electronics. And you can tell this was all designed. This is a place where they had people or creatures in one metal tube, and then a helmed horror or iron defender in another.
Oh, okay, got it. And from there, is there any other connections that go to? Is there any type of interface? Another computer in here that
there is, and it's directly south. So you see how the helmed horror is all the way directly east of you against the wall. There is directly to the south of it. There's a computer panel and a keyboard. And as you get close, the helm Tor kind of raises its arm, not in a threatening manner,
Like raises it in arms as like,
putting its hand out to you.
I guess it'll help Helm Tor up if that's the case.
You can see that it's got cables that are plugged into the wall. And as you watch its chest, where before when you fought these helm Tors, they had a very bright center chest that you recognize as kind of like the power center of these magical technological creatures. Its is dim and kind of flashing slowly. You can see that it is kind of retrofitted and plugged cables into itself.
You mean it plugged itself into this thing? Not somebody else. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You watch as it reaches for his own throat and starts to pull at the metal skin of its neck and pulls a cable out of its neck. Do you understand me now? Why are you here? Who are you?
My name is Livia. You may call me Liv. We're here to investigate the situation that happened here.
Where are the other? Is there anyone else? Did you find anyone else alive?
We've only found one body.
Look down at his hands, these metal hands with a glowing red light at your tips. And then he feels at his face where there's no face anymore. And he feels the helmet, the exoskeleton metal helmet. And he kind of shakes a little bit. And his hand balls up into a fist. And he slams his hand down into the metal grate. And it rings around the room because of the force of his metal form. There's no one else alive. Those idiots.
You are not like the others.
No, the experiments failed over and over again. They bring in anyone they could, and they'd offer fame and gold, and they died, or they went mad, and they'd have to be put down. And we had it though. We figured it out, but eventually we couldn't retrofit repairs anymore. The containment failed, and I was the only one to make it through before there was an overload in the system, and I was damaged as I made it through the process. And they spared me at first, but I had to put myself into standby to last until I felt the emergency systems turn on when the seals on the lab were broken. Is it safe now?
Affirmative. It is safe. Query, what is your name?
My name is Kenneth, artificer for the house to Kenneth. Is there anyone? Are you alone?
Negative, I am with.
Hey, I'm over here. I'm not sure if you saw me. I was kind of hiding.
Oh my god. Okay, was that an elf?
Affirmative.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never seen one, so hold on. I've done diagnostics. Let me see if I can fix. And you see him reach up into the circuitry behind him, and he pulls one of the cables. You can see that there are several connections where he's connected to himself that connect into the mainframe itself. And Liv, as you're standing there looking at his chest, you see that he's actually connected one of the main power cables into his body. And as you're looking at him, I'm just going to roll that dirty 20 over. You see that he must have had some type of power failure in his system, and he's connected himself directly to the mainframe. And he's done several repairs. You see where his exoskeleton is broken open in his neck, his chest, in the side of his head, and from the work that you see on this person, the way he's retrofitted a bunch of different repairs and connections, this seems to be someone who is working here at the lab and underwent the process. After he's fiddled with his head and some of the wires for longer, you see that his head drops down from a weird angle, and he says, My hearing issues seem to be resolved now. You're not so loud. Is there anyone in your party that can do mechanical repairs, or maybe do you have a bard or anyone who can take down information? You need to take down information from the lab. This information needs to get back to the houses. What happened here?
We have no bard.
But we do have Olivia, who can repair stuff. And do you want me to take some information down, Livia, while you guys talk?
Liv has ink, but no parchments or any utensils for writing.
Yeah, that would be a good thing, wouldn't it? I was just gonna, like, write on the wall with my dagger.
But she's not a taper quote.
The one with and she pulls on her hair with the silvery beard.
You may ask him. I may be able to assist in any mechanical repairs.
Okay, so you're proficient with your tinkerer's tools, so just give me. I mean, it's the same roll as if you're rolling Arcana, unless give me another Arcana roll. This is not going to be advantage though, because you've never worked on something like this before.
Oh, so close, so close.
You do have inspiration that everyone gets at the beginning of the session. Yep.
Let's use it.
Okay, 15's not bad. 15's not bad. You can see that many mistakes that someone would make if they're just working on something they're unfamiliar with. And you realize that because you're looking at him straight on and he's kind of seated on the floor, that he messed up when he connected himself to power, probably because of the angle that he was looking at his own form. And you look down into the chassis in his torso, and you can see that if you just make a couple adjustments with the power cable, you will extend the battery life in his body. So I imagine you kind of motion towards him that you wanna help, and he lets you. And as you you're already shorter. I mean, yeah, you don't need to kneel down. You're able to. There's this moment where even though he doesn't have facial expressions because he's just kind of got a red glow underneath his helm, you see there's apprehension for a moment as you disconnect the power cable and then you reconnect it and you twist it the right way that it should have been twisted in the first place, and it locks into place. And the glow.
Oh, I get it's a USB-A cable.
Yep.
I hate that.
Yep. And you see that the glow, even though it was pretty dim before and flashing, now it's a little bit brighter, but it's still slowly flashing. And as you look at his body, you see that there's just too much damage. And you have no idea if it happened in the event where, the catastrophic failure of this lab and the creatures in it and the Iron Defenders and Helmed Horrors getting free and attacking the people that lived here and worked here, or if it was something afterwards in whatever process happened that got that made him the way he is. You don't know when the damage was sustained. Whatever help that you do for him extends his life, but does not save him.
That's sad. And how long do we have?
That's interesting. Give me one more Arcana roll. But this one you will have advantage because you've now worked with his body a little bit. So this is just going to give you information. Okay, with a 10, you know that this conversation is going to be his last conversation, but you have no idea how long the conversation is going to be.
All right, guys, don't let me be the only one asking. Feel free to ask your questions.
Yep. So anybody can ask questions. Let me know if you have questions for him. Otherwise, he's just going to talk about what happened here and what they were working on. So we can have that be a back and forth conversations where you guys ask questions, or he can just lore dump on you. It's up to you guys, 100%.
Iltar's going to be taking notes.
I didn't get his name in the speech synthesizer.
It was Nickel the Cannon.
Guys, we're talking to Nick Cannon.
Ward, if you're in the room, you recognize Nickel as a name that would be similar to a Warforged name, but not exactly a Warforged name, but something that is close to it. And also Ward would know, and I think anybody in this room would know because you're all from Eberron. Decaneth was one of the major houses that created the Warforged.
What was the goal of this? Why merge humans or otherwise with these constructs?
For the longest time, the houses didn't know what to do with themselves after the war. The war was responsible for so much death. It was also responsible for massive leaps in innovation, the creation and emotions towards Ward of a whole new species of being. Ever since the war ended, new threats have come along the horizon. Jarasco approached Canon, and everybody knows House Jarasco. Jarasco has houses of healing all over Eberron. If you are born with a Jarasco dragon mark, you have innate healing as a part of you, no matter what kind of person you are, and you can heal with that dragon mark. So Jarasco houses of healing are just what, they're like franchises all over the world. That's what they call. Jarasco approached Kenneth. The goal was to create an army of healers, basically. Imagine if the morning happened again and another country was wiped off the continent. We needed an army that would be protected against the horrors of magic. Make another species again. The Warforged, while amazing and beautiful and are the first new life here in Eberron, do that again. There are laws in place. So Kenneth and Drasco have been working in secret to transfer the minds of people and animals into defenders and helmed creatures and emotions towards his own body. And we almost did it. Well, we did do it because I'm here. I don't know if it was bureaucratic bullshit or just laziness, but it just fell apart. It just fell apart.
Regardless, it was a success. Therefore, those research notes needs to be.
They're here. They're here. And he motions up above his shoulder to the panel on the wall with the keyboard underneath it. Everything we did here, all the lives that were lost, and the people that came through here, all their names are in these lists, and all the experiments that were done. It's all here. Do you have anything that can accept a download?
I don't think I have any. Well,
I need a D100 roll from Ward and from Liv.
D100 you said.
Neither Liv nor Ward have a built-in memory module in their forms, so you do not have a way to download the information for the main. And Nickel looks between everyone. The emergency power is going to fail soon. I'll here, give me a moment. And you watch as his head kind of goes down. You watch as scrolls past the screen on the panel above his shoulder, and just lines of code are flashing by. And in between William St. Paul and Eisendrach, a wall opens up. And then behind that, another wall opens up. And you see in these walls, you see through to the basement. And there's a fireplace that you're looking through, and you can see the basement on the other side. And the fireplace itself has sunk into the ground, and a panel has gone over it, so that way there's no fire or smoke anymore. But Eisendrach, as you look in there, you see that there's a tube along the wall, a clear glass tube, and you see smoke going up past it, through and back into the fire chimney. So there's like a workaround, so that way smoke does not cover this area. As you look through the fireplace, you see no one's in the basement anymore. And Ward, didn't you come down into the basement? There was a lot of people down here. And if you were to look through that doorway into the basement, there is no one in the basement right now. And then Nickel lifts his head back up. Oh, that is an exit that has only ever been here in case of a total system failure. He kind of laughs in this robotic voice. I think this counts as a total system failure.
No fucking shit.
Who sent you in here? Your job broker was a man by the name of Edward Partsmith.
That's right.
Edward Partsmith?
If he worked for House DeCanneth or House Jarasco, he has middleman. No one important. There's no way to save the information. How did you get here? How did you get to Pillar? Does your ship have what type of airship do you have?
Wait just a fucking minute. Why would we want your information if it led to all this?
We got to work. We succeeded. Our containment failed, but the loss of life has to mean something.
You were all so preoccupied with whether you could, you never asked whether you should.
That's a extra inspiration point for Richard for the timely reference.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whenever a new director came through, they spoke about a threat on the horizon, and I can't know for certain because I never had access to the managerial server. But the threat was deep in the ocean. They spoke about a possible source of the morning and the loss of sphere, but we did this so that way we'd have an edge against whatever caused the morning. This
He motions down at his form, and he pulls at the metal that is enwrapping his chest.
This is designed against the type of effect that the morning was. The way it killed all those people and turned magic into living creatures. This is designed to repel that. We still don't understand it, but it's been tested, and we needed some way to defend Eberron from whatever is down in the ocean.
And you can hear him getting a little manic as he's trying to. He's looking around at the faces of all of you, and I imagine it's a mix of maybe understanding the situation and understanding why they made these experiments and why they did what they did, but also the horror at the cost of it. And even though he doesn't have a face anymore, he can read the expressions on yours, and he's trying to explain himself and defend himself. And Liv, as he's talking, you can see that this exertion, even though he's just speaking to you, he's not even moving his body, not really, it's draining the power that he has left. Like he's killing himself as he's trying to convince all of you.
Oh, Eltar's just looking at him with just open disgust and disdain.
Well, even if you couldn't do it, we're willing to make the sacrifice. These families of anyone who lost their life here, they were taken care of. The houses have resources. Their families are never going to. We could give that to people. Anyone who came in here understood the threat and accepted terms. I'm paying for this, and I'd pay for it again.
Barry, what would you want us to do, considering that we cannot have no way to download the information after the power is down? Will the information still reside in the mainframe?
Anyone who's in the server room, which looks like Eisendrach, Eltar,
Haley and Liv, give me perception checks. Ward, you're at the door. One from Ward as well.
23.
Oh, these are good rolls. 22. All right, so Ward from the door, and maybe because you're still kind of dealing with the damage that you took, and you're also maybe still looking through the fireplace, concerned that everyone seems to be missing. But you don't notice, and Liv, because you're right next to Nickel and looking at him, you're not able to see it either. But Eisendrach, Eltar, yep, see you two, you rolled great. Okay, DC was 18, so you guys knocked it out of the park. You can see over here, inside of these servers, there looks to be almost like a small suitcase. There are little containment boxes, and you see that there are several cables plugging into the top of them. And as you look, like on the glass, because they're inside of like a refrigerated unit, they say backup storage and power.
We all see this?
Eisendrach, you see it as you look, because you're kind of looking around, and you can see there's a gap in between some of the sarcophagi. Eltar, you see the glass containers back there. Haley, you see it from across the room also. But Eisendrach, you're the only one that's close enough to be able to read the lettering, the comment that's written on the glass. So it's up to you if you want to say something.
If no one else notices it, no, I'm not going to point it out.
Okay.
I will certainly point it out. Liv, what about backup power or something like that, like batteries? Whatever the hell those things are.
Yeah, Liv, if you see where Haley's motioning and you go over and you look, you see that there are like handheld battery packs that also have, in addition to the power cable which you saw stuck in Nickel's chest, you see several cables plugging into those, and you recognize that they are a dual power and data backup. But they're small, they're like handheld. You'd imagine that this is like a RAID system, basically.
Okay, so what we're talking about 10, 01, 5, 6.
There's three of them in there, and two of them. Actually, I'm gonna do a look. Hell yeah! I rolled a 63. There is one that is still functioning. Got a green light on it, and the other two have red lights. And you can kind of get an idea that as this place is losing emergency power, these things were meant to be backups for the system and to store information, but the other two have died completely, and this last one still has power, but you can see that these are just backups, so they're blank. Like they're not meant to just automatically load stuff up. You're meant to take them over to the mainframe. So you're able to grab the last one if you want.
So we'll go and grab the last one and head over to the mainframe.
And Nickel sees what you're doing.
And if there's a place to plug it in, we'll go ahead and do that. And then I guess I'll interact with the mainframe to see if there's a way to download the data before we lose power totally.
He looks down at his chest, and he looks at the backup.
I can do it, but this is the cable that is meant for that transfer. As soon as I unplug it, it's going to significantly time.
Liv will then hold it out.
He looks at Liv, he looks at Haley, he looks at Eltar, he looks past Eltar at Isaac. Says,
Up the most recent data on this project. What are you going to do with it?
We were here for a purpose. We will complete the job as directed.
Anybody else say anything, or is it just Liv?
Yeah, I agree with her. Yeah.
Eltar just takes out his pipe and starts smoking.
Okay, so Isaac either nodded or said or agreed. So I need either a persuasion roll if you were telling the truth, or a deception roll if you were lying. And you can do a private roll, so only I can see it if you don't want to. That's up to the group if you're telling the truth or not.
Who am I trying to persuade or lie to?
You're trying to persuade Nickel because he has to unplug himself to do the backup.
I understood he's sort of dead one way or the other. So I'm not sure why I would say bother anything. It's up to him how he wants to go out.
He just wants to see if
he's the one pushing for us to save all this. Doesn't seem that it would be on me to convince him of anything. He's already made up his mind. He's trying to convince us.
He's trying to read in your face if you're actually going to take it with you and deliver it somewhere. Like he's trying to read. Like you're gonna roll and I'm gonna do a private insight roll, and he's gonna see if he can believe you guys. It's just this moment where he's trying to read your faces and see what your intentions are.
I'm here for the job. Need to complete the job. We do a better job, we get more money. So Altar could get more money because I know he's interested in the money.
Okay. So then this makes it easy. Let me go to your guys' character sheets and I can create a DC based on your ability scores. Okay, Isaac. All right, I have created a DC. Okay, he rolled pretty high. He rolled an 18. So he looks at Isaac over Eltar's shoulder as Eltar is smoking his pipe, and he can read the indecision in Isaac countenance. But he looks at Liv. Maybe there's a moment of recognition, even though he doesn't have any facial expressions. You see it in the set of his shoulders and the tilt of his head as he looks at you, Liv. For the first time, probably since you've been here, he knows that you're not a Warforged. And maybe that's what makes the decision for him. As you see, as he takes the cables, the same way, like, you know, with some VR headsets, you have like a couple different cables that have to plug in to get them to work correctly. He does there. That's the setup that he has plugged into his chest right now, and he twists, pulls the cables out, and connects those same cables into the battery storage backup. And with his hand, you see him interface with the mainframe, which is probably how he did it before he connected himself to the mainframe with the main cable. And you again watch as information and code and data just flashes past the screen as it scrolls through. And there's an actual visual indicator on the battery memory storage backup as it begins to fill up, and you watch as a percentage fill up, and it gets almost all the way up to 100%, but stops at 94. And he says,
"All right, that is only the most recent one. That is my data and the information on how we were successful. There's also a backup packet of all of the lives lost here, both in the years before, from all the experiments. The houses can continue in their promises to their families. Please take this with you."
What's he asking for us to take?
The mobile storage and memory backup.
Because it has all, he told you that it has all the data from the last procedure and experiment that ended up being a success. His consciousness transferring into this body, and then all the information about all the different people who worked in this lab and all the different names of anyone who's gone through the process. And he seems to be the first survivor of it. Through some of the details he's given to you, talking about what's happened here, in order to convince people to go through the experiments, they promised the families of anyone who went through it that they would be taken care of financially, regardless of what happened to them in the experiment. So there's a backup of all of the names of all of those people, so that way, with this data, it would be like, here's all the names. Make sure those people are being taken care of. This is like the proof of that.
Got it. And that's all within that storage, this hard drive that we have.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's almost full. It seems like, and
94%.
yeah, and it's just this last experiment, not everything. And as you look around, live with your knowledge. Like, there's so much information in here. There's so much data storage. Like, this is a drop in the bucket.
All right, so we'll need to give that information here, because then either one of the houses will need to come back and look at this, because we can't take this entire thing with us.
I don't have much time left. Do you have any other questions before this lab is clean? If you removed all the threats, which you must have because we are being attacked right now, then a cleanup crew will be sent and all evidence removed, which is why
Who would be sending this cleanup crew then?
this is their lab. We were never told if it was Jarasco or Kenneth had the lead on this project, but they cover up their dirty work.
But wouldn't they come after the copy of the data as well then?
There's some way for you to secret it out of here. Maybe if you find a way to make a copy, maybe you would be able to do so before they try and take it from you. It's up to you now. There's nothing I can do.
I'm kind of confused now. Wait, I thought so now he sounds like he doesn't want the Canon and Jasco to have this information?
From your brief conversation with him, he seems like a real believer in the products of the experiments that have been done here for you. He believes that the loss of life was worth it, and the result was they found a way to transfer consciousness into robotic bodies, basically. Instead of creating Warforged again, they found a way to put people's minds inside of machines, and ones that could be protected against magical, threats like the Morning. And all he wants is for that data to survive this. So if that means handing it over to the house, like, that may succeed, but it may not. Like, they could take that data and sit on it forever. He just wants this to get out to the public. He wants it to survive, because if he didn't get it into that storage backup and give it to you, then it was going to die here. So he just cares about it getting out, and then it's going to be up to you guys where it goes from there.
Oh, if he wants it to be made public, Eltar has no problem making all of this public.
Yeah, like the label just kind of help out here. It's all very interesting. Wouldn't mind studying it, but yeah.
Ward and Liv, please give me an intelligence check. So just a straight
intelligence.
Straight intelligence. We're testing your memory, right? Liv does not remember. I'll say that's enough for Ward. Liv, you're looking at this device that you now have. It's almost like a small boombox. Remember back in the day where you'd have like a boombox with a tape player, and it'd have the speakers on it. It's a little bit smaller than that. One from the night.
So she's holding it on her shoulder?
Yeah, it looks so sick. You'd be right on the front of a magazine if this was 30 years ago. And Ward, you look at that device that is on Liv's shoulder, and you remember that there was a data hook in the captain's cabin on the ship. And you also remember that your captain is an artificer. So you may have a way to either download or back up or read that data should you get it back to the ship. Is there anything else you guys would like to ask him or talk about or anything before he fucking dies?
Yeah.
Who's in charge of all this?
It was a joint project between the two houses, and from my understanding, I've only worked on it the last 6 months, but every month there would be a new head of the project. The old one would leave up the elevator. The old one would leave up the elevator, and the new one would come down, and we'd never know which house they were from. They always kept their marks covered. And at that moment, you look about 10 feet away from him. In that tube, you see a man in there, and you see on his hand inside the tube is a mark of trap. Knowing that he's from House to Cannith, that's probably his old body in there. So you know that he was working. He was a house agent, and even he didn't know the managers were from, but it was a joint project between the houses.
Because I thought the people coming down were the victims, or the. So it turns out it was the head that was switching out.
Yeah, and if anything,
But they would never see that person come out. They only saw people go in.
so William St. Paul and up in the room, someone would come up and they'd leave, and then another person would go down. They told you.
Oh, okay, that's my fault then.
And you imagine that that's what these storage devices are for. If they were turning in progress reports every month, it explains why someone had to leave, because there's no internet in Ever. So they weren't backing up data onto these drives, which is why they're here. And a manager would leave up the elevator with one of these, and then a new one would come down. And that was the cycle. And as you're thinking about that and putting it all together, you recognize now, even though you were lied to about what the job was, why the time frames were the way they were. Clearly, a manager was supposed to leave here with the most recent data on their experiments and didn't. So eventually somebody freaked out about no one coming out of here. So clearly something went wrong, and created this fake job for a mercenary crew to come down because they didn't want to waste their own resources in a potentially dangerous situation, which is very on brand for House. Very on brand. I just realized I said all of that in the robot voice. Very on brand for House politics.
Inquiry though, because are you convinced that this was an accident or sabotage? According to logs, supplies and the like were denied or never came in the past 3 months.
It's at that moment where Nickel kind of like grabs onto your arm, but not in a way that's hostile, more that your comment kind of shocked Nickel into realizing something. And he grabs your arm and he says, "We've been hemorrhaging money for multiple years at this point. I could see one of the houses becoming dissatisfied with the losses in gold we were sustaining, and rather than breaking their contract with another house, they sabotage it. It's possible. But we, those fools, worked." And at this point, you see the light in his chest is dimmer than you've seen it since you got here. The red is becoming this dark burgundy color, and it's barely like it's only visible because of how dim it is in this room, and the flashing is so slow that it's almost like it's less a heartbeat and more just like a slow breathing at this point. And as he spoke, the ends of his sentences are starting to slow down. The words are starting to elongate as he's powering down. So at this point, if anyone has a final question or anything to say to him, this is it.
Liv will say one last thing after everybody else, if everybody else is finished.
I have a question, but we could probably ask it to someone else. So I just want to know who owns the tavern.
That is a good question. Anybody have anything else to say to Nickel?
No.
I see Ward. Ward's ready
Nope.
to look out. Yep. All right, Adam, it's all you.
Liv will just say, "Rest, my friend. The data will leave this location. You may rest knowing that."
For your time and for.
And the light goes out, and the head slumps. What would you guys like to do?
Liv will walk over to Haley and present the data thingy and say, "Objective completed."
Well, I guess so. And she'll she'll take her bag off and stuff it in one of the side pouches and put her back on and give a radiant smile to the rest of the group. Shall we go? What's over there, Ward? Shall we go?
St. Paul, is it normal for the humanoids to have dispersed?
Excuse me? What? I'm sorry, this was enrapturing. What humanoids?
No one is out there.
And he pokes his head down because the door itself is only like 5 feet high. It definitely doesn't seem like it was this seems like an emergency hatch almost. And he peeks down. He's pretty tall. And he goes, "Well, shit. This is bad. This is bad. We should be very careful. Do you see anybody in there?"
Do I detect any signs of life? Oh, you just gonna walk out? Okay.
Yeah. He walks over where the fire used to be.
Yeah.
Shit. No, this
Dirty food.
could be bad. Yes, Neely, as you look around, you see there's still food on plates, but there are no people.
These cleaners have come early.
All right, everybody group up. Do any healing you would do before going upstairs, because I imagine that's where you're going from here. So, go ahead and drink potions or use healing spells, whatever you want to do. I'm going to grab tokens, get you guys all in a group.
Haley handed Ward a healing potion last session. Was it a basic healing potion?
Yes.
Okay. So I should have 3 of those.
Liv, dear, do you need one of these? St. Paul gave you a greater healing potion. Do these work on you? Smells nice.
I mean, they work on me. And I look down at Liv.
Affirmative, they will.
You should certainly drink the one that St. Paul gave you, and that was...
Let me go ahead and do this first.
It's a max healing because you're using an action.
Got it.
She will take the next 2 minutes to cast Mending twice.
So I will say that it will fix your physical form, but you're still down on HP because health points are more. I mean, Richard and I have talked about this. They are more.
It's a feature of my of my race.
Auto knows.
Yes.
Oh. Those guys are. Yep. Healing. It's. Yep. I'm reading that. Yeah, that's cool.
So I'm just basically using her hit die.
Yeah, this is like a free short rest type of deal. That's cool.
Yep.
I will keep that in mind for the future, though, when it comes to long rests, because you only get, half your hit die back?
Half your hit die, that's correct.
Yep, that's good to know. Okay, good to go? Everyone good on healing?
Yeah, I'm good.
As close as I'm willing to get.
I think Ellie's slightly behind, eating up, picking up all of the food. Like, oh, it's still good, smelling it. Oh, this is nice. That tastes pretty good.
Yeah, and just to let everybody know, Liv is not a humanoid. She's a construct. So if anybody tries casting spells on her, make sure make sure it doesn't say humanoid. With the exception of some, not all healing spells, but it doesn't really matter because Liv is the healer of the group anyways. So
Ward is looking back over his shoulder longingly at that shield that he never picked up, but there's more important things. I wanted to take the whole guy because he said we could make him into plate later. I don't have time to carry the whole guy out here.
As you ascend the wooden stairs, the first thing you notice is the smell of moisture in the air, and then the sound of rain. As your time underground seems like the weather has changed. It is raining outside. You see Calavesh and Jeremy, William's companions, sitting at the bar, and a familiar face serving them drink. Your friend Edward. Oh, good evening. Good evening. If you're coming from that direction, that means you went out through the emergency hatch. Congratulations on surviving.
Where is everybody? Eddie?
The tavern has been closed for the night. You know, we've got special guests here. 2 sets of special guests, both in the master suites. Very well done, by the way. That was a choice I didn't think you'd go for. But please come sit down. There's enough chairs. Have a drink.
DM, is this a giant window to the west?
Yeah, and the hundreds of cloaked figures out into that you see in the street. Yes. As you look through the windows, you see that there are dark cloaked individuals standing in the street and on top of buildings. You see as the moonlight comes from between clouds as the rain falls down on their wet cloaks. Just a wall outside the tavern. An empty tavern, except for you. What would you like to drink? There's still some food, I think, if you're hungry.
I was just carrying like 2 plates in one hand. There was some downstairs that we had arrived at. There's nothing on this, right? There's like no MSG or poison or anything like that?
I don't know what MSG is, but I'm pretty sure it's not on there.
So what brings you all the way out here, besides my beautiful smile and dashing personality?
Well, if you've come from that direction, it means you succeeded in getting out of the lab. He's going to do a perception check, and I'm going to ask, with that perception check, is anyone trying to hide the storage device? Remember, it's pretty big.
Allie, she put it in her bag and she tied it up. She tied it up into one of her pouches and put it in her bag at the bottom. Specifically said that. Yep.
And you did it downstairs before coming up?
Downstairs. Yep.
Okay.
Is that a storage device you have there, or are you happy to see?
Yeah, you just really happy. and you'd have to be really happy to see me if for a bulge that big in your bag. Give me a stealth roll as you noticed him kind of scanning the group as you come upstairs, and you kind of adjust your bag so that way the bulge doesn't become noticeable.
I'm gonna use
Yep.
inspiration.
Use your
You
inspiration.
adjusting your bags, huh?
Wow.
It's a euphemism.
16. Kind enough for Haley. 16.
16. Okay. All
It's a
right.
bulge.
I imagine you like set the bag on the hook that's underneath the bar for adventurers to hang their bags of holding, and definitely not their purses.
If he sees it, it'll be just the tip.
Make it easy. Or however you can get it.
William, how are you doing? And William kind of sidles up next to his companions. Well, it was a little dicey down there, but we handled ourselves. These youngins did better than I thought they would. That's for sure. What are you doing here, Edward? No, you can't be a broker. If you were a broker, you wouldn't know about the lab. Edward smiles, looks at everybody else. You sure you don't want to drink? You sure you don't want food? Well, you have food. Eisendrach, would you like some?
No, I've lost my appetite.
What about you over there, Eltar?
Just smoking his pipe. Just grunts.
And Liv, we know you don't eat, but would you like mechanical oil or something? I don't know if there's something that would help keep your joints loose.
I do not require sustenance or anything at this moment.
All right. Ward, I see you standing behind Haley. Would you like anything?
Answers would be nice.
I know in Sharn, some of the Warforged bars, they have special types of food that they make that is not really edible for other humanoids, but I'm sure they have something like here in the back. But you just want answers?
Or not.
Well, why don't we start with you telling me what happened? How about that? And someone can fill him in. Give your version.
No. Why should we tell him shit?
Let me know how you respond. Are you?
Yeah. I was like, no, I think you should start. Like, how you were here. It'd be nice if there was some truth in what you said, as opposed to the bullshit you've told us so far.
And real quick, this was the same guy that gave us a job in the first place that met us in the tavern. That's right. Okay, that's all I want to know.
And I did a read on William St. Paul. Is he nervous? Is he like...
Sure. Roll an insight.
9. So Haley's got her plates and she's like looking around and eating.
You take a look at him, and he seems to be just kind of leaning down next to Calabash there. They seem to kind of be whispering to each other. He doesn't, even with a 9, right? You've spent a little bit of time with him. He doesn't look happy. And Edward smiles, and from a door to the north, you watch what looks like a very efficient team of individuals come in and move in lockstep, and they go downstairs from whence you came. Well, it's fine. You don't have to be forthcoming. My team will make sure it's safe to go down, and even if the mainframe powered down completely, I'm sure they've got some backups or some storage or something. We'll still get what I was sent for. I, as you can imagine, at this point, work for one of the houses. Doesn't really matter who. And he motioned towards William's team to the north, and then waves his hand towards all of you. That's where you exist, machine that we call life. And he kind of smiles at Liv and Ward. pay money and do important things. And then when dangerous things spring up in the way of progress, we pay people like all of you to clear the way of progress.
But we know everything now. You could have just why lie? If we're gonna know it all, you could have just given us some idea of what we were walking into. We could have been better prepared. We halfway walked away from this entire thing once we found that the job we were sent to do there was nothing to do.
And if you had done that, then you wouldn't have made the money that you're going to make now. And he starts pulling out bags from behind, and he puts a bag in front of each of you. And he just kind of sets 5 in a row down that south bar. Then he puts 3 in front of each of the mercenaries to the north, each of the 3 amigos. Now you get paid for clearing the way of progress. And now your name gets added to the list, a different list. See, before you were on a list of disposable help, and now you're on a list of less disposable help, but trusted help. And that's a list that pays more money.
Really, is that a good list?
Also, before you leave here, and he pulls out a bunch of manila envelopes. And he said, you're also going to sign this. And this is a magical, and if you don't sign this, you don't leave.
I think Haley will take it and give it her 1 silver. What am I signing here?
Yeah, you sign as you look through. He puts this in front of each of you. He puts them next to the gold bags that are on the bar. There's 2 there on the bar for Eltar and Liv. So those are in the 2 spots to the south of Eisendrach. If you guys want to come over and look at them.
Now that there's money on the table, Eltar will go over there.
Yeah, does
Yep.
he provide a quill?
Yes. But no ink, and you'll find out why in a second. Give me an investigation roll, Haley, as you look through this contract.
I hope.
That is an 11.
Yeah. If anyone is proficient and wants to help, by all means, Haley, you could re-roll.
Ward is proficient. For some reason, Ward investigates with Haley.
Oh wow! We're standing there next to each other. What does this say? Ward? I have no idea what this word is. It's too big. What is it? I will re-roll.
Same. Okay. So instead of a 6, it was a 9. Oh, yes, you could add to this, right? You have that feature.
Yes, I can add a D6 if I failed my roll.
It's weird here, right? I kind of treat rolls like this as more of a Pathfinder thing, which some of you will recognize of like critical failure, success, critical success. So you've technically succeeded here, but if you roll better, you'll get some more information. But that's just because D&D words things a certain way. Please, by all means, add your D6.
2 more. 16.
Okay, 2 more. Okay, so you're looking through this, and the first thing that pops out to you is the contract explains what the contract is first. It informs you that by signing this contract and signing it in your own blood, and if it also talks about, because Warforged exist, ways that if you don't have blood, you can also magically bind yourself to this contract. That you are agreeing to the terms of this contract, and if you break them, it sounds off a beacon to the holder of the contract. You get a copy of it for yourself, but the one that is actually magically infused goes towards the party that gives you the contract, which is Edward in this case. So you would sign this contract, you give it to Edward, who would then give it to whoever Ed. If you break the terms of the contract, it lets the holder of the contract know that you have, and it lets them know your location. And because you are doing it with your blood, you can be tracked, even after the beacon goes off.
What is the contract asking us to do or not do?
The contract itself requires you to not speak with or not speak about what you've seen here and experienced with anyone outside of the room that you're currently in. So that is Edward, that is Calabash, William, and Jeremy, and then the rest of you.
Are they also being presented contracts?
And Word, you look over, it's the same exact contract that is in front of William.
Are they signing these contracts?
Yes. They get the contract and they sign them. And I'm not even going to make you guys roll insight here. They sign them so quickly, it is very clear this is not the first time they've signed such a contract. And having adventured with at least one of them, you guys are very aware they are more experienced than all of you. Like, you guys are what, level 3, right? Yeah, everyone's level 3. William and the rest of them, they're all level 8. So like these are you guys, but later. You know what I mean? But these are mercenaries. Remember how Edward spoke about like, oh, your name's on a different list now, a trusted list. Like these guys are already on that list. And William looks over at you, Ward, and says, "Now you know why I couldn't really talk about things with you. This is not my first rodeo."
This makes sense.
That's why he's got that accent.
Will we change our accents if we sign this?
Yeah, it's in a subsection on the last page, actually. Once you sign, you do sound like you come from the South. It's kind of a scatter shot, though. You could come from Arkansas, you could come from Alabama, you could come from Texas. Really doesn't matter, but once you sign, you're Southern.
Does that include Australia?
Yes. Yeah. If you roll real high, but that's way south. You know what I'm saying?
Like down under?
But yeah, it is for a contract. Like there's a lot of legalese in there. There's a lot of pages about, how the locating spell works, and there's like a whole section on when you die, the contract becomes void, but that because it's your blood, if they found out after your death that you spoke about it, then they will find your next of kin. So it's a pretty serious contract.
Yeah, but the scope only covers what's happened in this mission. It's not a blanket thing for work with the family.
Pretty standard. Ward and Liv, here you go. And he hands you. Jeremy has like a device, which makes you kind of wonder why Jeremy has this. He goes, "Here you go." He hands it to Edward. Edward goes, "Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate you bringing this." And he puts it in front of Ward, and you see that it looks almost like a double-sided brand. And Edward says, "So this isn't gonna hurt you or anything. You just push this into your palm, and then after you sign the paper, you push it next to your signature, and this will connect you the same way it connects the rest of these little flesh bags. It'll work for you too, Liv, if you're concerned. I know you're concerned."
So I still don't have ink, but I need to sign the paper.
So as you go to sign with the quill, you see that it supplies its own. But the rest of you guys, there's a little pin on the side of the quill where you prick your own finger, and it becomes the ink.
Yeah, Ward will sign.
Right. Ward, you sign your name, and then you put the double-sided, like almost stamp against your palm. You see it leaves a slight like insignia, a little symbol that shows up on your palm for a second and then disappears. And then you put the other side against the contract next to your name. The same symbol shows up, but it stays there. And it's kind of like, it reminds you a little bit of the Decaneth Maker Mark. It's the same type of deal that all Warforged have. You no longer see it on your palm, but you feel magically a little tiny weight on your shoulder. And if there's anyone in the party who signed a magical contract before, you just know that it's just a little magical reminder. You know what I mean? Like a little, hey, you have a secret you can't talk about. But Ward has signed. Edward picks up William's contract, Kaladash's contract, Jeremy's contract. Then he grabs Ward's. He brings the little double-sided stamp down to Liv, and then looks at the rest of you.
So Eltar looks over this contract, looks at it, and having grown up in the Fae Realm, just mutters to himself, "Fucking amateurs," and signs it.
Oh yeah. The houses of Eberron have a lot to learn from the Fae courts and the levels of hell, for sure. This is an amateur contract.
But Liv will follow suit after Altar.
Nice. And you go through the same process that Ward went through. You sign your name, and then do the whole stamp thing, and then he picks up Eltar's and Liv's contract, and then he comes back in front of Haley and Eisendrach. So, is there going to be a problem, or are we all going to leave here a little bit richer? Me with information, you with gold.
I'm sorry. I was eating. Well, could you repeat everything you just said?
No, I'm not going to do that. You sign the contract, and you're able to.
Eisendrach will sign the contract, but he'll scribble out a really horrible version of his signature. But he makes sure that there's an extra little drop of blood, and he flicks it at Edward.
you see as it goes towards Edward's face, there's a sheen of magical energy. It hits the blood hits the shield that is just above his skin, then sizzles over. Cute.
Just checking.
Certainly, and Haley will sign her real name.
He watches you sign and he just smiles a little bit, gives you a knowing look. Like,
Gotta keep up appearances.
of course, don't we all? He grabs everybody's contracts. He brings out a little device and just kind of waves it over all of you. And he goes, all right, no, these are all holding. Fantastic. He opens up a satchel and puts all of the contracts in. He says, you'll see there's a little bonus in there because you did it the first night. You had the whole weekend to work, but you did it quickly. You did it efficiently. Looks like there was no great loss of life. So there's a little bit of a bonus in there. And each of you, if you were to look in the bags, you'd find it's a little disappointing because you go to pick up the bag and it's really light, and you realize it's because there are 50 platinum pieces in each bag. So you all get 500 gold. Okay. Of course, the normal bonuses for all of you three. Job well done. There's a little bit of extra pay in there as well because you've had to stay here much longer than previous contracts. But it was great working with all of you. You watch as William St. Paul, Calabash, and Jeremy all get up, and William puts on a
Wait. If they're about to leave, Liv will go back to St. Paul and offer back the potion of greater healing that she did not use that he.
Oh, you know what, little one? You don't worry about it. You were fantastic in there, and also very informative. You got a hell of a smart little noggin. So you keep the potion. You can pay me back if we ever see each other. All right?
Thank you, sir.
It's a pleasure. Good luck. This is a hell of a business now that you're on the next list. Which list are we on, Ed? And Edward looks over. It's like I don't like when you call me Ed. That's not my name. It's Edward. You're not my mother. You don't need to call me Ed. And you're several lists deep at this point. And he looks at the five of you. You're on the first list. So congratulations. Each list, you have more trust and you make more money. So good for you, right?
Hey, what a coincidence. Edmund, yeah, you're on my list too now.
Bye, Billy.
Yep, you watch them go out the top entrance. William gives you a little wave as they go out the door. All right. Well, they're gonna be searched as they exit out that side, and you're all gonna be searched as you go out this door. So unless there's any more questions, I'm gonna go home to my wife.
What's next? Or who do we go to talk to? Where do we go? Like, I want to take advantage of this list.
Yeah. No, we'll contact you. We'll know where you'll be. You'll be on the Red Ringer, unless you pissed off Catherine at this point. Although I've never worked with Captain Garo before. And she doesn't really do work for the houses, but you do, so that's awesome. We'll send a message to either the captain or Garrick. They've got a sending stone on the ship. You all have a good night. Do you have umbrellas? Do you need umbrellas?
I'll take an umbrella.
It's just a nice, simple umbrella. These are free. You don't have to pay.
Appreciate it.
Amateurs. Eltar does not take the free umbrella.
Yeah, probably tracks us or something.
Ward enjoys the rain.
They literally, can track us by the thing you everybody just signed.
Watches the door to the south opens. Two individuals with very nice weapons on their hips come in, and Edward motions. You're free to go back to your ship. We're just gonna do a quick check of your belongings, make sure you're not leaving with any proprietary thing from the lab. You understand?
Certainly.
Yep. Ward, you walk up, they look through your bags, they look through your stuff. You don't have anything?
Oh, to the south.
Yep, to the south there. Yeah, that's a window. They smile when they see the shield that you got, which, by the way, is a +1 shield.
Oh, look at that.
And they look over your shoulder at Edward, and he just does a shooing motion, I don't care. The shield, who gives a shit? And
He doesn't understand quality.
so you're able to get through.
Okay.
All right, so there are two of you now. Okay, so here's the thing. Haley has contraband, right? She has the storage device. Is there anything that you guys are doing as a group to distract these people or to help her hide it or anything like that? because otherwise it's a sleight of hand to try and like make it so they don't notice it in your bag. So is there anything that you would like to do for each other to help Haley?
I would. Let's see here. How can I explain this?
I think Haley's gonna be standing like off to the side, getting her umbrella ready. At the same time, putting her backpack on. But I'd like to, as part of the narrative, like cast minor illusion as she's taking the bag, like something out of her bag, like maybe it's her cloak to put on over, as she does a illusion, or at least minor illusion, as she's opening the umbrella, but she's trying to store the contraband in the umbrella. What are those pieces of metal called in umbrellas? So it's at least under the umbrella.
I'm trying to figure out a way how I could cast guidance on her.
While we were walking over, I also whispered to the tin can, "I need you to punch Eisendrach."
Oh shit. That's fine.
And then as soon as he said that, because he said it just very plainly, she will turn around and I guess punch him in the nards, because I mean that's how tall she's not.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not punching him in the face. Oh my god. Okay. So, roll to hit, unarmed strike.
Yeah.
Roll with advantage. Eisendrach has no idea this is about to happen. What do you think, Randy? Are you oh my god, you rolled even worse. Are you unaware this is happening?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it.
Okay, so you
But I'm going to take advantage of this because I was trying to think of a distraction myself. So when she hits me, even though she doesn't really hurt me, I act like she really I let out a bellow of pain, and in a random direction, I let loose with my breath weapon.
Holy shit. Okay, so here's the thing. Liv, you don't understand draconic, dragonborn physiology. So you go to hit what you think is Eisendrach's balls, and you totally whiff. Totally whiff. You just get, I mean, what are you wearing, Eisendrach? Is it just like a cloak with a breastplate or something?
It's just like robes. No, I'm not wearing any armor.
Right, you're, what's your class again?
Sorcerer.
Exactly. And Liv, it's probably just all the robes.
But you do hit me, and my skin is like armor.
Yeah, exactly. You hit just the strongest thigh you've ever. Like, you're confused for a moment as your fist makes contact with Eisendrach's thigh, because it's like hitting metal, and that is not what you were expecting. But Eisendrach, you immediately understand what's happening in that moment as you're thinking of something to do, and then you roll a d8 to see which way you like fall as you let off your breath weapon.
Well, and I'm intentionally. I'm making it look like it's like I'm falling, but I'm not. I'm directing it so it's not going to hit anybody.
All right, so like towards the northwest, then.
Sure.
Is it a line or a cone?
It's a line.
A line, right?
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, I think I want to graze the jerk here. I just want to like blow up those horns.
Exactly. So the line goes off in that direction. Can you guys see the line I created? Yep. And yeah, what is it 15 feet?
Breath weapon, I believe it's 30 feet.
So it goes right up to him, basically. What type of damage is it?
It's lightning. So I basically shoot lightning bolts out of my mouth.
So look, if you put it like right at the edge of your token, it gets just up to him. Just that square, just to the south, as lightning just shoots out. Freaking, what is it? Godzilla has lightning breath, doesn't he? Like, kind of. Isn't that what that is? Like this blue fire. So this blue lightning shoots from your mouth and just destroys this this stool, and just all of these glasses and everything gets destroyed. Edward, who is about to walk to the south, has the satchel with all the contracts in it and pulls them to his chest and does like a little bit of a squeal, like "ooh," as the lightning shoots out.
The hairs on his arm go up from the electricity.
Yeah, they singe. And he goes, "What is going on?" And you're on the
I
floor.
don't know. She hit me.
Okay, so Haley, in this moment, you're gonna get a sleight of hand check with advantage. And are you casting minor illusion on the storage battery?
As I slip it into the umbrella to hide it in the top of the tines as I pop the umbrella, yes.
So this is a heavy thing. It's as big as like a small. It's a boombox basically from the 90s. It's not a huge one, but it's like a foot and a half across. And it's about 10 inches tall, 10 inches wide, and it's heavy. It's metal, so it's not going to sit in the tines of the. I guess I should have described its shape a bit more before you made a plan. But it'll fit in your backpack. It's not going to fit.
If the umbrella's opened, like, and I don't have it over my head, like it's laying in the bottom of the umbrella.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, it'll be like a bulge in the side of the umbrella, and they are checking. Give me an intelligence check as you go to cast minor illusion. Okay, fantastic. So you know that minor illusion can change what something looks like, but if someone interacts with the illusion, they'll know it's an illusion because their hands will pass right through. But there's kind of an inherent, like, built-in failsafe to that, where you could cast minor illusion on this battery and just make it look like something else. So they would touch the battery, and it would look like, and it would have the same shape and everything, but maybe it won't look like the battery storage backup. Maybe you make it look like something else. So is there anything that you can think of that, like maybe a small foot locker or something, something else that's metal, that if they just grabbed it, because they're distracted, they won't realize what they're holding? Like a big thermos or something?
Yeah, like a mini fridge, like a small fridge that has, some food in there, like pieces of cheese.
Okay, so what this sleight of hand then is going to be you taking advantage of them watching Eisendrach almost kill Ed. And so give me a sleight of hand at advantage.
19.
Fantastic. Okay, so all happening at the same time. Haley, you give them your bag. They're going through it the same way security guards do at like concerts, right? That's a good analogy that we would all know, right? We all go. And they like take the battery out and go to look at it, and in that moment, Liv punches Eisendrach in the thigh, and Eisendrach falls over, and lightning shoots out of his mouth up towards Edward, and Edward squeals in fear for a second. Both of the men look over in that direction, and you cast minor image on the battery, and they look back, and it's like a big food thermos, like a container to keep things cold or warm. And remember, I've told you before, magic in Eberron is everywhere, right? Like, people have ovens that have an enchantment on it, so they never need to add wood to it. It just gets warm. They just turn a dial and it does its thing. So the idea of having like a container to put your food in to keep it warm or cold, not strange, not weird. Adventurers would definitely have something like that to keep their food warm or cold as they adventure. A little mini fridge, like you said. They see that, and because of the distraction, because of everything that's going on, they put it back in your bag. And they continue looking, and then they hand your bag back to you, and you're able to.
Thank you. Boy.
And Edward comes over, and he's like, "What the hell was that? Are you? I put your name on the good list, and now you're fighting each other?
Or do you want me to do it again?
I think he's learned this lesson.
What'd you do,
We
Eisendrach?"
walk out.
Oh, that she's malfunctioning.
Oh, you should hope.
An absolute screw loose.
Eltar, do you even have bags for them to look through? Like normal adventuring stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I have stuff, so I have a backpack.
Okay. Yep, they look through it, they wave you through. I guess this is a good moment. Did anybody grab anything from any of the rooms that you were in inside the lab? Other than this battery storage device, did anybody pocket anything or grab any of the notes, post-it notes, or any of the papers, parchments?
Haley, no, she didn't.
Just the shield. The potion that I grabbed from there, I took. Haley, did you give away that potion as well, or? But I'm sure it was a standard potion, so it's not that big a deal.
Yeah. That was one of the things they looked at, and they just pushed it because it didn't have anything that, it didn't have an insignia on it or any type of marker on it that would say it was from this lab. It's a pretty, healing potions in Eberron are pretty standard.
Oh, I wish I would have grabbed the chips.
Oh, I was going to say, that's what I was about to say. Eltar, grab some chips.
They make you, if you had chips, they make you eat them before you leave.
Mm-hmm.
If they make me eat them, Eltar will open a bag, put them in his hand, crumble them, and then just drop it at their feet.
I thought you
We're
were
not-
going to open them and then eat them one by one very slowly.
That's fine. You can be here all night. I don't have any. I'm getting paid by the hour, so you take as long as you need. And then Edward shakes his head. You are getting paid by fucking Eltar. Stop it. They are getting paid by the hour.
No, I cannot take him out with me. So
And then look like
You're-
deep into Edward's eyes while you eat them.
I mean,
look, we're just following the rules.
if we were at the airship port, they would make you throw them away. At least you get to eat
Oh, I agree.
I go, mm.
them. Roll me a D100. 30 minutes later, you finish eating the bags of chip, and they let you go through. Eisendrach.
Congrats on the overtime, boys.
All right. Last one. Come on. You got anything, big man? All right. They check your stuff. They don't find anything. You go through. The door shuts behind you. You see Edward kind of talking with the two men that are in there. And then all three of them go down to the stairwell that you walked up, and they disappear down if you're looking through the window. If you were to try the door, you find that it is locked. And as you look around in the park to the south and in the street, you see just men and women in cloaks everywhere. And they all seem to be watching you. But there's a gap in the street that leads towards the air dock where your ship is parked. And there's a way for you to walk through.
I guess we go.
We go.
All right. As you make your way to the ship, you find that besides the extra 500 gold in each of your pockets, you have also leveled up.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you're all level 4 for surviving through this encounter, surviving what would have been a pretty nasty fight if you didn't sign the contract. All of that counts as one big milestone.
Need that levels only shield.
Make it back to the ship. Yes, Ward, you have a shield +1. I can add it to your character sheet if you want, or you can do so on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, let me just do it on D&D Beyond.
Yep, then we'll port over next time. Because we're going to have to port over anyway. You're all a higher level. You get back to the ship, and you see Garrick is on the deck in a cloak as well, but this one's to keep himself dry. He sees you all walk up in the middle of the night. He has a lantern, like an ever-burning lantern, hooded lantern. And he sees you coming up the gangplank, and he's like, is everything all right? Did something happen?
Yes and yes.
Okay, well, let's get you in then. Or are you done with the job?
I believe we are.
Congratulations. Was the captain right? Was it the house's just bullshit politics?
Yes, sort of standard operating procedure.
Congratulations on surviving then, because you either come through richer for it or not at all. So get below deck. It's nice and dry, and we can all talk about it in the morning. Captain said we're heading north anyway. Once you're all done.
Oh, yeah, that sounds fantastic. Take a load off.
All right, you're able to go below decks. You find all your rooms are nice and cozy, just as you left them. You're able to. Is there anything you want to do before you long rest for the night?
Just eat some food. Derek, is there anything to eat? We've walked a long way.
Yeah, so you notice he just waves you down to below deck, and they've figured you out. Hey, there's always food in your room.
Okay, perfect.
All right, well, we'll talk about it in the morning. And you're all able to take your long rest and level up. So I don't know if you guys want to level up now or wait till after the session.
And can I go ahead and change my infusions like we discussed?
100%.
Let's take a little break, level up, and hurry up.
And as the day starts with your level 4 bodies, everyone feeling stronger and richer from the gold you received, you feel this slight nagging in the back of your mind as you remember and realize that there's a magical contract. And it's the type of thing where in quiet moments in the middle of the day, you're not paying attention to anything. You just hear like a low buzz in the background. You can't tell if it's in your head or if there's something that flew by you or something like that, but there's this weird thing in the back of your consciousness that is a constant reminder of a contract you have with one of the great houses. And after your meal, you're invited into the captain's quarters, and Catherine Garrow is sitting at her desk. She looks at all of you and says, so, you've been paid? I imagine if it was one of the houses, you might not be able to talk about it. She just looks at all of you.
About what? Talk about what?
The job. The job?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I've signed. Okay. You can say that there was a job. You just can't talk about what happened on the job. She like laughs a little bit. This is your first. Okay. This is everybody's first time with working for a house.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Cute. We can get underway. I have another job lined up. This time not through a fixer or a broker. I have an old traveling companion of mine who gave me a call last night while you were all gone, and she needs help with a settlement she has in the valley. And I figured she retired from adventuring. She's pretty well off, and she needs some help. So that's where I was going to go, and I was going to run it by all of you. Is there anything we need to talk about because of the job? Anything? Well, here's the thing. All right, you're being cute about not being able to talk about it. Is there anything I need to know or be warned about based on your job? Because if you're bringing danger to my ship, I need to know about it. You're my crew, so it comes with the territory. But there needs to be trust.
Okay. Well, so we were leaving. We were all searching for contraband, and I'm not really sure